Chapter 46-48. The figure of the false god decomposes at a slow speed, and then turns into stars and constantly vanishes. Everything starts with me, and ends with me from now on. I am dead, and you must not hurt my imaginary universe. An imaginary universe will live forever and never step into the divine universe. False god looked at Jian Wushuang, hoping to hear a promise from his mouth. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but his eyes were calm, and he suddenly thrust the invisible sword into the body of the virtual god. What do you think of the divine universe? Do you think you can redeem all your past sins? Then my divine universe goes back hundreds of millions of years. What should they do to resist all of you who died? Words are like knives crying like blood. Jian Wushuang's left hand suddenly pulled out the Tailuo Excalibur, pointing to all the virtual respects in the battlefield outside the territory. All the venerable tremors shuddered fiercely, and the shadow of death enveloped everyone's heart. The imaginary god stared at Jian Wushuang stunnedly. He realized that the person in front of him who had stepped into the universe of the imaginary universe from the beginning and had a battle to the last moment was his final enemy. Unconsciously, this short growth of 100,000 years made him a terrible, hard-blooded, and cohesive existence than the eternal god. When true, Su Xin's eyes gradually lost their look. The sword has no two-sided color and calm, and the words are like a hammer. To prevent such a tragedy from happening again, one of your virtual universes is counted as one, and it will be destroyed. The false god shivered and looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. No, you can't. Jian Wushuang did not speak, and his face was as calm as before. He didn't want too much nonsense. When he was about to draw out the invisible sword, the cold palm of Su Xin directly pulled Jian Wushuang's arm. Seeing the dense runes suddenly popping up on the forehead of the virtual god, Jian Wushuang was startled, and he was ready to leave. But everything was too late. Jian Wushuang only felt that the whole body space became sticky, as if stepping into the quagmire made him unable to move at all. In order to avoid the annihilation of the imaginary universe, I can only seal you in the chaos of time and space. Behind the imaginary god, a huge vortex appeared in the broken space. Jian Wushuang desperately wanted to leave, but to no avail. Do you think that I will be sealed in the chaos of time and space? I can't come back. The figure of the false god nearly dissipated, and he shook his head. I don't think I can trap you forever, but if I can make you sink there, it is my last effort. Dark and shameless guy, Jian Wushuang said angrily. After saying this, his figure completely disappeared into the chaos. After doing all this, the figure of the false god turned into a large amount of smoke, and his godless pupil looked at the broken dome and murmured softly in his mouth, You will never be the master here. You are just a passerby. Never knows the passing passerby. At this point, the lord of the imaginary universe, the nightmare imaginary of the divine universe, has just died, and Jian Wushuang was also pushed into the chaos of time and space. At this moment, all the venerable virtues are like a walking dead, and there is no longer the idea of struggling to fight. Only less than 300,000 monk troops are left, led by Feng Qi and Long Yanlong Qi and others, strangled the virtual respect. Seeing this situation, the emperor bite, his heart is ashes, and the 8 real shadows return to the body, releasing vast energy to separate the old venerable, and they want to escape. Lao Zun did not stop. A Blackwater scepter appeared in his right hand, and then threw it towards the emperor. The Blackwater scepter is as fast as electricity, and even the emperor can't avoid it, and is directly penetrated. Even the sound did not come out, and the emperor devourer fell into the void without any sound. Only the remaining members of the phagocytic tissue immediately supported the emperor Yen to plunge into the cracks of the day, fled into the virtual universe, and disappeared. The battlefield outside the territories died for a short period of time, and the most elite virginity of the nearly 1 million virtual universe looked desperately at everything in front of him. Lao Zun slowly descended from the void, hunting in the wind with a black water robe. The huge fire wings behind Feng Qi's exhibition came behind Lao Zun. At the same time, Long Yen Long Qi, Shuebo, and others also stood behind Lao Zun. Although few people in the divine power universe heard Lao Zun speak, everything he has done for the divine power universe has already been imprinted in everyone's heart. Looking at the extraterrestrial battlefield in front of him, there are still millions of vain soldiers. The elder Zun slowly said, "No one stays." No one had any objections. Feng Qi took the lead to lead the descendants of the Feng family, who had been less than 1,000, and turned into a giant phoenix to carry out the final extermination. The two half-ancestors of Long Yen and Long Qi followed closely behind, and also plundered into the army of Su Shi. Blood Sovereign Supreme also descended into the army of Su Shi, full of grief and revenge. When the last Mark-level virtual Venerable Nirvana was destroyed in the battlefield outside this domain, the two sides of the universe, involving nearly 100,000 years of the Holocaust battle, declared the end. So far, the divine universe that participated in the battle of the catastrophe left only less than 200,000 supreme. The virtual universe has nearly 10 million elite virtual respects, and none survive. The entire battlefield outside the region was completely transformed into a burial ground, and the debris overlapped a few feet high, tragic to the extreme. This battle, from the beginning of chaos to the present, from the highest ancestor-level eternal God, down to all the celestial princes and supremes, all died out, continuing the havoc of countless chaos era. This is the end. No one knows what the significance of this war is. The war has reached such a point that it is already a tragedy, has been completely annihilated in the extraterritorial battlefield of nothingness. The wind whimpered and wept. The surviving supremes, without the rejoicing after the victory, all looked silently at the place where Jian Wushuang disappeared. The old man stood calmly from beginning to end. Everyone looked at him nervously. In the end, Blood Sovereign Supreme stepped forward and asked, "Senior, can Wushuang Palace Master return from the turmoil?" Old Master slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. "I don't know. Don't he come back? I don't believe it." Feng Qi said anxiously, "Everyone's mood has fallen into the bottom. The chaos of time and space opened with the power of the ancestors, and no one knows what terrible consequences. Those with weaker consciousness may be lost in it forever." Everyone looked sad. Only Kiting's eyes flashed with regret, and his face was extremely blue, as if he had lost one of the most precious things. "Let's go." Qi Ting snorted, and directly led the Qilin tribe of less than 1,000 people to leave the foreign battlefield. Qi listens to Qi, and there are two people. After arching their hands and saying goodbye, they followed behind Qi Ting and plunged into the divine universe. Both Bloodwave Supreme and Dragon and Phoenix are Qilin tribes with strange faces looking away. Chapter 46-49. This horrific battle, which lasted for countless chaotic eras, was finally ended at the cost of the virtual god's death and the dire victory of the divine universe. The supreme power of the two universes has been wiped out in this war. Even if it is more than 1,000,000 chaos, it will be difficult for the two universes to return to their pre-war state. The world is clear. There is no more war to fight. The black water was rippling, and the old lord seemed to be aging to another level. He turned and looked at the more than 200,000 lords behind him, slowly speaking. "I will sleep here. Maybe I will wait until his return. Only then will you wake up. So go back to your own." Sword Wushuang, which has become the backbone of the divine power universe, has now completely disappeared in the chaos of time and space, resulting in even the divine power universe as the victorious party finally ending in dismal. As early as before, every supreme knew clearly that if Jian Wushuang did not die, then at the moment, They would counterattack the imaginary universe and carry out a thorough liquidation, instead of ending like this now. But if there is no, everything cannot be changed. Counterattack the imaginary universe. We want revenge. The Supreme roared resoundingly. Immediately afterwards, nearly 200,000 Supreme Masters shouted at the same time, "Counterattack the virtual universe. Leave no one." Blood waved supreme, and others looked at the old master. Lao Zun turned a deaf ear. His figure drifted forward, and then turned into a long river of black water, floating in this broken void outside the battlefield. In the end, the battlefield ended bleakly. Nearly 200,000 Supreme People had 50,000 Supreme People belonging to the Palace of Life, and the remaining nearly 150,000 Supreme People came to Skyrim. The dragon and Phoenix's vitality was badly injured, and the Supreme Divine Realm almost disappeared. Almost 70% of the various sects came to destroy the sect, and there was no one else. Taishu Divine Emperor stood in the place where Jian Wushuang disappeared for 100 years. During this century, there were no other disciples in the Divine Palace of Life except the battlefield outside the territory. Taishu Divine Emperor seems to be thinking about what kind of existence this guy is. He seemed to be born in heaven, appeared quietly, grew up from a very humble existence, and then led the divine universe from decline to complete victory. After the complete victory of the divine universe, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had already completed the task entrusted to him by heaven. This is a ranger, and like a passerby, leaving only a shadow and never meet again. 100 years later, Taishu Divine Emperor left with a laugh. Under the leadership of Blood Wave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme, less than 1,000 disciples have worked together to build the Shrine of Life at the entrance of the Divine Power Universe to the extraterrestrial battlefield and stay there. At the same time, the news of the victory of the Divine Universe spread in a very short time. But there is no universal celebration, because every surviving star fuckingdom, the powerful in the Supreme Divine Realm, is almost dead. Along with the news of the great victory of the Divine Universe, there is another news. The ancestor of the Qilin tribe, cheating broke through the ancestors in times of danger, saved the Divine Power Universe in times of danger, and led all the Supremes to fight against death, and finally annihilated the imaginary to win a terrible victory. At the same time, the old calendar was dismantled and the new era was opened. Qi Ting built Kangwutai in the broken Ludu to replace the reality of the eternal God. Kangwutai became the dojo of the new eternal God cheating. A series of news came out in the divine universe, spreading all over the world. At the same time, the most important news came out. To commemorate the great victory of this Holocaust battle, the new eternal God cheating opened the dojo. Any Supreme Divine Realm can come to listen to the Taoist realm, and even each Star Territory Kingdom can send 10 ultimate dominions. Come listen to Dao Sit. As soon as this news was released, countless Star Territory gods were crazy. This is the new eunuch's wide openness. It is only a matter of time before he can hear from the ancestral seat and be promoted to Supreme Divine Realm. Just wide opening the dojo, let the remnant Xingyu Divine Kingdom spell out the words and gladly go to the pilgrimage. For a time, within 100 years, the top arrogance in the divine universe went to Kangwutai to see the new eternal God cheating. Why not? It's shameless. A loud clap of table sounds resounded from the newly built Shrine of Life. Blood Sovereign Supreme had to send his hair upright. Looking at the urgent message from Kangwu Taichung in front of the table, he broke his mouth and scolded, "The shameless man who sells fame and reputation steps on the bones of millions of monks in my divine universe." The great Axe Supreme is also ugly, even with nearly 50,000 disciples of Life Shrine, filled with righteous indignation. The King of Nine Tribulation rushed out immediately and was stopped by the Supreme Axe. "Elder Nine Tribulation, don't get angry first. I want to seek justice for Sword Wushuang." Suppressing the rage in my heart, the King of 9 tribulations said in a deep voice, and he had reached the breadth of invincible supremacy, making him like a sword with a sharp edge. Blood Sovereign came to the King of 9 tribulation and put his palm on his shoulder, saying, "Now the divine universe is a waste of life. It can no longer stand any toss, so let's bear with it." After taking a deep breath, the 9 tribulation king only entered a deep retreat after entering a closed retreat and never went out again. Since today the palace of life is closed, and all the Kirin tribes will not see it. Blood Wave Supreme said in a deep voice, "Nuo." More than 50,000 disciples of life shrine bowed in unison. Since then, the shrine of life has been closed. An urgent message sent from the Kirin tribe to various denominations flows through the divine universe. In the Qishao star field, an urgent news from the Qilin tribe lay in front of him. But Feng Qi didn't even open his eyes. In the giant palace, nearly 10,000 descendants of the Phoenix family stood on both sides, looking at their ancestors in awkwardness. Old ancestors, the descendants of the race who dominate the upward race, have all come together. The handsome young man named Feng Xiao stepped forward. Feng Qi slowly opened his eyes. Meimu scanned every descendant of the Feng clan in the hall and said quietly, "Since today, the Feng clan has closed the star field and no one should go out without permission." Which kid who does NT open his eyes CA&T stand the temptation to go to Kangwatai? Do NT blame this guy for having a bad future? In the giant palace, all the descendants of the Phoenix tribe responded in unison. In addition, tell the guys of the Dragon Clan that if one of their clan dares to go to Kangwatai to listen, the whole Feng clan will endure with it. Feng Zhu's magnificent appearance. Her eyes turned to the distant void, and her eyes finally flashed a bit of sadness. In the same year, both the dragon and the phoenix closed the star field at the same time, and no one went to Kangwatai to listen. Taishu Temple, Starry Sky Sect, Judy Pavilion reorganized after the war, Jushing Holy Land, Sword Alliance, and the rest of the ancient ancestors who participated in the War of Holocaust. All declared closed in the same year, but they did not send a person to hear. This is unheard of in any era. Chapter 4650. Nearly 300 years since the disappearance of Jian Wushuang. Almost all the clans sent by the clan have reached the territory of the Kirin clan, and now the center of the entire divine universe Kangwatai. It was still thousands of miles away, but all the monks who came here felt a vast supreme power. Everyone's face is filled with excitement, and the kind of supreme avenue they feel is the ancestral atmosphere. Nearly 1 million monks have come to Kangwu Terrace from all directions of the divine universe. The majestic hall is like a building made of spirit jade, and the vast divine power exuded nourishes every monk who came here. A group of 10 people from Taitsong God Pavilion came to Kangwu Station and stopped to stop. They all belong to the ultimate dominion. In the Battle of the Catastrophe, the Taitsong Shen sent all 5 Supreme God Realm Elders of the clan to participate in the battle. For people died in the battlefield, and only one top Supreme remained, returning seriously. "Brother, you said that we should come to hear from the elders of the second elder. Will it be okay when we go back?" One of the chunky monks said nervously, "If anyone dares to come, break their legs." The headless monk frowned. "Idiot, you do and T say, I do and T say. The second elder, can he know? Besides, we just listened to the elders before we came here to listen to the doctrine and break our legs. And also break the legs of the elders." The only female disciple in the team of more than 10 people in this line, looking around for a week, only whispered, "Brother Master, Brother too. Have you found that the monks who come here are the ultimate masters? I haven't watched there are a few Supremes." The master coughed heavily and then whispered, "Wouldn't that be better? Later, when Eternal God opens Kangwatai, we will try to grab the most advanced futon." At this point, they were all excited, and the Eternal God listened to it, which was almost equivalent to giving each of them an entry ticket to break through the Supreme. Only the female disciple scratched her head in doubt. In the middle of the original broken Luodu star field, there are three figures standing at the moment in front of the chaotic spring that was waved and conquered by Lao Zun. Qi Ting, still dressed in white in a Confucian shirt, stood at the front, and behind him stood Qi Ting and Qi Gong. The Qi Ting, as if it were the same as before, had a supreme ancestral atmosphere floating around him. He frowned tightly at the chaotic spring that had been sealed by the black water without a word. I didn't know how long it was before he asked quietly, "How many monks have the outside world come to?" 1 yen. Qi Ting and Qi Gong glanced at each other and then stepped forward. "Brother, there are nearly 3 million monks who have come to Kangwu Terrace. They are all the ultimate dominion. As for the supreme powerful, come less than tens of thousands." "Asshole, a bunch of things." Qi Ting shouted angrily. A hazy breath that did not match his previous temperament rose from the bottom of his eyes. This seat begged them in such a low voice that they were so ignorant and exaggerated. With strong tolerance and resentment, Qi Ting's eyes grew cloudy. Turning around, the shadowy color in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by generosity and kindness. "Two younger brothers, you are already my closest people. I have no one to trust except you." Qi Ting sighed and stopped talking. Qi Ting and Qi Gong heard the words and said, "Big brother, if you have anything, just tell us that our 3 brothers don't know each other." Qi Ting focused on the head and then said, "Since this is the case, then the eldest brother can only let you come forward once. Please invite the supreme and half-ancestors of the Life Temple, Longfeng, and other tribes to Kangwutai. I want to compensate them once. After all, this time I was wrong first. Relax, brother. No matter what, our brothers and sisters will definitely invite them in full to show my true sincerity of the Qilin tribe." Qi Ting firmly said, "It's not too late. We must rush before your brother to enlighten me. Please ask them come." After the words were over, the two left. Looking at the disappearing back, the cloudy look emerged from Qi Ting's eyes again, which was extremely inconsistent with his ancestral status. The whole broken Luodu star field still maintained the previous situation. Looking at the chaotic spring under his feet, Qi Ting turned his eyes to his left arm again. At the next moment, he suddenly raised his right hand and pointed like a knife, cutting off his entire left arm directly from the shoulder blade. "What?" With a groan of pain, Qi Ting's right hand caught a complete arm. The blood of the Supreme spewed out from the broken stubble, but Qi Ting did not care at all, and let the blood of the gods infuse the shirt, just like a horror demon. Looking at the arm that was still trembling in his hand, monstrous hatred appeared in Qi Ting's eyes. "Damn Sword Wushuang. You were originally the most perfect body I was going to cultivate, but it disappeared silently, which made me so much trouble. If you appear in front of me again, I will surely stab you." The blood of the gods gradually dissipated, and at the same time the broken left arm regrowed. Qi Ting was as quiet and free as before Qi Yushuan. And the broken arm, I don't know when it changed its appearance, it turned into a flesh-colored small furnace inscription with dense patterns. "I can't wait any longer. Let you first contribute some nutrients to my mud tires." Qi Ting smiled sullenly, and he suddenly opened his arms like a hug, rising above the void. Kangwutai, which has been built into a majestic giant hall, at this moment slowly opened the vast gate. Plenty of pureness reached its extreme power, and all the monks who rushed to Kangwu Terrace were bathed in this power. Every monk felt the shackles loosely. Roar! The roar that shook through the ages, a unicorn with the power of pure yang came. And on that Kangwutai the huge treasure of Kiting's solemn dignity appeared. All the people of the divine power universe. I attacked the heavenly Tao in order to save the divine power universe in fire and water, and qualified for the position of the eternal God. Today I open the dojo and open the Tao futon to give the supreme opportunity. As Cheating Wei's voice fell, the door of Kangwutai Giant Hall was completely opened. Please sit down. All the monks are crazy. They come in desperation, just to grab the futon nearest to the eternal God. 10 people in tight songsheng are in the back of the crowd. Everyone's face is eager, fearing that they cannot grab a futon. Only the female disciple, who is guarded in the center by the brothers, had some doubts. I doan't know if it's an illusion or a trance. She accidentally saw the eternal God sitting on the giant hall of Kangwatai. There was a little weirdness in the divine and vast breath. Chapter 46:51 shook his head slightly, and the female disciple of Tight Songsheng realized that eternal God was looking at them while looking down on them, and hurriedly lowered his head. Brother Master, Brother Two, let's go back here. Hesitating again and again, the female disciple gritted her teeth and said, When I heard it, I was in a hurry. I said, Jilling, what kind of pigheads are you crazy about now? Do you know how hard this entry ticket is now? You are kidding on your way. The female disciple named Ju Ling gritted her teeth, and at the next moment she suddenly turned around to squeeze the crowd away from Kangwatai. Sister, come back soon. Master and others shouted anxiously, but when she saw that she had decided, she had to repent. In the crowd of monks rubbing their shoulders, Ju Ling looked back at them and then resolutely left. Hope this is just my random guessing. Nearly 5 million monks poured into Kangwatai. Every unknown piece of spirit jade at his feet radiated magnificent divine power, and the monks walked into it, feeling that the body was nourished by a certain mysterious energy. This huge Kangwatai giant hall is like a borderless star field, with countless ancient stars on top of his head, which looks very mysterious. And in this vast Kangwatai Great Hall, where there's a lot of clouds and smoke, Wanduo lotus stands in each other. And in the center of the largest lotus stand on one side sits a cheating with a stream of Confucian shirts. Avenue of heaven and earth appeared like a colorful shadow behind him. All monks only felt a kind of repression from the heaven and earth avenue, and then there were nearly 5 million monks in total. At the same time, they bowed their heads and called piously. Qi Ting smiled all over, waving his sleeves. The supreme divine power turned into thousands of rainbow shadows and plunged into each monk's body. At this moment, all the monks only felt that the illusory realm was wide open, just like a floodgate flooding and sitting on the spot. A magnificent huamong rose from the sky, reflecting the entire interior of the Kangwatai giant hall, like the day. And when these monks were promoted, Cheating, who was sitting on the lotus platform, flashed a shadow, and next a slap-sized flesh-colored small tripod came out of his sleeve. The flesh-colored furnace tripod rose in response to the storm, and it grew to tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. All monks looked at the miracle subconsciously. At this moment, no matter how far or near the star field, most of the stars began to flow towards Kangwu Taichung, and then fell into this flesh-colored small tripod. The bright and weird huamong began to rise from the furnace, and turned into a cloud of smoky clouds towards the ground. All monks felt that everything in front of them was like a heavenly wonderland, and they were lost unconsciously. In a trance, they only felt that there were countless red-crowned white cranes in front of them in the wind, leading them to testify. In this way, nearly 5 million monks floated into the air, and then fell into the abyss-like flesh-colored furnace tripod. In an instant, the world changed dramatically, with the entire Kangwatai as the center, and the situation changed suddenly. Everything around the Luodu star field, nearly 50,000 star fields died together in this strange change, and the world cried. Cheating sits on the lotus platform, still looking at this scene with generous benevolence, a ray of power that is not divine, but far more powerful than divine, floating from his body. Accommodated millions of monks, flesh-colored furnace tripods, mixed with countless stars, kept trembling, and at the same time a line of blood marks began to fill up the gutter pattern on the furnace tripod. No screaming, no wailing. Everything seemed to be immersed in heavenly wonderland until the last moment of demise. when the flesh-colored furnace tripod no longer trembles. All the visions of heaven and earth are silent. Then the flesh-colored hearth slowly changed and eventually turned into a flesh without 5 features and 7 know-how. Qi Ting waved a hand, and the strange body was shrunk into the hands. Next time, your facial features should grow out. Qi Ting grinned, and it is also time to break this invisible bondage. The natural tremor, Juling, who had been far away from Kangwu Station, hurriedly fled after he noticed these strange changes. But the invisible suction was too terrifying, and she could not move the half-spoiled form with her ultimate. On this occasion of 1,000 times a unicorn roar sounded, and at the same time a force of the sun pulled her body and then rescued her from the suction. In the huge spaceship, she listened to Jiuling. I said, "Girl, the dojo is closed. Shouldn't you haven't entered yet?" Jiuling was afraid to speak at all, and looked at the thousands of Qilin tribes in the spaceship in horror. "Aren't you thinking of us as bad guys? We are all relatives of Eternal God, but not bad guys." Qigong laughed. He was inexplicably interested in this woman who was full of horror. However, Jiuling just hurriedly thanked her, and then fled the spaceship. "Second brother, please go back first. I will go and I will return." After leaving the sentence, Qigong quickly followed Jiuling's footsteps. Qi shook his head helplessly, and then took the spacecraft to return to the Kangwu Station that had changed. Where is? I remember I fell into the black abyss, don't I die? Weird whimpers and whispers came from S ears, and they were almost torn into 2 sections by the turbulent wind, slowly waking up. The blood scab formed by the condensed blood of the whole body was torn by the wind and time in the chaotic flow of time and space, unable to heal, and he had become a blood man. Almost cannot see the original appearance of the sword Wushuang, just like a skeleton with flesh, staring blankly at the erratic time and space turbulence. "Am not dead, then how should I go back?" He raised his footsteps and walked in this unknown time and space like a walking corpse. It is not known how many years. The most terrifying turbulence in time and space is the unknown. There are no space-time coordinates here, and some will always be just ridiculous areas and winds that can easily tear the body. But Jian Wushuang never despaired. He just walked firmly in this chaos. I don't know how much time has passed. When he was completely numb, a faint light spot hidden in the turbulence appeared in his eyes. Jian Wushuang almost didn't think about it, reached out and touched it. Suddenly, thousands of silk rhythms burst into the sky, like stirring the water surface, startled the ripples. Then the silk streamer emerged like a dense net, directly absorbing the entire figure of Jian Wushuang. The mind is turning around, and I don't know the geometry of the world for a while. Boom! A beam of light resembled a meteor in the daytime, crossed a white line from the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 4652. Even if it is the soft ground again, it is almost the same as Jian Wushuang's already weak life. The meridian root bones of the whole body broke at the moment of landing. The true soul and spirit were almost thrown out with their brains, entered the ground for nearly 100 meters, and smashed into a crater Sword Wushuang in a radius of 10 miles. At this moment, it was almost impossible to lie on the ground and move his fingers. The bone was almost broken into powder, and he was already paralyzed, even swallowing his throat. But fortunately, his spirit is still there, so he will not step into the realm of reincarnation. As long as the soul is immortal, even if he only has 1 hair and 1 piece of skin, he can regenerate the body again. At the same time, he began to feel that what filled his body was no longer divine power, but another rule, another power. The kind of power that does not completely melt into the body has far exceeded the divine power, almost higher than the unknown geometry. He was completely shocked. What is this place? Is he not returning to the divine universe? Jian Wushuang wants to explore the situation around him at this moment, but the only thing he can do is to blink and close his eyes. With a helpless attitude of coming, Jian Wushuang continued to lie down like this. Spring and autumn changes. Shua Shui replaces Yangchun. It's just a few days, and he has counted 500,000 years. The time of 500,000 years has been extremely long, but Jian Wushuang is like a stone, lying for 500,000 years. Since he couldn't get a little bit of power from the outside world, he could only rely on the magical power bred by Dan Tian to repair his broken body inch by inch. It's been like this for 500,000 years. Jian Wushuang was finally able to manipulate his body to make simple movements. But because of one of his wrong actions, he continued to lie down for nearly 100,000 years. Seeing that it was full to the extreme and strong enough to surpass any kind of regular power he saw, the unbelievable sword Wushuang tried to absorb a ray of that vast, mysterious energy and then lay straight in the pit. After the practice of painful lessons, when the completely recovered sword Wushuang climbed up from the pit, he had never done anything like this. For 600,000 years, Jian Wushuang had to sigh in the sky, which was a double torture of his body and soul. Feeling the extreme power of the body, he decided to prepare to find a way to leave here. After all, the divine universe is his root, and many old friends are waiting for him. He tried to tear the space with vast divine power, but the divine power that could resist with the ancestral chamber when crossing the space turned out to be difficult to leave even white marks. In desperation, Jian Wushuang had to give up, walked out of this realm full of wild trees. Jian Wushuang finally realized the strange place. That is, there is no breath of living creatures here. Even the clear voice of flying birds has never appeared. Is this a dead zone? Jian Wushuang thought while leaning over the dome. Just when he just stood up, a big crisis between life and death made him look down at him subconsciously. I saw in the middle of the thick green forest a huge purple tail that swallowed the giant python, whipped towards him. Simply had no time to dodge, and Jian Wushuang was directly pulled from the sky. Battered hundreds of towering giant trees with his body. He stopped his body only to feel that his body seemed to be scattered. Boom! The earthquake shook, the towering giant trees were lined up side by side, and the whole body was dark, but the tail was a strange purple monster, and slowly walked out of the darkness. Gives birth to 6 thick canines, which looks like a blood pool under its mouth. The giant claw tears the space, and the swift approach towards the sword without cover. The terrible breath of such extreme erupted, so that he had no desire to fight, and flew across the blow directly. Escaped with a single blow. Jian Wushuang didn't even have time to gasp, and a dark purple tail was drawn, smashing him to the ground again. The strange beast at the speed of its inconsistency, and before the sword has no two sides, open the giant mouth of the blood abyss and swallow it. No longer wanted to save his strength. Jian Wushuang directly used the ancestor technique. The radiance of the heaven gate of the right realm emerged, and one side of the heavenly giant finger emerged from Jian Wushuang, and then stabbed into the mouth of the giant beast. Is in the most outstanding combat power of the divine universe. Under this blow, the corner of the beast's mouth was directly torn, and the 6 hill-like canines directly broke 3. The giant beast retreated, and then went crazy completely, desperately opening his mouth to shovel towards Jian Wushuang. Looking at the guy who can't even die from ancestor surgery, Jian Wushuang dared to die and fled wildly. Just like this, one person and one animal chased in this giant forest. Jian Wushuang had already made his worst plan, and the giant beast behind him suddenly howled, and then fell to the ground like a mountain collapse. Jian Wushuang looked back and forth with physical and mental turmoil. Only then did he see that the beast was caught by something, and his body twitched. A wailing resounded from the mouth of the giant beast, and his eyes were full of pleading. Is this guy trying to lure me to hook? Jian Wushuang doubted when he was about to turn and leave this place of right and wrong. The beast even uttered words and said intermittently, "Save! Save!" Slightly contemplative, Jian Wushuang walked forward cautiously, and when he got closer, he could clearly see that a huge chain was bound under the giant's neck. The chain was deeply embedded between its necks, and under this rush, he almost strangled his entire head. Just in this moment, the beast was so angry that he could not live. Took a deep breath, Jian Wushuang paused in front of this hill-like figure, looked at the chain between the deep bones and flesh. After a little hesitation, he pulled out the Tai Luo Excalibur, and the sword broke the chain. The chain shattered, and the giant beast murmured before lying down quietly. Did not intend to stay Jian Wushuang. When he was about to leave, the glare of the corner of his eyes glanced at the ground. I saw in the thick chain a huge iron plate with red tape engraved in his eyes. Waving his hand to lift up the iron card, Jian Wushuang only saw the red text above, which was engraved by human hands and contained the power of regular restraint. The giant behemoth of the spring raised his head and whispered at Jian Wushuang, watching the iron card full of fear and panic. Jian Wushuang didn't care about the beast's behavior but pondered. The text on the iron plate should be carved by human hands. That is to say, it must not be a dead domain. Then what kind of dome will be here? What will the avenue rules look like? No one can answer. The only living thing that Jian Wushuang has seen in the more than 600,000 years since he came here is the big guy right now. Chapter 4653. In the gigantic giant forest, a whole body is dark, but the tail is a mysterious monster with a bright purple color, and it traverses it quickly. On the broad back of this giant beast, a young man dressed as a ranger was lying on his back and was sleeping. The extremely soft hair of the giant beast is like mink velvet, which caused Jian Wushuang to sleep on its back ever since he collapsed this big guy. Because of the unique characteristics of the giant beast, Jian Wushuang gave it a nice name, Azzy. For more than 10 years, one person and one animal never stopped and ran towards the man-made territory. Original Sword Muzu also wanted to know some news about this side of the sky from Az's mouth. But besides some simple thinking, it is difficult to give back any useful news. Manged Songlin was quickly thrown behind him, and as he moved forward, the breath of various creatures gradually increased. On Az's gentle and broad back, the drowsy sword Wushuang, I don't know when, and suddenly felt a great crisis inexplicably. He abruptly sat up and then saw a huge bird that almost covered the sky above the sky dome, and a pair of eyes with green mansions locked the sword Wushuang almost instantaneously. The breath that directly confronted death almost caused Jian Wushuang to slam a violent spirit, and he slapped Aziz's head with a palm. "Run, Aziz, quickly! Give me a fatal run!" Aziz's hind paws dig out the ground, and suddenly flew out, just like an arrow from a string, and flew away thousands of miles in a flash. However, the speed of the huge blue bird that covered the sky was even more terrifying. Almost as soon as Azzy accelerated, it had already followed. The Tai Luo Excalibur is about to be pulled out by Jian Wushuang, but the sky blue bird directly turned into a slim figure and fell behind Jian Wushuang. A slender hand pressed Jian Wushuang's palm and pressed the Tai Luo Excalibur back into the scabbard. "Don't look back, run away." Qi Ruo's voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's ears, and then there was no more voice. Jian Wushuang froze. Looking back subconsciously, a handsome woman with green hair in a green shirt and a skirt hugged him tightly from the back and was dead. Jian Wushuang's gaze looked down. On the chest of the T-shirt, a palm-sized wound was gurgling out of the blood. Barely recovered from the shock, Jian Wushuang hesitated whether to throw this woman of unknown origin and apparently being chased down. Thinking again and again, Jian Wushuang sighed, but still did not give up. He held the T-shirt girl in front of him with his backhand, with his palms against it, conveying the divine power with physical pain. Unsurprisingly, the T-shirt woman contains the meridian of that energy and also repels the divine power. But her physical body does not repel the divine power, repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's tight eyes looked into the distance, and a breath that was no longer calm was about to sweep. After smelling the restless breath, Aziz appeared particularly irritable, and the speed of escape also accelerated. However, at the next moment, a low, murky voice resounded throughout Shino. "Miscellaneous people walking in front of you. Don't stop, this seat will blow you all into pieces." Jian Wushuang secretly said badly, and sent the girl in the arms straight forward. As Zixin grasped it and curled her head into her mouth when she crooked her head. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang only held a Z and stopped at the same place. Nearly 6 bodies with magnificent energy came from all directions. They were uniformly dressed in large black robes with gold patterns on their cuffs. Just a glance, Jian Wushuang's pupils are suddenly tight. These 6 guys who don't seem to have high status, each of them has the strength of a half-ancestor. The 6 figures surrounded by Jian Wushuang, Tuan did not rush to kill, but looked at him with a sense of scrutiny. "Which way are you? Why are you walking alone in this barren land?" One of the older people stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Sword Muzu had already made the abdomen draft, pretending to flinch. "The boy is a man in the mountains, has no school, and no school. He was born in the barbarism and grew up in the barbarity from an early age." The elder looked at Jian Wushuang again and said, "Since you haven't left this place, then this seat asks you, have you ever seen a blue wan?" Jian Wushuang immediately understood that the green wan in his mouth should be the girl in the blue shirt who had just passed out. The boy hasn't seen it before, and if there is news, he will tell several adults. Jian Wushuang was sincerely afraid. Seniors obviously did not want to stay here, but just as he was about to leave, a strong man behind him whispered, "Second brother, we can't make a difference. Without that blue wan, it's better." Speaking of this, several people looked at Jian Wushuang and a Z under him. "It's okay. If this kid is unlucky, grab them first." The elders ordered that a total of 3 horse-powered trains go straight to the ground. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he waved directly with one hand, and several vast swords were practiced against the 3 races. Sword power that can be resisted by the ancestral chamber, how can the half-ancestor level compete? The vast swords were easily crushed, and then the 3 of the nearest were directly strangulated. Everything is only instantaneous. When the elder responds, a figure with a cold death breath has already reached behind him. "No, you killed the seat. It's the hole." Before he finished, Jian Wushuang directly waved and cut off his neck. The remaining 2 guys whose legs shook like sifting chaff were also solved by Jian Wushuang. From beginning to end, less than 10 breaths, 6.5 ancestors all died. Just dropped to the ground, Jian Wushuang saw that the woman in the blue shirt hidden by a Z in her mouth, when she was sitting on Aziz's head, was looking at him with interest. Looking at her appearance, there is no way to be injured. Seeing Jian Wushuang, the blue shirt woman jumped off Aziz's head, raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I don't see it. Your guy's strength is really good." Glanced at her side. Jian Wushuang apparently did not have any good feelings for her when even flashed away. The girl in the blue shirt looked pale, then hurriedly said, "Hey, I haven't thanked you yet." "Go away, demon." Jian Wushuang said coldly. The girl in the blue shirt suddenly became anxious. "Your kid, dare to call this seat a demon girl? This seat wants you to eat and walk." After the words were finished, several forces of Chui Qing swept out of her sleeves and ran straight to Jian Wushuang. Noisy! He threw his hands directly and blasted out a magic power, smashing the green power instantly. The whole mangling giant forest shook endlessly. Chapter 4654. After the power of Chui Qing was offset, the T-shirt woman was shocked. "Who are you?" Taking a deep breath, the wing of the blue shirt woman turned into a blue wing and flew to the side of Jian Wushuang. Passing away, Jian Wushuang said concisely, apparently did not want to entangle her. And the T-shirt girl obviously didn't have this kind of consciousness, and directly sat down on Aziz's back. facing Jian Wushuang. The curiosity in her eyes was even more. Passing by? I have never seen anyone use the energy you used just now. It is really mysterious. If she didn't care about the blue shirt woman, Jian Wushuang looked at her neck, where an iron chain iron plate, exactly the same as a Zis neck, was tied. Perceived Jian Wushuang's gaze. The t-shirt woman hugged herself quickly. You are despicable. He was covered with black lines, so he had to be patient and said, I see that iron card. The girl in the blue shirt smirked, and then grabbed the iron plate between her necks. You say this is the nameplate used to bind and record the number. All thanks to that bastard. Didn't speak any more. Jian Wushuang pulled out the Tai Luo Excalibur, directly picked up the iron card, and easily cut the iron chain. The blue shirt woman's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe the iron plate that had been broken into 2 sections. How? How can this iron plate, even if I can't break it? What you can't do doesn't mean that others can't do it. Well, now you can go, and I'm going to leave. Jian Wushuang said quietly, My name is Qing Wan. Qing woman nodded her head. Thank you for saving me. You will be reported again in the future. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Don't say that far, I ask you. Do you know if there is any way to leave this universe? It turns out that there are really other universes besides us. The woman named Qing Wan surprised. Sword Warrior is full of black lines. Do you have any way to leave? I have stayed here long enough. Qing Wan stopped talking, as if he was making a decision, and finally nodded. It can be, but with my ability I can only tear a gap at most. Who had no hope for the sword, had nodded suddenly. Enough, enough! Qing Wan nodded. Now, take me to your original place. Has been unable to suppress the excitement of the sword Wushuang. Immediately took the blue wand, directing a Z to gallop toward the original place. For nearly 600,000 years, it has been so long in this wild land alone, which is simply unimaginable. Sword Muzu desperately wants to return to the divine universe. For 600,000 years, I am afraid it will wipe out most people's memories. All he can do is catch a little chance to return to the divine universe. After more than 10 years, the two came to the original place. Looking at the crater that has become a giant lake, Jian Wushuang sighed with emotion. Who can think of him coming to another unknown universe and lying directly for 600,000 years? Did you first enter from here? Qing Wan asked, while the peculiar green ray of peculiar energy surged from her whole body. Sword Wushuang nodded his head and pointed to a position with great precision. To be honest, I'm afraid you will be the first and the last guy to break into Dianhuan by himself. I can't imagine it. Qing Wan shrugged. In short, good luck. Dianhuan? Sounds weird. Jian Wushuang secretly thought to himself. At the next moment, the blue wand made a long cry, and the whole figure turned into a blue sky bird, ascending to the sky. She suddenly pecked towards the void with the emerald blue bird's beak, and suddenly the void stirred ripples. Then a crack with the size of a sharp tip appeared, and the blue wand struggled to tear it, and then the crack cracked to an inch long. It is now. Qing Wan Changming. Jian Wushuang patted a Zis head, and then swept across the crack. The violent atmosphere of time and space, turbulent again, emerged. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath toward Qing Wan Gongdao. Thank you for your help. So we don't know each other. Reverted to a humanoid blue wand, smiled lightly. Well, we don't know each other. If possible, send Azi to a more brutal place. Don't let it be caught again. Jian Wu added another sentence, and then strode into the chaos of time and space. Wait. Qing Wan suddenly stopped him again. Can we meet again in the future? I'm afraid there is no chance to meet again. Finally looking back at Qing Wan, Jian Wushuang waved his hand, completely disappearing into the chaos of time and space. Looking at the time and space crack that had been closed, Qing Wan Dan was lost in place, and it took a long time to pace away. This ancient and desolate barren land is completely calm again. If it is not for 600,000 years, a young ranger has strayed into this place. I am afraid it will always be silent, stepped into the chaos of time and space, and the turbulent gang wind that could even split the soul of the soul hid again. Something surprised Jian Wushuang is that although these turbulent gang winds are as horrible as ever, they're not as painful as before. This change made him excited. At least don't worry about the possibility of falling into the chaos of time and space anytime. Watching the faint light behind him disappear, Jian Wushuang flew directly across the turbulence, carefully looking for the breath of the divine universe. In the process of his nonstop searching, a faint and kind atmosphere came from which direction, like coordinates, guiding Jian Wushuang forward. Is also that breath. Jian Wushuang has been revising the route all the time, struggling forward in the chaos of time and space. I do indeed know how many years I have traveled in the turbulence, and the intimate atmosphere is getting stronger and stronger. When Jian Wushuang suddenly crossed a turbulent flow, a figure sitting in time and space appeared in his eyes. Zhou God! Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. Looking at the sitting figure, the brain could no longer think. The eternal God, who sealed the false God in the chaos of time and space with himself, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. It seems that through hundreds of millions of years, eternal God smiles. Wu Shuang Yu, we meet again. Jian Wushuang's eyes were slightly red, and he rushed directly to eternal God. In his eyes, the kind-hearted elder has already suffered too much suffering. Little friends, get up soon. The old man can't bear your worship. Eternal God bent over and raised Jian Wushuang, smiling. You are already the master of the rules of the world, and the old man can't stand your worship. Being a teacher for one day, being a teacher for life, disciples saluting to the teacher, that is also the rule. Jian Wushuang said, kneeling on one knee and saluting the God of Eternal solemnly. Chapter 46:55. Zhou Shen's eyes were full of relief and distress, and he lifted the sword Wushuang. You are mature. Eternal God sighed with emotion. I have grown from a young friend who listened to Yunshao Palace to a real eternal God. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. I have been away for 500,000 years, and I don't know what will happen between the divine power universe. Zhou Shen heard the words and smiled. Don't worry, the rules of the avenue are different. The 500,000 years you have experienced may not be so long in another universe. Everything is too late. He nodded thoughtfully. Everything is too late. Go back. I'm here to show you the way. The divine power universe can no longer be without you. Eternal God smiled, stretched out his thin palm, and pointed in a direction. Jian Wushuang hurriedly said, Teacher, now that I see you in the chaos of time and space, how can you not go back with me? And the universe of divine power cannot be without you. Zhou Shen slowly shook his head. I can't go back anymore. My source has dried up. If not waiting for you here, I would have died. Seems to confirm his words. The figure of eternal God dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began to shatter from the soles of his feet, like countless stars scattered. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He hurriedly released his divine power, trying to stabilize the figure of the eternal God. But it didn't help. The last thing I can do is send you back to the divine power universe. Eternal God smiled and nodded, and at the same time gently pushed Jian Wushuang away. Jian Wushuang's eyes were red, and looking at the eternal God whose figure had been quietly scattered in the chaos of time and space, he knew that everything was gone. Countless tiny rays of light converge into a galaxy-like current, which extends to the infinite distance. Adjusted the lost mind, Jian Wushuang rushed to the distance. The galactic galaxy transformed into a finally stayed in a vortex before dissipating completely. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, striding directly into the vortex. Innumerable Huameng stood up and turned into thousands of horses to improve themselves. He only felt a burst of inexplicable restraint on his body, and then he realized that it was the rule of heaven and heaven that belonged to the entire divine universe, even if he became an ancestor. The eyes were dim and clear at the moment. In the blue starry sky, a figure dressed in a black ranger stood here. The surging and surging divine power directly supplemented his nearly dry meridian, and the derived divine power of nearly 100 stars was supplied to him. Sword Muzu slowly opened his eyes. There were rules of the Tao flowing around him, and the thunderous serpent floated above his head. A full 600,000 years, almost the same as his time in the divine power universe. The sword under the eyes of Wu Mushuang was uneasy. He was worried that everything was wrong. Stayed in place for a long time before Jian Wushuang decided to face it. Traveled in this cold star field with almost no trace, and soon Jian Wushuang felt something was wrong. Nearly 10,000 star kingdoms, the kingdom of God, actually does not have the breadth of half-divided creatures. You have to know that even in the far north of the universe, the star territory has footsteps. But this starry field, full of power and without any turbulence, how could there be no human sect? Did he change the world over the years? In doubt, Jian Wushuang ran deep under the stars. He had to rush to the battlefield outside the territory to see those old friends and unfinished things. Finally, after crossing the hundreds of millions of stars, Jian Wushuang felt the realm of starry kingdom. He is near and to a relatively prosperous, vast star field, which is full of divine power and good luck, and is very suitable for practicing meditation. Xian walked through the giant mountain. Jian Wushuang directly came to the largest sect in this kingdom of star kingdoms. The real sword palm has some origins. In the battle of the catastrophe, the true ancestor of the sword sent all 7 supremes of the whole sect, and the elders in charge of the commanding elders were half-step invincible supreme. Jian Wushuang went directly to the palm of the true sect of the sword, but what made him a little strange was that in the first great sect of this kingdom, nearly 100,000 disciples did not see an ultimate dominance. Who is here? What's the matter? A red-haired, toothed boy with a red tooth walked out of the mountain gate, looking at Jian Wushuang curiously. I am a disciple of the Shrine of Life, and you are the old friends, and I am here to ask some questions. Jian Wushuang arched karate. There was a glimmer of sadness in the eyes of the boy holding the sword. Then he looked up and said, "Please come back to that, senior. My head of the family has died in the battlefield outside the battlefield 200 years ago." The 6 elders also died together. Jian Wushuang, stunned, sighed inwardly and finally said, "I see that your sect has almost no disciples of ultimate domination. Why?" The boy holding the sword again said, "The new eternal God has arrived, and the universe has been summoned. Any monk who ultimately dominates the realm can go to the Kengwu Tai Futon to hear it. There are only more than 100 brothers in the realm who have dominated the realm," said. Hearing this, he was startled again, and soon understood that during his disappearance, Qi Ting became the master and became the new eternal God. In this regard, Jian Wushuang does not have any objections. After all, the divine power universe cannot be without a day. Cheating is also a generous, kind generation and has a male style, which is far more suitable for him to be eternal God. At the same time, the wide opening of the Kengwu Tai Futon listener was indeed a great act after the catastrophe. In addition, I would like to ask Xiaoyu one thing. How many years have passed since the last battle of the catastrophe? He asked, feeling a little uneasy. 213 years, less than 200 years. After holding the sword boy for a moment, he said. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. In this way, then you won't be disturbed by the door. The sword boy shook his head and smiled, stepped back and took 2 steps. He stopped and then turned to face the entire palm sect, swaying a layer of vast divine halo. The boy holding the sword only feels warm all over the body, and the layers of realm in the back of the body are broken open, just like the mushrooms springing up, and the magical power is climbing crazy. A red halo column rose up, fainting the space of dozens of the whole body. Everything was shrouded in dim divine power. The red-skinned, white-sword boy with a sword turned his body off and went straight into the supreme divine realm. Pun, he fell down on the ground, and then stood up and looked at the distance. In the misty clouds, there are still traces of those who have come. On the starry sky, Jian Wushuang looked back at Jinzong and then smiled helplessly, already an ancestor. Under the vast vault, he slept for 600,000 years and returned to the divine universe to achieve the ancestor level. This is really lying down to become an ancestor. Only 200 years have passed, and everything is still too late. Chapter 46:56. The clouds are so smoky, the divine power is vast. Kangwu Taichung, located above Luodu. Only one vast flesh-colored furnace tripod remains. Behind the furnace, there are hundreds of thousands of lotus peaks. The most central part of the lotus peak, the cheating is as gentle and soft as 200 years ago, is nothing but the surging divine power, but another unknown power and breath. The whole person looks even more unfathomable. In this huge Kangwutai giant hall, the furnace is full of agility and vigorous vitality. Gathered for the second time, almost condense the fire in the entire divine universe, a total of more than 5 million monks, all invested in that strange flesh-colored furnace tripod. The clouds of smoke rising from the sky are all the faces of every monk. So far in 200 years, a total of nearly 10 million monks, the body disappeared in the flesh-colored furnace tripod. Looking at the misty cloud rising from the furnace, Qi Ting's mouth appeared a smile. The furnace was slowly changing, but in an instant it became a glorious white body. On the head of the body, a strange face that did not distinguish between men and women slowly grew out. Qi Ting beckoned. Flesh came to him in front of him. Slowly stood up, Qi Ting walked around the flesh and admired. Then his fingers cut the flesh's abdomen. In Hong, full of blood of vast divine power, appeared together. The eccentric body transcended the half-ancestor level, and the breath that was only one step away from the ancestor level was undoubtedly revealed. It's only the last step. The last step. Your heart is there. Waving his hands together to close the empty abdomen, Qi Ting put a long tuxedo on the weird body. At first glance, it is similar to cheating. At the same time, the main entrance of the Kangwutai giant hall slowly opened, and a little haggard Qi walked towards the hall, looked up at Qi Ting and the eccentric flesh, and Qi Ting lowered his head deeply. How come? Haven't they come alone? Qi Ting said in a deep voice, unable to hide his anger in his eyes. Qi shook his head. I haven't received any sectarian receipts so far, I'm afraid. Qi Ting did not speak any more, but closed his eyes and meditated in situ. After a moment, he said, quietly, I released the news and said that I already knew the news about Jianwushuang, and at the same time told them that Luidus Chaos Spring I fluctuated abnormally. Qi listened and then stopped talking. What happened? Taking a deep breath, Qi listened and said, in recent years there have been some bad comments from the Temple of Taishu, saying that your elder brother Yu used the futon to listen to the Tao and lure countless monks to death to practice your evil. Qi Ting was expressionless and then said, 200 years ago, it is also time for me to go out and move around. Your second brother continued to do as I said. I personally went to the Temple of Taishu and retrieved one thing. Qi listened and nodded, then quickly ran out of the giant hall. After a moment, Qi Ting and the strange flesh behind him also disappeared. What? There's news of sword warriors. In the Qishao star field, Feng Qi suddenly jumped from the flame throne, and Fengmu stared at the Qilin tribe. You are telling the truth? The Qilin tribe came to make his face pale without any hesitation. Eternal God said, and at the same time, Luidus' chaotic spring eyes also had a volatile atmosphere. Asked me carefully again, and Fengqi even had to rush to Kangwutai. Old ancestor, Feng Shao stopped talking. Aren't you worried that this news is fake? Feng Qi was startled, and then said quietly, if he dares to deceive the seat, even if the seat is dead, we must scrape him alive. Watching Feng Qi walk out of the Qi Shao Hall first, Feng Shao gritted his teeth and directly led more than 1,000 supreme followers to the Kangwu Terrace. At the same time, the Dragon Clan, who had kept the Tianmen closed, was also led by Long Yen and Long Qi to Kangwutai. In the dim hall, the sunlight enters all year round without shining. In a place where he could barely see the beam, he sat quietly in a black Jinhua costume. Behind this figure stood nearly 100 figures again. I told you to leave. Why didn't you still leave? Slowly opened his eyes. The Emperor Taishu calmly said. An old man on crutches slowly took a step and arched his hand. Go back to His Royal Highness. All the disciples of Taishu Temple should walk, the is dead, and the remaining old guys will accompany His Royal Highness, finally go for a ride. In that case, then let's take the last journey together. Taishu Divine Emperor slowly stood up and looked at the figures. But before that, you will help me do the last thing again, and warn the two families and the Temple of Life, never go to Kangwutai. Promise. The old man with a stick bowed his hand and promised, and then scattered nearly 100 figures in the temple with the sky. Looking at the already empty hall, Taishu Divine Emperor also stepped away and stood outside the Taishu Temple. 7 days in a row, until the sky was low and the giant face of the vicissitudes of the avenue came. The Emperor Taishu slowly opened his eyes, the clouds collapsed, and the stars and moon shattered. As if the heavenly path came, his figure emerged from under the giant face. Supreme divine power is intertwined with the rules of the avenue. At the moment he appeared, Taishu Divine Emperor realized that he could not move at all. Qi Ting is here. The undisguised ancestral atmosphere can almost wipe out one aspect. And behind him is a quirky figure. Looking at this already existent existence, Taishu God Emperor's face is still very calm. If you do that, you are not afraid that Jianwuxuan will return in the future. Are you looking for the bill? Qi Ting walked slowly towards him. The shadowy color grew from the bottom of his eyes. Sword Muzu? What is he? I am the savior of the entire divine universe. Not only do you not thank me, but hide from me? Taishu Divine Emperor sneered. Savior? Don't you think these 3 words come out of your mouth? Is it shameless? Qi Ting was not irritated, but just said coldly, say what you want to say. I will take you on my way later. Do you know what the last thing I regret? Is that you can't let Jian Wuxuan kill you on the battlefield outside the territory in the last battle. Emperor Taishu calmly said, all of them didn't realize it. Only I see clearly that although you are a person of the divine universe, the energy doped in the divine power you use is exactly the same as the emperor of the virtual universe. Qi Ting heard the words and smiled lowly. It's clever, but everything is too late. After the words were finished, Qi Ting extended his palm and held it in one hand, and the power of Dedeo rules directly crushed the heart of Taishu Divine Emperor. Chapter 46:57. The chest is sunken, and even the origin with the invincible supreme is broken in an instant. Broken source means irreversible demise. The mouth of Taishu God Emperor's mouth gushed with the blood of divine blood, and his face appeared a touch of blood red. You will regret everything you have done, and then you will have no chance of atonement. He said slowly, for this guy who is invincible and supreme, but has no fear of him from beginning to end, Qi Ting is disgusted and at the same time feels a little palpitations. Just as he was about to refine it directly, a sharp and unmatched spear, like a lightning bolt, stabbed directly into the grotesque flesh. Countless sharp blame, called resounding, majestic blood spewed out. Taishu Divine Emperor's always tense face finally laughed out loud. and the long spear that accompanied him in the chaos of the ancient chaos finally failed to let his master suffer. Cheating could no longer keep calm, and directly shattered Taishu Divine Emperor into powder, and then deplored the incomparable use of supernatural powers to block the crack in the chest of the flesh. "Damn it all, let me die!" Qi Ting was furious and waved his hand directly to suppress it. An entire plane of the star field suddenly vanished into powder. A generation of invincible supremacy, Taishu Divine Emperor fell. Participated in several wars of catastrophe. He did not die on the battlefield outside the territory, and eventually died in the hands of the new eternal God. The star field collapsed, continuing the planes of the countless chaos era, and finally completely dissipated. Kiting's figure disappeared, and he couldn't wait to rush to Kangwutai, where he must have gathered hundreds of thousands of supremes and the existence of several half-ancestors. After hearing the news that Jian Wushuang might return from the Eye of Chaos Spring, nearly 100,000 priests have come here from the star universe of the Divine Power Universe for several years. Led by the 2 dragons and phoenixes, the supreme strongmen who participated in the last Holocaust battle without any absence, all gathered in front of Kangwutai. The face of each of them is no longer the silence that first entered the foreign battlefield, but excitement and expectation. But in just 200 or 300 years, many traumas suffered by the Supreme have not even recovered, but they all came. Nothing else, just to hear some news about that person. 2 half-ancestors of Fengqi and Dragon Clan stood at the forefront of the army, standing far in front of Kangwutai. No one was near. Yu said, "Did he have any news of Jian Wushuang?" Feng Qi asked frowningly at Long Yan. Long Qi Long Yan thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm not sure, but in terms of the rumor he has spread for hundreds of years, the credibility is not high." "Why do you still come?" Feng Qi wondered. "There is always a gamble, and I have a hunch that the unparalleled adult is about to return." Long Yan said. Feng Qi pouted. "So what do you think about the Shrine of Life? Nobody came." Long Yan said, "They have their concerns. Maybe they will arrive soon." As they spoke, the gate of the Kangwutai Giant Hall opened. The huge treasure that stretched for thousands of miles in Cheating gradually floated in the void, and the ancestor-level dignity was revealed. Even the Supreme has a strong feeling of worship. "You are here," Huge Treasure Phase said, generous and kind. At this moment, even Feng Qi, who was extremely repulsive to Qi Ting, could not pick out any faults of him. "I have got some information about the master of the Wushuang Palace of Life Shrine, and I would like to move to Kengwu Taichung to find out," Qi Ting said, reaching out. Feng Qi and Long Yan and Long Qi looked at each other, and then said loudly, "Eternal God is on. It is not necessary to harass Kengwu Taichung. We are all in a hurry, and please ask Eternal God to explain the news about Jian Wushuang. Let us have a mental preparation." With this remark, more than 100,000 Supreme Masters echoed in unison. Obviously, there was no one person's intention to enter Kangwutai. Qi Ting's huge treasure still looks peaceful. I'm not too clear about when Wushuang Palace Master will return, but in recent days, I have felt under the eyes of that chaotic spring the breath of the Lord overflows. All I assert that in the future, the return of Wushuang Palace Master must come from the eyes of Chaos Spring. But even me, it is difficult to break the imprisonment above the eyes of Chaos Spring. So I want to combine the powers of you today and break the imprisonment together, waiting for the return of Wushuang Gongzhu. Hundreds of thousands of Supreme Masters were shaken at this moment. Only Feng Qi, who had participated in that battle, frowned. As the pole of the divine universe, if Jian Wushuang returns, there is indeed a great possibility that it appears from the eyes of Chaos Spring. However, that layer of imprisonment was the seal of the old deity, and even Cheating couldn't figure it out. Can it be opened by the strength of more than 100,000 Supremes? She always felt that Qi Ting's purpose was by no means so simple, but she could not refute it for a while. "Try it," Otherwise it would be meaningless for us to gather here. Long Yen whispered. Feng Qi didn't say much. After looking around, he walked into the giant hall of Kangwutai immediately, watching the influx of hundreds of thousands of high-level supreme supremacy. Qi Ting's huge treasure is still in peace, but his godless eyes are full of greed. The more you come, the better, so my mud tires can fade into. Feel the warm and divine power of the jade brick under his feet. Be careful, I was sent by the Emperor Taishu Temple before, and said that the monks who came to the Kangwutai auditorium returned without a trace and disappeared. Long Yen was on her side, using only a secret message heard by a talent. Feng Qi responded, I heard it a long time ago. Instead of asking him to come to the door, I'll take a look at what medicine he sells in the gourd. In short, be careful. The whereabouts of Wushuang Palace Master is unknown. No one from Life Shrine comes. We have to be careful. Long Yen said in a deep voice. Qi Ting, who had been condensed, walked in the forefront, guiding everyone forward. The more the march, the more quaint and bright walls around it will be broken, until the giant hall begins to disappear suddenly, was replaced by a shattered star field. At the very center of the broken star field, a dark blue Huamong chaotic spring emerged from one side, and the ripples undulated like a lake. Here is the ruins of Luodu Xingyu that the Qilin tribe previously controlled. Qi Ting walked forward, and then stood above the eyes of Chaos Spring, and Wanji Jing divine power flashed around him. Please, all of you, help me help open the imprisonment together. After the words are finished, the supreme yang magical power transformed the Kirin Baoxiang into the chaotic spring. Hundreds of thousands of supreme, also at this moment, release the vast divine power, is powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. Exploding above the eye of this chaotic spring, the unspeakable martyrdom tore the layer of imprisonment barrier in a flash. Countless weird energies spewed out like Tianhe flowing backwards. The entire sky of hundreds of millions of stars at this moment is shrouded in a strange atmosphere that has never been seen before. Chapter 4658. The cheating, which is a body of thousands of invisible avenues, stands high above the ground, condensing on top of the eye of the chaotic spring, and it is actually a bit of a strange breath. The turbulent energy in the form of a sky river swept the entire broken star field. In the meantime, all the Supremes felt a trembling. Seeing that the seal of Chaos Spring Eye was opened, Feng Qi, who had planned to stop, was shocked that he could not manipulate the divine power in his body. Long Yen and Long Qi also changed their complexion. They also felt the endless black abyss in the eyes of Chaos Spring and wanted to drag them all in. Feng Qi suddenly looked at the broken sky dome, only to see behind that cheating. I don't know, when there was an extra weird figure, the facial features were very pale, as if they hadn't grown. All the supreme minds are sinking fiercely, and the magical powers in their respective bodies are poured out uncontrollably, sucking nearly 150,000 high-level supreme divine power. The strange body behind cheating is growing facial features, hair, meridians, and viscera at a rate visible to the naked eye. The seemingly generous and kind cheating also showed its ugly face at this moment, and the een and madness sulked them. It's a great honor for you to be able to integrate with my mud tire. Why do you need to resist again? Qi Ting said intoxicatedly. Feng Qi directly furiously said, You the dog's miscellaneous dogs, you alone kill the monk. Even more than the entire virtual universe to kill. You should be stern. Qi Ting smiled strangely and slowly leaned down. I said, That is your honor and your destiny. Only by making some contributions to me will I send out compassion to show you a more profound Austrian realm. At that time you will find out how sad it is that you have made your own way. Every supreme body is declining rapidly, and their respective realms are beginning to decline. Even Feng Qi of the half-ancestor level also felt that the state was going backwards. She tried to get rid of that terrifying power, but found that it didn't help, and she couldn't even mobilize the divine power. Long Yen and Long Qi are also the same, looking at the sky, doomed desperately. As he sucked his divine power, the wacky flesh behind Cheating continued to fill. The facial features gradually straightened. The black hair had already crossed his shoulders, and countless fine meridians began to meander from under the skin. At the same time, the ancestor-level avenue began to fall. That too vast divine power, like a giant sea of abyss, makes people's palpitating energy emerge from the pores of the flesh. All Supremes are witnessed by their own eyes, the birth of a strong ancestor. Everything is incredible. How can two cosmic Lux, who support at most one ancestor class, be born? At the next moment, the entire Kangwutai Great Hall, together with the star field, could not bear the advent of the two ancestors, and it was directly broken. The weird flesh fully possessed the wisdom at the moment of becoming the ancestor. The predatory cosmic luck and infinite power were sucked into the mouth by his wail, and his face, which was exactly the same as Qi Ting, shone with greed. Looking at the fully formed clay tire, Qi Ting nodded in satisfaction and excitedly said, "Now, use your body as your last contribution." By the end of his speech, countless strands of the power to the sun emerged from his palm, showing the power of covering the sky, and the heavy cover came. Fengqi, already weakened to fall to the supreme divine realm, has no backhand and can only watch himself die. However, at the next moment, a more vast and mysterious divine power came steeply from the sweep, like a cold wind, directly shattered the dense, net-like power of the sun. Qi Ting suddenly turned his head and looked viciously at the place where the offensive was launched. Under this look, the pupils were condensed. I saw that in the completely broken void, a total of more than 50,000 supreme sovereigns broke through the mist and shook the sky. At the forefront of this majestic army, representatives of the Blood Shrine Supreme, the King of Nine Tribulation, and the Great Axe Supreme were dispatched. At the same time, in front of them, two figures completely enveloped by large black robes gave Cheating invisible pressure. Lao Cheating, you should know that even if you are an ancestor, there is only one life. The sound of the magnificent instrument carrying the 9-day punishment resounded, and the mysterious figure in the front slowly pulled down the hood on his head, revealing a firm and pure face and the luxuriant gold patterns floating in the hair. Yet he was like a majestic deity who could not look straight. "Sword Muzu, how could it be you?" Qi Ting shouted silently. At this moment, all the hundreds of thousands of Supremes who were trapped and fell into huge despair were all ecstatic. Even though it has disappeared for nearly 300 years, the appearance of Jian Wushuang is still like taking a pill for everyone. If it weren't for me, are you going to slaughter the divine power universe next? Jian Wushuang took the previous step, and the almost crushing divine power swept up like Tinha. Ancestral breath. Fenkus' eyes widened, and he looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. Has only disappeared for 300 years. How could he become an ancestor in such a short period of time? Kiting's face was somber to the extreme. His sleeve robe flicked suddenly, only to counteract the influence brought by Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he has borne the idea of retreating about the fierceness of Jian Wushuang. Qi Ting was clearly seen in the last battle. He could kill the false god with half ancestral strength. Terror exists. Now that he is already an ancestor, I am afraid that his strength has long been beyond the constraints of the rules of the universe. Thinking of this, Qi Ting directly pushed the mud tires and tried to escape. OM. A wave of black water ripples spread from heaven and earth, and under the wide black robe, the face of Lao Zun appeared. Kiting's figure paused for a moment. Sword Wushuang's eyebrows were tightened, and the Tai Luo Excalibur was cut straight down in his hand. The unmatched sword Mango that is about to split the sky and earth will cut the sword directly into Cheating. Under desperation, Qi Ting had to grind his teeth to match the sword. Jian Wushuang, Now you leave now. I don't blame it if you are obsessed and unconscious. There is only one way to die. Slammed out with a palm, and the infinite power of the sun offset Jinmong, he said cruelly. Jian Mushuang smiled coldly. Now that you are destroying your origin, I can save you from the crime of kiln annihilation. Sword Muzu, do you really think you are my opponent? Qi Ting was furious, slammed at Jian Muzu with a palm. Destroy this seat! At the same time, the weird mud tire behind him also smiled strangely, manipulating the still stiff body, and the same palm fell down. Ru Yuan is like a prison of breath, revealing nothing. The ethereal sword held in front of him, breaking through the ancestor-like power at the same time. Jian Wushuang's sword wave that had already reached the environment and suddenly rushed to the nearest mud tire. Chapter 4659. Cheating was horrified. At this moment, he almost gave up all his thoughts and stretched out his arms to block the mud tires. Pooh! The sound of the knife body entering into the flesh sounded, and under the blade of the tie, Luo Excalibur, which could be cut off even by the rules of the road. Qi Ting's entire arm was cut off by the roots, and the blood of the with ancestral breath was spilled into the void. Eating with pain and sigh, Qi Ting summoned a huge Qilin Baoxiang to force Jian Wushuang to retreat. Was shocked, and the severed left arm was born again, and Qi Ting looked at him with hatred in his eyes. Oh! Ah, since you are dying for death, then this seat will send you into reincarnation today. At the next moment, the cover of the sky and the Qilin treasure were transformed into a stream of fire stars. Qi Ting stood on the spot, absorbing the magical power of the Kirin treasure, and at the same time the countless meteor stars wrapped him in it like a rain curtain. Every tiny meteor turned into a scale and dotted on Kiting's body, melting stone into armor, turning flame into robe. Avenue is fully blessed, just like the first ancestor of Qilin King, shocked, raised his hand and cast it in his feet, and the power of the sun would burn the void out of the deep marks of the road. Qi Ting was wrapped in flowing fire, and a group of fire-like flames condensed in his hand, slamming into Jian Wushuang. His gaze was fixed, and he was not afraid of it. He lifted the tarot sword in his hand and stepped forward, a pale cyan invisible barrier surging from Jian Wushuang's whole body. The two collided, bursting out a dazzling horror of firepower, like a huge fire rain. All the Supremes of Life Shrine are performing magical powers, sheltering the 150,000 Supremes who have been weakened to a certain extent. Thanks for the timely assistance of the Shrine of Life, or I'm afraid it will all be folded here today. Looking at Shuebu Supreme and others, Feng Qi felt terrified. Blood Wave Supreme nodded with a smile. Thank you also, thank Wushuang Gongzhu. If it was not for him to decide to set off immediately, I am afraid that it will take us several decades to get the news. I do indeed know if it was the injury or other reasons. Feng Qi faced a blush, and then whispered in a voice that only one person can hear. He and I have to thank him separately. Above the broken void, the three ancestral ancestors engaged in battle, and even the farther stars were torn apart. Sword Wushuang used one pair of two, but he didn't fall down at all. Every time he made a sword, he could plow down a deep gully on the flame-melting armor of Qi Ting's body. And the mud tire that looks exactly like Qi Ting looks like a ghost. Every time he shoots, he carries countless sorrows and howls, which sound strange and incomparable. Light and dark gradually began to surround the sword Wushuang wrapped. A type of power world gate floats above the void, and the magnificent divine power shines on the world. This is the first ancestral technique to be performed since Jian Wushuang became an ancestor. A fingertip shines through the sky and covers the ground, far exceeded all previous sentimentary blows, causing Qi Ting's gaze to suddenly abruptly, almost subconsciously retreating rapidly. However, the mud tire did not react at all, but raised his palm in preparation for the blow. No. Seeing back quickly, Qi Ting was almost crazy and rushed back. Regardless of the fact that the finger of the sky had come, he directly reached out and pushed the mud tire out. Boom! One finger is shining, and even the void is easily destroyed in it. The cheating roared as a giant unicorn. 2 arms directly hugged the fingertips and carried out a crazy wrestling. All monks are watching this shocking scene of ancestral duel. Above the broken void, it seems that 10,000 rounds of the sun have risen, and the extreme day has swallowed and covered together. Under this extreme daylight, even the strongest ancestors cannot look directly. Time seems to be stagnant, and the pole is only forever. In that bright day, the tarot Excalibur slowly sheathed. The sword Wushuang stood in the same place, and his face was not waved, as if everything that happened next was within his expectation. The extreme daytime caused by the explosion exploded, and the void was broken even worse. In the most broken center, sat on his knees with a miserable figure. The power of the sun has dispersed, and the original huge body, like a demon, has now returned to its original state. The flame armor is also broken, and the ancestral body also hurt the origin during the blocking process. God's blood flows from every pore of cheating, just like a blood man. Sword Muzu slowly came to him, not worrying that he would attack. There was a big mouthful of blood in the mouth, and Qi-Ting's pupil with the indestructible source was staring at Jian Wushuang. I really did not expect it, and it was only in less than 300 years that you grew to such a terrible state. Even if I slough out of a mud tire, I'm not even as good as you. Jian Wushuang's eyes sank like water, suppressing the anger. You have been promoted to the ancestor level, and you are the eternal god of the entire divine power universe. Why do you have to brutally kill nearly 10 million monks? Qi-Ting chuckled. It's just a group of ants. Let them melt into me is a kind of sublimation to them. Jian Wushuang, your growth is far beyond my imagination. As long as you let me go, I will tell you a big secret. Are you willing to waste the endless years and guard here? Qi-Ting struggled to think to get up. His eyes are full of desire to live. Jian Wushuang no longer spoke, but pointed a finger at him remotely. In an instant, the rules of the avenue were broken, and the divine power was forcibly drawn from the body of Cheating. The luck belonging to the ancestors was returned to the universe at this moment, and the pure ancestral source that contained the enlightenment of countless roads was also removed by Jian Wushuang. Qi-Ting's rickety rise, the rare clearness in the originally mad eyes. Sword Wushuang, if one day you want to find the realm of emptiness, you will certainly repeat my mistakes. By then, I am looking forward to seeing your choice. After saying this sentence, Qi-Ting's body shattered, turned into countless ancient stars, and scattered in 9 days and 10 places, has been in the position of the eternal God for 300 years, and seduced the cheating of the nearly 10 million monks of the divine power universe. The bad results created by cheating are even worse than the virtual universe. The last fire of nearly 10 million divine universes was all lured by them. The divine universe has already reached the edge of collapse and barrenness. Even if cheating was killed, it would be difficult to counteract the evils he created. Sword Muzu is hard to understand. How could the Qidong, who was originally easygoing and generous, become this kind of look? At this moment, the cheating mud tire, who was also hit by the extreme day and was seriously injured, slowly got up and took a deep look at Jian Wushuang before turning into a black light, which was scattered directly in the stars. Because its speed is too fast when no one has responded, it has completely disappeared. Chapter 4660. With everything in cheating, even more strange and cunning mud tires, so disappeared. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but when he wanted to find it, he found that there was no way to find it. After all, the divine universe is really too vast. Even if it is a star kingdom, it is only a drop of tight song in the universe. The disappearance of the mud tire seems to be a hidden danger, deeply rooted in Jian Wushuang's heart. It's just that all the Supremes don't care about this. What they care about is just the return of Jian Wushuang. From the moment when Qi Ting ascended to the position of the eternal God, he participated in the battle of the catastrophe and survived all the supremacy. In their minds, only one person is qualified to go to the position of eternal God. A total of 200,000 supreme people, at this moment like the tide, enveloping Jian Wushuang in the form of stars. Seeing that the realm and the divine power have dried up to a certain level, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and waved his hand down to lower his luck. But in an instant, they all returned to the peak of the realm, feeling the tremendous power in the body. All the supremes are spontaneously kneeling on the ground, arching their hands in unison. "Thank you, Wushuang Palace Master!" Feng Qi then looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. "They all call you Wushuang Gongzhu, but I don't want to. You might as well call you, how about Lord Eternal God?" Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then waved his hand hurriedly. "Don't joke, I'm definitely not competent." The rest of the people are also enlightened, and the blood wave supreme immediately arches the hand. Unparalleled Palace Master, the divine power universe cannot be unattended for one day. Now the divine power universe is not completely settled. It is time when someone needs to lead. Competent. Long Yen and Long Qi also shared their hands. Dragon Clan second, please Imperial Palace Master, ascend to the position of Eternal God. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but when he looked at the already broken, barren star fields and at the monks who had been running, he slowly raised his mouth and said the simplest word. "It is good. The world is clear, a sign of auspiciousness." In the same year, the main sword of the Life Palace, Muzu, came to the position of Eternal God. Pu Tian Tong Qing. The whole grand event is expected to last 100 years from the beginning. The most pure divine power turned into a bird, congratulation, flying to every corner of the divine universe. In the mortal world, the old man prolonged his life for 20 years. Since then, the weather has been smooth for hundreds of years, and each of the star kingdoms is 10 times as powerful. The Guzong faction, who received He Zhao, gladly sent his disciples trapped in the realm, even some hidden sects who had never come out. A total of nearly 2 decades, or the sword, or the boat to go to the imperial court, a tens of millions of monks' migration, all gathered in one place, came to the most central place of the entire divine power universe Yunxiao Palace. Every monk who came here was shocked by the scene in front of him. Above the broken former site of Yunxiao Palace, a magnificent Yunxiao Palace rose again. The 200 ancient primitive pillars, lined up on both sides of the square, are entrenched with 100 real dragons that are all supreme gods. On the sky again, hundreds of flaming phoenixes mingled and their rings soared. Their extremely magnificent tail feathers swayed away, no longer a deadly flame, but a beautiful tassel, lined up on the vast square at the same time. Any one of them is the supreme powerhouse of the mighty giant engine. Every monk is in a double open state, and everything he sees is impacting their cognition. At the moment, in front of the square in front of Yunxiao Palace, there stood nearly 200,000 supreme people, and everyone's face was hung with a sincere smile. They all participated in the battle of the catastrophe, and fought side by side with that one. From the sea of corpses, there has never been a moment of retreat. There are more than 5 million monks who participated in the battle of the catastrophe, and only less than 200,000 are left. The cruelty is the most ever. They fought against foreign enemies together, and they will also witness the true presence of Eternal God. Adult Healing also put on a beautiful new dress. His face full of joy stood by the side of the morning clock. Only to be clear, he would ring the morning clock. Blood Wave Supreme, 9 Tribulation King, Giant Axe and others all put on a new suit, and they were all waiting for the moment to come. And Lao Zun is still a black robe. He has always been cold and has a sense of peace. Nearly tens of millions of monks from various universes have gathered in the middle of this vast square, but no one dared to make a loud noise. because on both sides of them, the legendary Supreme True Dragon, on top of their head, is a giant phoenix named after the True Dragon, and in front of them, it is a 200,000 thrilling Supreme. Their proudly talented realm has no face here. At the beginning of the day, when the turbid air was clear, Lord Helling, who had been waiting for a long time, vigorously rang his ears and sounded the morning bell. Fairy sounds are vast, and spread to 9 days and 10 places. At this moment, all the monks stared at the Yunshao Palace, which was located in the clouds of smoke. The door of the temple slowly opened to both sides, and the cloud of smoke formed by the condensed power rose up. A young man dressed in a plain white shirt and hanging jade and green lotus, waist pacing out. In his whole body, the Rainbow Avenue crossed the heavens and the earth, and Baoguang circulated. As he moved step by step, thousands of colorful lotus blossomed. Heavy shivering, surging in his hair, he is like a regular incarnation, raising his hand and throwing it in the foot. And behind him, a young child with 2 buns and red lips and white teeth followed the childishly. Lan Lan, who was in parallel with Xuebo Jizuin and others, smiled heartily when she saw the scene, but her eyes turned red. She seemed to see another continuation in the childish body. At this moment, all the Supremes could hardly conceal their excitement, and all knelt down on the ground, uttering their voices. Divine power, universe people, see eternal God! Because of the unconscious infection of the atmosphere, nearly 10 million monks gathered here, all kneeling on the ground, and said in a voice, "The gods of the universe, see the eternal God!" Looking at nearly 10 million monks in that square, all the firepower of the divine universe, Jian Wushuang smiled heartily, and has never been so comfortable. He waved his hand, and the breeze that turned into an avenue lifted all the monks. You don't have to be restrained. Although I am the eternal God, the more important identity is also a member of the divine universe. I rise in the end of the micro, and naturally will give back to the end of the micro. In just over 1 million years, I have witnessed the rise and fall of the divine universe. What shocked me most was not the terrible universe, but every monk who participated in the war of Holocaust without turning back, rescue from time and time again. Chapter 4661. Radiating the eyes of Wei Avenue slowly looked at every Supreme in the vast dojo. The imaginary universe is completely defeated, and our divine universe finally ushered in peace. The heaven reopened, and the order remains the same. The sound of immortality is immense. Jian Wushuang waved his sleeve, lowered the halo of the unmatched avenue, and the unspeakable mysterious magical power was added to each monk's body. All the tens of thousands of monks who came to the Yunshao Palace, no matter how confused the chaos of the chaos era, all broke through here. A wider path of practice appeared in front of each monk. The sword of Wushuang, who controls the divine power of the entire universe, also feels the recognition of him from the heavens and the world. Down to the ultimate ruler, up to the half-ancestral realm, all felt the subtle changes. Blood waves, Fengqi, Longyan, and Longqi, etc., are all trembling, and they almost dare not look up, and there is nowhere to break through the Supreme State, which is actually open to them at this moment. Supreme Avenue open to them. Although the luck of the divine universe could not support the second ancestor level, it directly explained that each of them had any succession of the eternal God and had the inheritance power. Bai, Long Yan, Long Qi duo bowed solemnly to Jian Wushuang. No one else knows. Only they know that if they did not take part in the war, nearly 100,000 descendants died in battle. The appearance of the dragons was glorious, and the dragons that had already been decayed inside would probably die in the world after the war of catastrophe. But the Linha Dragon Emperor gambled right, and the Dragon Clan has now obtained the pious avenue of the eternal God. Thousands of fire phoenixes are everywhere, and their mouths are ringed with fire, symbolizing life and death. 9 robbery kings and other invincible supremes all feel the looseness of the realm, and it is only a matter of time for them to break through the half-ancestor. All the supreme men who participated in the battle of the catastrophe at the same time, all the dark diseases in them disappeared, and the almost stagnation of the realm was further refined. Even took the blood of their descendants. There was a certain refuge. Horizon Yenjuan Yenshu, Bayun Sango, circulated through the years, and finally returned to the right track. Fuer clarified, started in the middle of the micro, born in heaven, and finally managed to turn the tide when the universe was defeated. Sword Muzu nodded to the sky and finally became the avenue. At this moment, tens of thousands of monks prayed sincerely and said in unison, "Eternal God is good." This grand event has lasted for more than 100 years, and all monks are practicing meditation here. In the meantime, boarded the Sword of Muzu and performed a minimalist futon hearing. Looking at those fire monks in the divine universe, Jian Wushuang smiled and asked a question he once answered. "You little friends, what do you say, Tao?" Everything is brand new and continues vigorously. 100 years later, looking at the Yunshao Palace that had been empty, Jian Wushuang gave a long relief. The firepower of the divine universe is endless, and there is nothing more comfortable to him than this. He stood up and stood alone in the vast dojo, waving his hands to repair the broken avenues. The trace of the spirit left by the Taoyan Supreme has already grown into a green lotus with roots and jade. On Jian Wushuang's body, he feels the infiltration of the avenue all the time, and he already has a sense of ignorance. Another 10,000 years passed. Jian Wushuang repaired the avenue without stopping for a while, and finally repaired it. The damage caused by the invasion of the virtual universe has been completely repaired, and the countless star territory god kingdom returned to its original starting point, and the luck flowed again. Is just a dead creature. There is no chance of resurrection. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang summoned Feng Qi, who refused to walk in Lao Shao Palace. "What's wrong, Lord Eternal God? You are finally willing to summon us." Feng Qi, who was wearing a Su shirt and Luo shirt, walked with the Luoyan section, teasing Jian Wushuang. Sword Muzu reluctantly smiled, and then removed the bunch of Qinglian that had been worn for tens of thousands of years from the waist, and handed it to Feng Qi. "This green lotus is a transformation of the spirit of the predecessor of the Palace of Life, the Supreme Master Yen Yen. I have been enlightened by me for tens of thousands of years, and I have already borne spiritual wisdom. Now I invite you to send this green lotus to the world. Subject him to temper." Feng Qi nodded. "I sent him to a good person." Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. "You threw that green lotus in the air, and wherever its aura finally spread, which household you cast him on as his character and the foundation of his future practice of Dao Yuan." Feng Qi nodded again, and then smiled. "You really look more and more like Eternal God." Jian Wushuang heard the words and smiled helplessly. Feng Qi held the green lotus and whispered to him when he was about to rush to the world, "Sleep for a while. Everything is still with us." He stunned slightly and then relaxed. "Yeah, it's time to sleep for a long time. It hasn't closed my eyes for tens of thousands of years." Under the guidance of childishness, Jian Wushuang slowly walked into the Yunshao Palace. Before going to sleep, Jian Wushuang also invited the Blood Wave Supreme and other people who did not retreat. Let him open the ancient road of the starry sky and the path of the heavenly gate with stricter rules to start the overhaul dispute. From now on, Jian Wushuang slept for millions of years. In these 1,000,000 years, due to the countless luck of his fortune, the rising stars, the amazing geniuses who are not born, are all born in heaven. Hundreds of millions of new and old monks are jointly impacting the mysterious path of the heavenly path. Millions of years later, the ancient Shinkong Road was closed slowly, and there were 100 others who came to Yunshao Palace with longing and excitement. Can get the opportunity to come to Yunshao Palace, which is already a great blessing for them. If they get the qualification of hearing from the eternal God Fudo, then the future path of monasticism will definitely reach the top. Lan, and the Overlord, who is already the patriarch, jointly control the ancient Shinkong Road and lead these monks who pass the examination. Naturally they are also. For this frosty blue messenger, even these arrogants dare not talk much, but for the careless Overlord, they seem much more active. One of the swordsmen looked like Tianjiao and whispered, "Big brother, the legendary eternal God Master really fought alongside you. Wouldn't it be fooling us?" Is planning to smile, and Lan Mei stared at him. Then he quickly covered his mouth. "Damn boys, do you know what this place is? Please say one more sentence, and I will throw you out first." For a time, the vast Yunshao Palace in the top of the cloud calmed down again. Next came into their eyes, like a cloud-like supreme, the supreme men who participated in the battle of the catastrophe millions of years ago have all stayed in the Yunshao Palace and sat down to realize the Tao. Chapter 4662. More than 100 Jinghong, Tianjiao screened from the ancient Shinkong Road have been left in the Yunshao Palace and have become one of Tianjiao Supreme after tens of thousands of years. The futon of the eternal God heard that they did not wait, because from the mouth of the red-haired white child, I learned that eternal God was still asleep, and I wondered when to wake up. But their goal is no longer the qualification of the futon to hear, but the more desirable seat of disciples. Established by eternal God, the more demanding path of heaven is the only way to obtain the seat of eternal God disciple. On the way to the gate of that day, we can see the existence of the true peak of the divine universe. Legends on the way to that gate, the true shadow beyond the invincible supremacy remains. Even if you step into it and practice, it is also supreme. Countless monks yearning for it want to stand out from the starry sky ancient road and step into the path of heaven. Natural competition is far more intense than the starry sky ancient road. Everything is new. Yunshao Palace, Taiyantai. Straight into the top of the cloud, the exquisite dojo, the old venerable, blood wave supreme, 9 robbery king, Feng Qi, Long Yan Long Qi, and others all gathered to sit and taste tea and view the cloud. And the sword Wu Shuang, who was still asleep, at the same time he was sitting on the stage and secretly drinking tea. It's still so comfortable. It's much more comfortable to sit and watch tea with some old friends than preaching. Jian Wu Shuang, Yuze said. Everyone smiled. Feng Qi said with a lip, "You have been drinking this tea for more than 100,000 years, and you still don't get tired of it." Jian Wushuang smiled and took another sip. "Of course not greasy, but this tea is a good baby taken from the chaotic tea tree of the Palm Jianjin zone, which is especially good for the spleen and stomach." After hearing this explanation, the tea in the mouth almost spewed out. This guy who has already stood at the top of the universe, and even heavenly path is under his control, actually wants to drink tea to protect his spleen and stomach. But thinking about it for a while, eternal God likes to drink tea and finds a hobby in the boring days. After tasting tea for more than 10 years, Jian Wushuang was right. Everyone in the next period of time, everything in the Yunshao Palace will come to you first. Put down the teacup. And the blood wave supreme asked, "Master Zhou, are you ready?" Prepare to go to the heavens to find the mud tire that disappeared in Kangwu-tai. Jian Wushuang said. Feng Qi hurriedly said, "But this has already passed 100,000 years, and there is no sign of that thing. Will it die?" Jian Wushuang shook his head. "It is precisely because of this that I am a little uneasy. If you let it continue to grow, the consequences will be unbearable. I don't want to let the divine universe go into turmoil again." Fenka's lips were tight, and she obviously knew the importance of things. After all, the mud tire of Qiting is really weird, and it is made up of the blood of nearly 10 million monks. Although the mud tire was not as good as Jian Wushuang millions of years ago, it is indeed an ancestor. If you let it grow up all the time, the consequences will be unimaginable. "I will go with you." Waiting for Feng Qi to speak, there has been little speech. But the very serious Zhu Jiawang said, "Today S King of 9 Tribulation, which had been enlightened by the fall of the earth god a million years ago, has already broken through that layer of shackles and reached the terrible half-ancestor level. His sharpness. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and patted his shoulder with a smile. Good brother, although I also want you to go with me, but the experience of the journey to the heavenly gate can no longer be separated from you. You help guard there also helped me. Here is the elder guard of the giant axe, said King Jujia. The great axe supreme shook his head again and again. I don't go, my body is old. I need to rest more and rest before I can continue the battle with eternal God. You, let me check the Tian men more for me. I and the old Zun will go to a quick decision, and I will come back soon. Jian Wushuang smiled and embraced the 9 Tribulation King. Okay, you must come back within 1,000,000 years, and then the monks on the way to Tianmen should also come out. Wang Jiu said. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Come, drink for another year, and I will start again after a year. 1 year later, from the Yunshao Palace above the cloud top, 2 figures walked out to the world of the heavens. Lao Zun, I want to ask you something. Among the clouds, Jian Wushuang, dressed as a ranger, looked at Lao Zun beside him. I know what you want to ask. All the news about that mud tire? Compared with millions of years ago, the kind of stranger's breath on the old man has almost disappeared. At this time he is like a sect, like the elders who doze off in China. There's a little more peace. Jian Wushuang nodded. I still don't quite understand why the cheating, who has reached the top, should do that. That's because he has reached the time when he has to do that. Lao Zun looked far away and said quietly, his strength and realm have reached a point where they can't hide, far beyond the ancestor level. Yu reading book www.okanshu. Come, what? Beyond the ancestor level? Jian Wushuang horrified. But the culmination of the universe is not only the ancestor level. Since the top of the universe is an ancestor, what am I? Lao Zun calmly said, and he who has realized from the eyes of chaos spring should naturally borrow that kind of power, so as to reach the top of this universe. He controlled the power and naturally knew the ultimate truth, the limits of all, so he used that method. With the blood of hundreds of millions of spirits, the divine body is cast to serve as a mortal body of its own retreat, retaining its full strength and landing there. Sword Muzu was shocked. The words of Lao Zun made it very clear. The reason why cheating lured nearly 10 million monks was to build a body and act as a mortal body that he should have faded out, so as to retain all his strength. And what is there in that unknown place that makes cheating so devoid of humanity? Both were silent, and I wondered how long afterwards. Jian Wushuang suddenly said, Cheating also said something to me before he died. He said that I will come to this step one day. Is it true or false? Lao Zun didn't answer, but the name of Jian Wushuang was rare. Wushuang, have you ever remembered 3 promises between us? Jian Wushuang nodded. Remember. Then can I still count? It must be done. Jian Wushuang nodded firmly, and then he seemed to understand what he said, and said, Wait until this is done. Let's start. Lao Zun smiled slightly. Not in a hurry. I have been asleep for a long time. I don't know how long I have to wait for a while. It doesn't matter. Chapter 46-63. 1 figure, 1 old and 1 young, traveled in the heavens and earth. The size of the universe is uncountable. Although each heavenly domain coexists, it exists independently. This is invisible, and it naturally adds a lot of difficulties for Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun to find mud tires. Since then, their journey is no longer counted in white millennia, the most optimistic estimate. I am afraid it will also take millions of years. At the same time, Jian Wushuang is also a little curious. Judging from the battles of millions of years ago, the ancestral mud tires were vicious and violent. Jian Wushuang is confident even if the ancestral mud tire only emits a breath for a moment, he can feel it instantly in the poor pole universe. But after 1,000,000 years passed, the mud tire did not leak a little bit of breath, which made Jian Wushuang have begun to doubt whether the mud tire has died or slept. If it is the latter, the ancestral deep sleep, Jian Wushuang dare not imagine what energy he is accumulating, what kind of damage it will cause to the divine universe. Therefore, in any case, he must find and kill the cheating mud tire within 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, the journey to heaven will end, and it will be delayed for a while. At the speed of Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun, even in the next 10,000 years, I found countless stars and territories, and I didn't find any bit of the mud tire at all. Has found some virtual powers who are almost exhausted in many star fields and are about to die. After wavering mercilessly to kill them, Jian Wushuang went on. Every ancient field in the star field has never been lost. Lao Zun, how long do you say we can find the mud tire? In the vast ancient world, a noisy and bustling market, Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun sat by the window in the street tea house. Lao Zun took a sip of the tea on the table and said indifferently, "It can be as little as 100,000 years, as much as 1,000,000 years, at most not more than 10,000,000 years." "Why is it at most 10,000,000 years?" Jian Wushuang asked in response. Lao Zun said, "Because at that time the Buddha's sperm and blood will dry up, so he can't hide it anymore." Although this is said, but it has also been a long time for us. Jian Wushuang frowned as he touched his chin. You have to think of a way. When the two had a casual narrative, there was a rough noise in the street market. Saw dozens of men dressed in tight-fitting leather armor, walking out of the street corner. Everyone's body exudes a strong monk atmosphere. And in the middle of these men, a prison car wrapped in black cloth was pushed forward. After seeing this scene, some xiao consciously gave way to stop and wait and see. Wang Wushuang, who was sitting against the window, probed with his divine power and saw the one in the prison car squeezing nearly 30 or 40 thin bodies, unknowingly trying to step forward. Lao Zun said quietly, "The size of the universe, what is happening right now is just a passing moment. Even if you save them, it doesn't make any sense." Sword Wushuang sat back again. What the old master said was not unreasonable. These mortal beings were just a moment in the reincarnation, and even if they were rescued, they could not change any process. Although it was such an imagination, his mind still followed those monks and looked around. In the very center of the market, a group of more than 10 people stopped, and the sturdy man headed seemed tired and abnormal, and there was even an unhealthy, greasy wound on his left shoulder. Hula! He directly lifted the shady curtain on the prison car, revealing the contents inside, perceived the light beam, and the restlessness in the prison car was resounding. Nearly 30 women with dark skin and black wings looked at the monk who was surrounded with terror. These bird-like women, whose entire eyeballs are obscured by turbidity flaps, barely look at their eyes. They live in the deep mountain swamp all the year round, and they rarely come into contact with other creatures until their death. After seeing what was in the prison car, most of the monks' eyes were dull, and they retreated without hesitation. And the other small group of monks shined their eyes and talked quickly. "What's the price?" Some monks approached and asked, led the strong man with a tired expression, "Unify 10 pieces of heavenly crystals. All want to get off the bargain." A number of monks heard that although the price was a little bit painful, but the Jackdaw clan seldom had a monk to catch it. They missed it and didn't know when they could meet it. Eventually, it was a painful delivery of dozens of crystals. For low cultivation, what can increase the body is far more important than a mystery. And the heads of the jackdaws have condensed beads that enhance the 5 senses, so they can be sold for a very high price. Tianjing, which contained extremely refined divine power, started, and the strong man ordered the rest of the people to open the prison car and quickly selected these jackdaw women. The selected jackdaw woman, through the hands of the strong man, directly swiped with her finger, then took out a black bead from the jackdaw's head and handed it to every monk. Once the condensed beads were stripped, the jackdaw woman could not survive and died directly. The thin figure in the prison car is also decreasing. Just as the strong man was busy peeling off the condensed beads, A fascinating voice sounded from the monks. I bought all the rest. Looking around, I saw a young monk dressed as a ranger squeeze out the crowd, holding dozens of crystals, and walked over. The strong man glanced at him, and then looked at the middle of the prisoner car. There is only one last, if you want 8 heavenly crystals. Sword Muzu nodded slightly, still gave him nearly 20 crystals in his hand. This one, I will live directly. The brawny man raised his eyebrows and smiled. Many children in the family clan had their own hobbies, but he didn't interfere too much. He directly pulled the iron chain and dragged out the last extremely thin jackdaw woman and gave it to Jian Wushuang. These monsters are the most durable. You just need to feed them a mouthful of clean water and dry food for a few months. Zhuang Shua man added intimately. However, at this moment, another impatient voice resounded. This last one, I want Xiao Wang. Jing Wushuang, who was about to leave, was also surrounded by more than a dozen low repairs. A young man in a Chinese suit with a high-spirited, sullen face quickly came to him, reaching out to grab the jackdaw girl. The next moment, it was a powerful foot to welcome the young man in the Chinese costume. Howling! The youth in the Chinese costumes didn't even have time to release the energy in the body. The whole person flew out, and the big head and neck were almost kicked into the abdominal cavity. Where's the wild dog? Jian Wushuang said lightly, and then slowly took the jackdaw girl away, and no one dared to block. Chapter 46-64. When nearly 1,000 monks broke into the tea shop, they had already gone to tea. This tiny episode was accompanied by the departure of Jian Wushuang and others, and finally ended without illness. And the young jackdaw girl who was bought by the Red was also left beside him because of Jian Wushuang's heart of concealment. Leaving this star field, Jian Wushuang went to the rest of the heavens and the world without any pause, looking for possible clues. This almost endless search, no one knows when it will continue. Jian Wushuang has already made up his mind. If the mud tire of cheating is not found within 1 million years, he will suspend the matter and rush back to Yunshao Palace. The extremely weak jackdaw girl followed him, and the Shouyuan, which was originally 1,000 years old, was also extended. At the same time, he broke through the shackles of numerology and embarked on a path of monasticism. After 100,000 years, 3 black robes stood under a very remote starry sky and looked at the dead and cold star field. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, "Jack, are you sure this is it?" The jackdaw woman, whom he rescued and named simply, closed her eyes at this moment, and invisible and psychic 5 senses spread in the world. After a moment, Jackdaw opened his eyes and nodded firmly. "Adult, the breath of death came from here." There are thousands of avenues, and the jackdaw family's perception of the breath of life far surpasses the rest of the races, which is why the condensed pearl in the head of the jackdaw monster will become a spiritual treasure that the monks are rushing to. On this point, Jian Wushuang found out occasionally, which only saves most of the time. Since Kiting's mud tires are not showing their shape, Jian Wushuang changed his mind and began to look for the most solemn star field. With this search, I found out that more than 100 heavens have been transformed into dead domains. No longer speaks, and the 3 figures directly step into the dead star field. "Hey, it's not right. The life is so heavy here. Why don't you see the undead? But it is as prosperous as the ordinary market." Settled on the street market, Jian Wushuang looked at the monks who were almost rubbing their shoulders in front of him and could not help but wonder. "Jackdaw, are you sure the dead energy here is the most intense?" The jackdaw was also confused. "Bad lord, I clearly feel that this is the place. How could there be a living person?" Sword Muzu is also a little puzzled. Is this the same as the cultivator of the imaginary universe? Cultivation is based on the dead air? But then he seemed to find something again, glancing at the monk on the street. The density of these monks seems to be a little too dense, and they are constantly emerging from the houses on both sides of the street, almost to the point of rubbing shoulders. They seemed to be surrounded. Jian Wushuang, though a little puzzled, was already alert. At the next moment, a clear voice rang from the top of the three people's heads. "I said you broke into here without permission. Don't you even want to die?" Looking at it, I saw a young monk carrying a coffin on the roof of a restaurant, looking at them lazily. Then, the young monk suddenly swept up, picked up the exaggerated coffin on the back, and bombarded straight down. The coffin, with violent divine power, smashed down, and directly flew nearly 1,000 monks, surrounded by the whole body, nearly 100 meters away. At the same time, the young monk stepped on the coffin and screamed, "Come with me if you want to survive, otherwise you can't survive." After the words were finished, the young monk lifted the coffin and smashed it to the ground, and acted as a pioneer to smash the monks who came around again. Every monk who was hit by a coffin was like scattered mud, but it was scattered. At this moment, even the jackdaw noticed something was wrong. It turns out that these monks who are no different from living people have no spirits. Jian Mushuang and Lao Zun glanced at each other for the first time, confirming that there might be a mud tire of cheating hidden in this star field. In order to avoid playing grass and startling snakes, they did not release their respective powers, but quickly followed the young monk holding the coffin like a sledgehammer. Belongs to the ultimate dominance of the realm, and also makes Jian Wuxuan look at him immensely. After all, in such a distant and extremely divine star field, it is really a remarkable thing to cultivate to the level of breaking through the shackles. The huge coffin almost became an unfavorable heavy weapon in the hands of the monk. Every time it smashed down, nearly 100 monks who lost their souls were wiped out. Over the next half-day, the young monks showed great power and quickly wiped out all the monks in this area. In case of emergency, all three of them sat on the roof under his instructions. "Speak. How did you come here? I don't think your realm is too high. Are you the same survivors like me?" The young monk looked at the three men and asked with a dull look. Jian Mushuang did not answer his question, but said with a puzzled face, "What happened here? Why is the death so rich? And why did the monks attack us?" When the young monk heard this, calm and could not help but sigh, "That's because everyone here has died, including the monk who besieged you just now. It's already dead." Jian Wuxuang heard the words, and there was already some clarity in his heart. "Then do you know everything that happened in this area, and the causes and consequences?" "Of course I know that although things have been happening for hundreds of thousands of years, I still remember clearly." The young monk said, "Do you want to know?" "Please also explain that this matters." "It's okay to say it, and I haven't spoken to outsiders for more than 100,000, just to relieve the boredom." The young monk breathed out and then came out. "That is hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time it was also a monk's monastery, and the various sects were prosperous. They were not all reduced to the dead domain as they are now. All the reasons are because of that day." Seemed to be reminiscing, and a panic appeared in the eyes of the young monk. That day the entire sky was replaced by darkness, and even the big day was swallowed, and then a grim and strange face replaced the entire sky. The gruesome strange face has a mouth, the divine power between heaven and earth, and the breath of life had been sucked by him, and no monk can escape. Seeing that they turned into a body without a soul before my eyes, I realized that the robbery was coming. Because the method I learned is very unique, I can barely switch between life and death, so I hid in the coffin and escaped. It's just that I have only been awakened from the coffin in recent years and have lived alone in this world so far. The young monk's face can't see any expression, just like describing other people's things. Chapter 46-65. After listening to the young monk's words, Jian Wuxuang nodded secretly. Judging from the approximate time point, he could urge such a terrifying energy to encroach on the soul of the entire monk of the star field, which is in line with Cheating's disappearing mud tire. After roughly confirming that this is the situation of cheating mud tires, Jian Wuxuang again asked, "Did you notice the dead energy or other most complex places in this world in these years?" The young monk thought a little, and then nodded. "Naturally, I have seen it. In the extreme north of the sheltered waters, every 100,000 years or so, a heavy cloud will rise, and the cloud will cover the sky, and I will lie in the coffin and take refuge. Counting, the thick water will be rising again in the sheltered territory. Sword Wushuang nodded, and stared at Lao Zun to cover, then arched his hand. Thank you, friends, for telling us. Then let's not pass this. There will be a period in the future. Wait, just stop here. Where are you going? The sheltered waters in Zioia's mouth. Where are you going to do? Is it desperate? The young monk shocked. Jian Mushuang smiled slightly, and when he arched his hands again, he was ready to get up. Forget it, I'll go with you. The young monk stood up and looked out. It's already impatient to live this way. It's better to go with you to find out it's dead. Understand? Sword Wushuang was dumb, but did not refuse, and the group of four swept across the Pisces. This is called the Star Kingdom of the mainland of Yang, and its territorial area is relatively advanced in the divine universe. A huge river that shelters the water almost runs through the entire mainland of Yangyang, and is extremely magnificent. But nowadays, the riverbed that has been completely dried up is like a dead dragon, meanderingly winding in the continent. At the same time, the distance that was originally like dusk at the moment suddenly rolled up a yellow mist covering the sky and the sun. It's not good. The turbid gas has risen, and it's almost back to the ground. The young monk flying on the coffin was terrified when he saw the scene. But when he saw Jian Wushuang and his group were indifferent, he immediately said nervously, "This turbid gas is not a joke, even if the supreme divine realm comes here. You can only drink on the spot. Little friends are not in a hurry. There is me." Jian Wushuang looked back and smiled slightly, and then walked forward firmly. After hearing this sentence, the young monk somehow settled down inexplicably. "Damn it, you die!" He snorted, his whole body lying on the coffin, looking forward to the extreme nervous. The overwhelming turbidity is like a big mouth of blood basin, pushing forward and consuming everything. At the next moment, a clear to the extreme, pure to the extreme, Jianmong rushed to the sky, just like the astonishing dragon ascended to heaven, and like the Tianhe rewind, tried a vent to the front. Sword Wushuang holds the Tai Luo Excalibur, and one sword is empty. The monk lying on the coffin was shocked to watch this quirky battle in front of him. In his memory, even the most tyrannical ancestor in the mainland of Yangyang could not survive here for a moment. The monstrous sword intention easily wiped out the muddy air, heaven and earth complex Qingming. But the next scene made the young monk take a breath. I saw that in the dry river bed of Pishui River, the bodies of countless monks gathered and piled up in it, like a flowing river of corpses. Perceived the arrival of external forces. The bodies of countless monks who had piled up the entire Pishui riverbed shook at the moment. At the next moment, an almost shocking horror arm composed of corpses suddenly lifted from the Pishui riverbed, grasping and holding the sword. The terrible sonic boom tears the sky. The sword was calm without double-sided color, and looked at the huge palm that almost grabbed him, but pointed a little. The uppermost rule suddenly coagulated into a line, and the whole arm was minced into a powder. After shattering that tremendous arm, there were nearly 100 identical arms, which were swung up from the Pishui riverbed and came from the town in all directions like tentacles. The young monk has been completely numb. The war that does not belong to this plane, but now appears in front of him at close range, making him feel like a firefighting with Haoyue, is equally incredible, and there is Jackdaw. Everything is destroying her cognition. She has followed adults for more than 100,000 years, and it turned out to be an untouchable existence. Looking at the terrible energy smashed around him, Jian Wushuang's face sneered. He didn't even want to use Wushuang Kendo. He just reached out and flicked towards the void, ascended to the rule of the entire heaven and earth, heaving down. The hundreds of horror arms composed of countless corpses were simply unable to withstand the rules of the world, and they collapsed directly, and then turned into a huge amount of flying sand to dissipate. Qi Ting, if you only grow so much, then you will die very hard to watch. Jian Wushuang shouted coldly, and the magnificent breath spread. Boom! The earth began to break, the gully was bursting, and countless dark and strange energies surged from the earth's core. Such strange energy gradually gathered in the air and turned into a giant image. Sword Muzu, 1,000,000 years. Why do you refuse to let me go? Resentment. A stern voice resounded from the Colossus' mouth. Jian Wushuang's eyes were calm. Because your appearance is a mistake, in order to prevent this mistake from getting bigger and bigger, I can only erase it. Soundingly grandiose. Do you think you are my opponent now? The Colossus snorted. Don't do the battle of the trapped beast. Remove the source yourself. Read it earlier than you wish. I promise you to enter the reincarnation. Jian Wushuang said lightly. The Colossus smiled and shrunk to several feet in a flash, revealing the origin of the mud tire. I should say this to you. Do you really think that I am comparable to cheating now? The terrible breath of ancestor level gushing out of the mud body, instantly changing the color of the world, and everything began to vanish into powder. I got out of Qi Ting. He was supposed to rob the dead ghost, but heaven and earth, repeatedly he died. But I am still alive. In the end, I should be most grateful, or your sword, Wushuang. In order to thank you better, I decided to devour you and torture you to death bit by bit. The energy belonging to the ancestors burst out from the body of the mud, turned into countless great horrors, and the sky dome collapsed. An entire Youngstar field was directly destroyed in the void. At the same time, supreme resentment built an evil dojo, enveloping everyone present. Chapter 46-66. As the dojo transformed from supreme grievances swept over, Jian Wushuang waved his hand directly in the air to stroke it. The intangible and intangible avenue rule centered on him, sheltering everyone. Looking into the eyes, I only felt that the heavens and the earth fell into the extreme darkness. The mud tire was the pinnacle of the universe, and the ancestral aura could even be resisted by Jian Wushuang. Located at the very center of the evil dojo, the mud tire smiled sullenly, and under the wave of his palm, the void broke into the abyss of heaven, while countless horror and strange souls struggled from within, sending out painful and hysterical crying. The shocking magic sound shouted at the moment. The jackdaw and the young man were lost directly, and blood was pouring from their mouths and noses, and it was almost dead. The scepter in the hand of Lao Zun gave a light meal, and the Blackwater enchantment wrapped the two of them, and then pushed away from the fighting range. The innumerable souls are all mud tires who madly engulfed and engulfed monks in this 1,000,000 years. Their uncomfortable resentment and the power of terror, even the swordsmen, had to keep their hearts on the platform to avoid being eroded by the magic sound. Tai Luo Excalibur started, but then it surprised him. The tyranny of the Tai Luo Jianjin fetus was unexpectedly released, and he may bite the master at any time. Sword Wushuang frowned slightly and put the Tai Luo Excalibur in the sheath, and then called out the invisible sword. The invisible sword is formed by the purest sword intention after he mastered Wushuang Kendo. Zingahuhai sword intention is one of the Taiji Excalibur, one of the ancestors of Lianji Dao. No matter how fit or pure it is, it can no longer be compared with it. In a certain way, the invisible sword is also the ancestor, and it belongs to the ancestors of Jian Wushuang only. Started with the invisible sword, Jian Wushuang did not stay at all, and directly released the first form of Zingahuhei Jianyani. Star. The majestic view. The rules of the avenue are condensed in this sword, and it is turned into the sword of Chongshao. At the same time, a tremendous pair of treasures appeared in the back of Jian Wushuang, and he also wielded the heaviest sword. The evil dojo collapsed in an instant, and the countless souls rushing out of the fissures of the heavens only came out and uttered a scream, and they all vanished in the vast sword. Hundreds of thousands of pillars rose up, completely crushing the layout of cheating mud tires. Under this contrast, even the big sun hanging above the star field faintly fell. The cheating mud tire has a deep and evil gaze, and a large array of compasses with cipher texts appears quietly, besieging Muzu Muzu and Lao Zun at the same time. Turn it into my nourishment. I promise to take you to find that arrogant realm. He opened his arms and looked at Jian Wushuang, intoxicated. Jian Wushuang did not speak. He felt that the large array of compasses under his feet was constantly weakening the divine power. Immediately after the next moment, from that compass array suddenly rushed out countless grievance ghost hands, and madly dragged towards the two. Lang Heng's sword Wushuang was about to take the shot, but Lao Zun took his first step, and the Blackwater scepter suddenly stopped. The unique power beyond the level of divine power spreads like ripples in the waves, and the newly raised ghost hand directly perishes. Even with the grotesque compass array, there were numerous cracks. At the same time, Jian Wushuang stepped out in one step with a steady momentum, held up the invisible sword in his hand, and threw it straight at the cheating mud tire. The brilliant divine power punctured the ancient darkness and hit him in the heart. There was extremely bright light flashing, and the cheating mud tire, which was almost cut into two sections by the invisible sword, stood blankly as if it had not yet reacted. At the next moment, the void twisted rapidly, the mud tire smiled strangely, and the almost chopped body recovered instantly, leaving no trace of trauma. Jian Wushuang's heart sank. In 1,000,000 years, he has grown to such a degree? Still with arms wide open, cheating mud tire smiled sullenly. I am Dedeo, who can kill? Just after his words just fell, a scepter, like a pillar of Optimus, was directed at him and fell down. Only heard the sound of bang. The left half of cheating mud tire was directly broken. An ancestor-level power surge that could not suppress the crazy spout. He groaned loudly, covering the torn wound hard. Jian Wuwei exposed the sarcasm. Just dare you dare to call Dedeo? Are you afraid of this newspaper? Reluctantly to stop the energy released in the body, the cheating mud tire has already weakened to another level. Looked at him bitterly, and Kiting's mud tire turned around directly, turning into thousands of faint lights scattered in the void. Want to go? Jian Wushuang sneered, reaching out in the void for a while when the rule of the road collapsed and collapsed, and the mud tires that turned into scattered light were directly caught by the rules of these avenues and could not move at all. No, you can't kill me. Perhaps it was a premonition that he was facing the great horror of life and death, and Kiting's mud tires were terrified. I am the incarnation of the rules of the Dedeo. No one of you can kill me. He continued to yell, using the supreme supernatural power. After compressing it into a dust-sized shape, Jian Wushuang looked at the mud tire struggling between his fingers and was ready to kill. But to his surprise, although the figure of the mud tire was easily twisted out, but after a while it reunited again, which is extremely erratic. He has surpassed the rules of this universe. You can't kill him. Lao Zun said calmly. Jian Wushuang also understood it when he thought about it, no longer insisted on killing the mud tires, and then extracted his source to seal it up. After doing all of this, he took a breath. Before the disappearance of the cheating mud tire, he became a heart disease for millions of years. After being suppressed, everything finally returned to the right track. This is finally completely settled down. Jian Wushuang slightly sighed. What is the next step? Lao Zun asked. Sword Muzu replied. Return to Yunshao Palace. After finishing some things, lead the army into the virtual universe and destroy it completely. Lao Zun nodded and did not speak again. Using the power of the avenue, Jian Wushuang waved his hands back to restore the star field that was destroyed by the battle. The spring grass was resurrected, the refuge water was surging again, and all creatures were bred in the meantime. However, the countless monks who were trapped by the cheating mud tires could not be resurrected. With the rebirth of everything, countless corpses gradually turned into a cup of flying sand. Feeling a tingling pain from his body, The young monk comatose on the coffin board woke up from the coma. What's going on? I remember this place has not been destroyed yet. Looking at the grassy ground, the young monk murmured, but soon his eyes turned to himself, and he could not help but exclaim, saw that his entire body escaped countless white mans. Chapter 46-67. As if it was about to collapse, the divine power that filled the body slowly scattered in the air. Here, what's going on? He was a little flustered, but found that he couldn't even do the simplest turn. After seeing this scene, the jackdaw, who was also awake on the side, also flashed a bit of sadness in her eyes. How could she not understand what was happening at the moment, who was extremely sensitive to death? Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun descended to the ground and walked slowly to him, leaned against the coffin, and half of the young monk's figure had turned into a bit of white mango dissipated. Am I already dead? He raised his head a little bit hard and looked at the godlike man in front of him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were dim, and he nodded slowly. As long ago, when they first came into contact, Jian Wushuang already realized that the young monk had no spirit of life. Perhaps it was because of the cheating mud tires that he retained his wisdom and exists as a dead body to this day. Now that the cheating mud tires are confined by Jian Wushuang, the source of power that naturally maintains his body has disappeared. Recovering from the initial panic, the young monk said lightly, "So I have already been like them. I thought I was the only survivor, but okay, it was boring for hundreds of thousands of years a night." After saying this sentence, the body of the young monk finally turned into a bunch of white mans. Jian Wushuang reached up and picked up the white mango, rubbed it into an extremely bright star, and then embellished the sky. Let's go! Everything here will be left to future generations. Jian Wushuang smiled, and the three figures finally disappeared. Originally expected the task of 1,000,000 years, completed 800,000 years in advance. Jian Wushuang and others returned on this journey and rushed back to the Yunshao Palace. In this way, at the end of the 300,000th year, Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun finally returned to Yunshao Palace, and the taciturn who saw Jian Wushuang as the whole girl of Jackdaw has long lived on a certain day in more than 200,000 years. 4 high-level monks. 200,000 years is just a time of retreat, but the poor polar universe, everything in the world, the mortal world with sparse power, the pawns who CA&T practice, and the slightly strange feelings are the foundation. 200,000 years, it was already the most wonderful and long life for the Jackdaw girl. Looking at the giant palace as calm as hundreds of thousands of years, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and entered the Yunshao Palace. Guarding outside the Yunshao Palace, the 2 descendants of the dragon clan shrugged and continued to sleep. Jian Mushuang's return did not cause much shock because there were not many people in the entire Yunshao Palace. Lan Lan, Bawang, and others have been stationed in the ancient Shinkong Road, and few have returned to the Yunshao Palace. Blood Sovereign led more than 100,000 Supreme Sovereigns to defend the battlefield outside the territory, stationed on the way to Tianmen. As for the Dragon and Phoenix clan, they have also returned to their respective starfields, leaving only more than 100 clan neutrons stationed in the Yunshao Palace. The years passed, and the new moon replaced Yangchun, has passed for 500,000 years. On top of the cloud, Jian Wushuang happily held a jade fishing rod and was fishing in the sea of clouds. Is beside him, accompanied by Lao Zun, Yang, and of course Fengqi. The little fish, transformed by the divine power, is tumbling in the sea of clouds. Whenever it comes to eating a hook, Jian Wushuang raises the rod to prevent the fish from touching it. I said, Jian Wushuang, you guys are all bored. We have been fishing for more than 100,000 years, and we haven't caught a single fish. Feng Qi on the side was full of black lines, and his voice was angry. Fishing is a matter of great consideration for patience and physical strength. I only wanted to catch a fish in 100,000 years. Let's talk about fishing for another 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang is serious, shook his head slightly, Feng Qi no longer complained, but also caught some kind of fishing. Has been fishing in the Sea of Clouds for 500,000 years, which is also the most wanton time for everyone. No one will know what will happen next. Not even the sword Wushuang standing at the top of the universe. In the following time, Blood Wave Supreme and others who were stationed outside the battlefield began to return to the Yunshao Palace, one after another. Is waiting for them. It is the first time that the divine universe has reopened the heavenly gate after the catastrophe. Every 100,000 years, there will be a lot of geniuses in the original Shinkong ancient road. But only by going through the path of the heavenly gate, it is possible to eventually reach the Yunshao Palace and become a disciple of eternal God. The way to the heavenly gate is another way of trial that Jian Wushuang started after achieving the ancestor God. If you want to enter it, you must first pass the examination of the ancient Shinkong road. Everyone is faintly looking forward and can be recognized by nearly 20 invincible supremes and a half-ancestral superpower. What kind of amazing talents will it be? But the special existence like Jian Wushuang that has surpassed genius and is no longer within the scope of consideration. 1,000,000 years ago, on that day, the bell was ringing in the morning, and Zion Yinho was ringing for 9 days and 10 places. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. The giants of all parties gathered in Yunshao Palace. Jian Wushuang sat in front of Yunshao Palace. He was obviously looking forward to something, looking into the distance with a smile. Under the haze of cloud smoke, the 9 Tribulation King, who attacked by Shengxing Shui, walked slowly in front of Yunshao Palace. Behind him were more than 20 invincible supreme. Back to eternal God, Ju Tribune and others are fortunate not to lose their lives. The King of 9 Tribulation arched all the hands. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, reached out, and waved Huameng. "In bothering you," covered by the supreme Huameng. The 9 Tribulation King and others only felt that the fatigue in the god's body was all dissipated and the divine power was full. Then, at the end of the square, 6 slightly immature figures appeared in everyone's eyes, facing the supreme true dragon on the 2 sides of the pillars. These 6 bodies did not have the slightest timidity and walked steadily. At the forefront of these 6 bodies, there is a handsome young man dressed in a green shirt and with picturesque eyes. There was no flinching in his eyes, but only calmness. At the same time, he also didn't understand in his heart. When he came to the most mysterious and belongs to the Yunshao Palace, which is the pinnacle of the entire universe, why didn't he feel the strangeness and fear in the slightest sense, but had a strange sense of familiarity? Get rid of the unrealistic thoughts of the alarm clock, and the young man in the blue shirt gradually accelerated his pace, recalling what he had experienced on the way to that vast and terrifying heavenly gate. The other 5 at the same time shivered without a trace and also stepped forward quickly. Few people at Yunshao Palace were present. How did the people who passed the examination of the heavenly gate pass through? But they knew that the appreciation of the supreme people who participated in the Battle of Havoc was already enough to stand up to 99 of the geniuses of the divine power universe. Chapter 46-68. Long Walk to the Cloud Palace. The young man in the blue shirt finally felt the inexplicable tension from the bottom of his heart. Almost full-bodied, the condensed divine power was breathless, and the endless supreme supremacy seemed like an insurmountable mountain-high mountain, breathtaking. At the same time, they saw that there was such an almost unimaginable existence that was terrifying in the Tianmen, this 00 reading, Book 00 KXS. Engraved actually has digits, and in the most central part of those horrible beings, there's a man in a white Chinese suit with a handsome face and a prestigious temperament. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and cold sweat poured out of each of their temples unconsciously. "Are you here?" The white shirt man sitting on the head smiled, his voice falling from 9 days. The young man in the blue shirt finally reacted and hurriedly bowed the salute. "I have seen eternal God." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Don't be discreet, kids. We should get along for a while. Tell me, when did you practice monasticism, and how did you do it? The 6 people nodded and promised. The youth in the blue shirt took the lead and said, "Return to the eternal God," which is called Qingxiu in the next day. More than one. 73 million have been practiced since then. As soon as this statement came out, all the supremes in the Yunxiao Palace looked at it with horror. It is a matter of 73 million years to enter the supreme divine realm, which is simply impossible to imagine. It must be understood that this is just a time for enlightenment. Even Feng Qi and Long Yanlong Qi and others were also a little surprised. They all cast their gazes at the kid named Qingxiu. The king of 9 tribulation is still indifferent. Perhaps it is an unthinkable thing for all the supreme to achieve the supreme for more than 1 million years. But for the 9 tribulation king who entered the Yunxiao Palace with Jian Wushuang millions of years ago, it is obviously not enough. Because of Jian Wushuang's cultivation experience, he has forcibly lifted the king of 9 tribulation to another level. The year he went straight to the supreme, even less than 850,000 years. Yes, it's a terrifying arrogance. Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the other 5. Although the following 5 people's spiritual journey did not have the shock from the Qingxiu, it was still an unimaginable existence. Among them, the oldest person who has the most spiritual practice is no more than 30 million years old. It is conceivable that the few arrogants who pass the way of the heavenly gate will definitely be able to grow to the state of invincibility and supremacy in the future, and even the youth in the blue shirt may grow to the state of a half-ancestor. After briefly asking about the practice, Jian Wushuang smiled and asked a question. There are thousands of cosmic avenues. What is your ultimate intention in this practice? The 6 people looked at each other, but then they talked about it happily. Compared with the ordinary civilians who have a rest in the world, they can reach all things, and they are really more exciting and enthusiastic. But even if it is wonderful and enthusiastic again in the nearly long years, who will keep the original intention, or have the original intention? 5 answers. 5 seek longevity. Only the young man in the blue shirt had a blank face from beginning to end. He seemed to have set foot on the road of monasticism without any original intention, and everything seemed to be logical until today. Back to eternal God, I don't know. There is stillness in the Yunxiao Palace, and all the supreme nods are smiling, silent. Jian Wushuang laughed, and he seemed to be extremely comfortable. After a moment, he looked at the blood waves that accompanied the left and right sides. Zhu Jie and others smiled. Come on, choose your lovers. Promise. Blood wave, Zhu Jie, Feng Qi, Long Yanlong Qi, and others bowed their hands to promise. 5.5 ancestors selected the 5 people corresponding to each other, but no one selected the young Qing shirt. The loss appeared from the bottom of his eyes. Maybe the sentence, I do and T know, let him break the road from now on. Just as he was sad, the dignified voice sounded again. Qingxiu, would you like to be my disciple under my door? Was shocked, and Qingxiu looked up at eternal God in disbelief. At the next moment, he directly knelt and fell to the ground, trembling. The disciple is willing. Jian Wushuang smiled and lifted him up by the wind. No need to be discreet. You are my disciple from now on. Then I will give you the word. Everything is subject to master. Qingxiu excitedly said, Look, how about the word Daoyan? Jian Wushuang smiled. Qingxiu chanted several sounds silently, and then he uttered his hands and said, Disciple Daoyan, Xia Shizuan fell. Jian Wushuang didn't speak anymore and looked at them with a few words of humanity. Sit down. Let me discuss some issues with you. At this point, all the supremes are now heading back, gradually leaving the Yunxiao Palace. The beginning of this futon hearing indicates that these 6 people, the future achievements, will definitely not stop at the Invincible Supreme. And the young man in the blue shirt, which was written by the of the universe, could not guess where he would go. looked at the Yunshao Palace, gradually hidden in the top of the cloud. Feng Qi smiled faintly. It was just over 2 million years. The green lotus that was sent to the lower realm finally grew to the present level 2 million years ago. He was the green lotus next to eternal God. 210,000 years later, he became a disciple who sat down, and everything seemed to have its own number. Feng Qi turned around and pulled the sleeve of the 9 Tribulation King beside him. I said, "How does the disciple accepted by Jian Wushuang compare to his talent?" Zhu Jie smiled slightly. The sword of Wushuang was more terrible than the little guy at the moment. He was a guy who would make everyone eclipsed in front of him. Looking at the figure of the 9 Tribulation King flew away. Feng Qi shrugged. Yes, it is only the sword that can make such an arrogant guy to say such a thing. Skyrim's cirrus cloud Shu, this futon herd, has lasted for nearly 100 years. The sound of the avenue rises steadily above the cloud top. When the clouds blocking the front of Yunshao Palace gradually disperse, the 6 bodies blessed the heaven and earth avenue and walked out slowly. Everyone, without exception, has become invincible supreme. Their eyes are no longer blank, but have their own beliefs and goals. Since then, the 6 invincible supremacy have all remained in the Yunshao Palace. The blood wavelength is old, the elder giant acts. You're not curious why I put the word Daoyan on Kinka's body. In the beginning there was some confusion, but now we are also epiphany. Haha, he is a freshman of Brother Daoyan, but he is no longer Brother Daoyan. But in the final analysis, it is just my part. 3 figures sitting on the top of the fairy cloud to reminisce old. A long wind blew through and soon covered everything. Chapter 46-69. In the same year, Bloodwave Supreme announced that he would withdraw from the position of Vice Palace of Life Shrine, and Life Shrine ushered in a new Vice Palace, that is, the Green Canal that had been written by the of the universe. He was more calm than 100,000 years ago. His eyes were full of joy and sorrow, as if he had experienced the birth and death of all things. But the only constant still has a young mind. For millions of years, the fault after the catastrophe of the universe and the chaos of cheating has not been completely restored. There is only more than 200,000 in the Supreme. An entire generation is almost dead. Has a sword without double luck. Although this situation has been alleviated, it still takes a short period of time. The civil unrest subsided, and the complete liquidation of the imaginary universe was already on the agenda. In front of the Shrine of Life in the outer battlefield, nearly 200,000 Supreme people have already gathered. These exalted people who have survived the catastrophe and survived to this day have practiced meditation in front of the Yunshao Palace for millions of years. They have already existed like old monsters. 200,000 Supreme, 200,000 Invincible Supreme. Each of them is the existence of the destruction of the star field. Right now, they all gathered in front of the extraterritorial battlefield. Once again set foot in this foreign battlefield, all kinds of past rush into the heart has been put on a ranger clothing sword Wushuang, looking at the extremely deep. This time, the virtual universe will be completely destroyed, down to the world, up to the virtual kingdom of the star domain. No one will be left. This is a guarantee for the divine universe, and it is also a promise to the old god. Looking back at the supreme army behind him, Jian Wushuang rushed to the battlefield outside the territory. Old Venerable, Blood Wave Supreme, 9 Tribulation King, Feng Qi, Longyanlong Qi, and others all followed. All of them did not hesitate in the eyes of each of them, and firmly followed behind Jian Wushuang. Nearly 300 years after the War of Catastrophe, the sword of Wushin boarding the eternal god began to counterattack and liquidate the virtual universe, waved his hands with supreme divine power to tear the cracks across the 2 universes, and the divine and virtual forces collided with each other at this critical point. The crack was torn into heaven, and after the chaotic virtual force, it was the star domain of the virtual force universe. Stepped into it the eternal Excalibur, which represents the ultimate power of the divine universe, directly cracked the star field in a large area. Due to the demise of the imaginary god, the luck of the imaginary universe has already decayed to a certain extent, and the exclusion of the rules of the Tao has already played a very low role in the supreme people of the divine universe. The invincible supremacy stepping on the virtual universe is still the invincible supremacy, and the realm is not suppressed at all. Located at the forefront of the army, Jian Wushuang waved his hand to wipe out the nearly 1,000 star-shaped sergeants who guarded the cracks of the guard, and looked at Lao Zun and other people, and then galloped forward. The ancestral existence of the other universe is unimaginable. Between his waved hands, the starry sky receded like a tide, and the imaginary kingdoms of countless stars fell directly into countless powder. And 200,000 invincible supreme scattered at the same time in the virtual universe. Every shot of invincible supreme directly and completely smashed one side of the star field. This counterattack is terrible and firm, and it has reached the endless situation of one side. In the scope of group destruction, the destruction brought by the half-ancestor level is not weaker than that of the ancestor level. Fenkus long time, the endless fire area will easily put everything into the sea of fire, and even the virtual force can be burned. In the universe of emptiness, an effective resistance team can no longer be organized, because 99 battles of the imaginary lords of the entire universe died on the battlefield outside the territory. Even the star-level virgins were seriously injured. Again waved hands to destroy nearly 1,000 star kingdoms, and Jian Wushuang's eyes were as calm as water. He seemed to be waiting for something, and did not disperse the supreme army behind him, and proceeded cautiously. Wherever the divine force cosmic army has passed, the virtual kingdom of the star field collapsed in its entirety. That is, even some heavenly kingdoms with the existence of supremacy cannot escape such liquidation. This kind of liquidation is generally ruined, and the starry sky origin from which virtual power is derived is destroyed. In just 1 year, all the millions of star fields around the cracks disappeared, and the junction of the two universes was greatly reduced. The destroyed star field starry sky could no longer generate virtual forces and became a barren space. Faced with such a group of revenge enemies, even the surviving vain venerates have no heart of resistance and fled into the depths of the universe. If you proceed in accordance with this progress, within 10 years of chaos, the virtual universe will inevitably disappear completely. However, everything is absolutely absolute. When the special breath belonging to the Fagoma emerged in the front, Jian Wushuang realized that the most difficult enemies had come, had been exhausted to a certain degree of imagination, and suddenly it was full to the extreme, coming from the depths of the universe of emptiness. Following the appearance of tens of thousands of six-spotted venerables as the power of the stars to arch the moon, at their forefront, there were a total of more than 10 members of the organization. Jian Wushuang's eyes were fixed. Even through a strange mask, he recognized at a glance the bitter who was killed by the old venerable in the battle of the catastrophe and has died to death again, appeared again. Lao Zun's brow was slightly wrinkled, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. At the same time, it is another treasure with a supreme power to visit from the sky dome. Like a crowned emperor, a thunder snake thick like a dragon python floats around the treasure. The emperor devourer who was hit hard by Lao Zun's last blow also appeared. All the supreme hearts are sinking fiercely. This battle since the battle of catastrophe has been unavoidable. Looking at the unimaginable energy floating around him, Jian Wushuang realized that in nearly 3 million years, the Emperor Yen had not only died of serious injuries, but has improved. However, the Emperor Yin did not take the lead, but said with a deep voice, "Sword Wushuang, I have no intention to fight again with Soul, and I will return to the road to take whatever happened before." Wen Yen said. Jian Wushuang said softly, "The way back? Do I have to wait until your cultivation is completed and wait for your comeback?" But the Emperor's gaze. Sword Muzu, do you know what you are doing? You cannot bear the consequences of the total destruction of the virtual universe, even the universe behind you. Paused, the Emperor's gaze looked at Lao Zun, and the halberd said coldly, You are just chess pieces used by him. What if it is a chess piece? Do you think that this sentence alone can stop the defeat of the virtual universe? Jian Wushuang said calmly, and there was no wave in his eyes. Bite the Emperor, and then sneered. Since that is the case, then you will all stay here. As his words fell, hundreds of muddy black flags appeared out of thin air and were instantly thrown into the void. Chapter 4670. After seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang secretly surprised himself, and the hundreds of muddy black flags that appeared out of thin air were the Fengtian flags that were previously lost in the virtual universe. But at this moment, this sky flag is not only valid for the virtual universe as before, and each one is like a supreme array of eyes, firmly fixed in the void, closing all the supremes of the divine universe. Among them, I do indeed know what secret method the Bite Emperor used to turn the heavenly flag of the divine universe into his own use. But Jian Wushuang knows that they are in trouble. As soon as Feng Tianqi fell into the void, they directly cut off their connection with the universe and the heavens and the earth. The magical power in the body could no longer be derived. Sword Wushuang waved his arms, belonging to the ancestor-level supreme power, blasted towards the endless Fengtian array, but could not shake the slightest. Bite the Emperor with a grin. Just because you want to break this great array? All die to me. After the words were completed, the Emperor, who was also in the Fengtian formation, faced the entire army of the divine universe and released power beyond the rules of the avenue. Void broken, such terrifying energy, only ancestral level can contend with it. All kinds of magical powers are coming one after another. Jian Wushuang directly releases the ancestral art and cuts out the river of Kendo at the same time. But the power that surpassed the rules of the avenue easily annihilated the Chuanjia Tianmen. Even the Kendo River only blocked it for a moment, and then it was all destroyed. Such terrifying forces are getting closer in Jian Wushuang's pupils. But then Lao Zun shot. He stretched out his hand directly, bursting into endless black water ripples. The two collided, bursting into a dull martyrdom, making all the Supremes numb with hands and feet, and the heart beating wildly. The unimaginable horror energy slowly vents and dissipates, and the sword has no double-sided color. He can feel that the Emperor's Emperor is now stronger and has become a detached rule. Without the slightest pause, the Emperor Yin directly locked his target to Wushuang, releasing a more terrifying energy. However, the next moment Lao Zun was directly in front of him, and the nearly crazy Bite Emperor was firmly contained. With the attack of the Emperor, the nearly 10 members of the organization have also shot, each of which has the terrible half-ancestral strength. After the blood wave supreme, and others nodded slightly, Jian Wushuang directly slammed against Yin Yi. We have met again. A strange and deep voice resounded from the mouthful, and his eyes were completely scarlet. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly when he heard the words, and now he feels strangely bitter, just like a semi-finished product made up of a bunch of parts at random. Whether it is speaking or action, it is very rigid. Puppet! This is the most direct feeling of Jian Wushuang. Doesn't Bite one be the bitter one before? Jian Wushuang said secretly. Then he raised the Tailuo sword and cut straight to Bite one. A weird scene appeared. Biting, he did not have any dodge. The vast sword intention directly twisted him into countless pieces. But shortly afterwards, the void suddenly picked up a few small black holes, and the already broken body Bite slowly and condensed out again and again. You can't kill me. Eat a weird way, and immediately raised his palms to bombard the sword with unparalleled power. Jian Wushuang didn't support it, and directly released the second form of Chuanjia Tianmen. Tianmen was very good, is as bright as the rising of the sun. The purest blow comes in the face of a crush, flashes for a very short time, and under this blow, his whole body becomes powder again. Watching the complete disappearance of Yan Yi, Jian Wushuang did not relax at all and looked frowning slightly forward. Next, just like gathering sand into a tower, the bite that turned into powder was condensed again and again. There was no sound. The two bodies collided heavily, and the forces belonging to the ancestors struck together, sending out a wailing avenue. Sword shattered one's head, but it only grew out in a few seconds, which made Jian Wushuang very confused. He can feel that although he can inflict heavy damage on him, he still hasn't hurt the origin of biting one. Is a bombardment every time, leaving indelible damage on Jian Wushuang's body. After so repeatedly chopping his body nearly 100 times, Jian Wushuang suddenly realized what? It's impossible. This bite one from the beginning to the end is the real shadow of the bite of the emperor bite. With the attitude of giving it a try, Jian Wushuang Yijian split it from it into 2 pieces and reached out to the origin of Yini. The emperor eater, who was struggling with Lao Zun, was shocked, looking at Jian Wushuang violently. Dare! Jia Tian de Mang flew towards him at the same time. Jian Wushuang sneered and took advantage of this great deal and will take the source of the bite into the hands. This time, the eccentric figure could no longer condense. Sword Wushuang Yuet. The Emperor Yan, who has been calm and prestigious, regardless of it, forced the old master to go straight to the sword Wushuang cover and came down. The supreme energy that is as deep as a prison is like swallowing the entire universe, even if it is the ancestral sword Wushuang. All feel the great terror between life and death. If faced with this blow, his best result is a serious injury. Old Zun Qi aid is too late. On this occasion, Jian Wushuang is almost instinctive through the cheating mud tire ancestral source in his arms. The cheating mud tire was originally exposed to the void, and the mud tire could not wait to get out of the Gnostone. Sword Wushuang, I want you to die. Qi Ting mud tire angered out loudly, but he didn't wait for him to move, and his back was like a thorn. He turned back slowly and was swallowed by the terrifying energy of the emperors by the next moment. In the entire Fengtian Great Array, like hundreds of millions of large sunbursts, the vast shock wave directly tears the Fengtian Great Array. Because of the dedication of the cheating mud tires, Jian Wushuang and the supreme army behind him had no casualties. However, tens of thousands of venerable venoms died under this indiscriminate attack. Took a deep breath, Jian Wushuang stared at the void, and the cheating mud tire that could not be destroyed, also under this blow. Even a trace of the original source was not left. Bite the emperor's anger, long hair scattered from the emperor's crown, like a crazy demon. Feeling the crazed ancestral origin in the palm of my hand, Jian Wushuang finally realized that this is the real shadow of the emperor's mud tire. After being sealed in Gnostone, the energy that engulfed the emperor's body also slightly weakened. For a long time, the angry Bite Emperor calmed down again and said sullenly, "Give me back that point of origin, the life and death of the virtual universe. I will not interfere." Old Master came to the side of Jian Wushuang and said quietly, "If you want to go back, you must pass this level first." The atmosphere was strange and dead, and the Emperor bit the pressure to suppress the rage in his heart. "I really want to wait forever. I want to never die. It was not my divine universe at the beginning, but you, your entire organization," Jian Wushuang coldly said. Chapter 4671. Biting the Emperor gazing stared at Jian Wushuang, and finally said, "You will regret it, but there will be no room for regret from now on." After he said this, the starry sky began to collapse. Nearly 10,000 star fields collapsed at the same time, and countless thunder snakes landed from the ancient void. A unique energy that does not belong to the imaginary universe is derived and blessed around the Emperor's body. The road that belongs to the universe of imagination simply cannot bear and spontaneously collapses. I don't know why, after feeling the unique energy that bit the Emperor's body, Jian Wushuang actually had a very familiar feeling. Lao Zun's face, which had always been waveless, was now frowning, and the palm of the black water scepter was also clenched. Wushuang, take people back to the divine universe. Lao Zun said slowly. Jian Wushuang nodded, and he obviously felt the unusual one among them. Well, you go with us. Old Master shook his head. Don't worry about me, go. Wait for the sword Wushuang to open. The bitter emperor condensed on the void, waved down the black halo, and enveloped everyone in it. Let's stay. Everything has no way out. Bite the emperor and open his arms slowly. His arms spread slowly. The supreme energy makes the avenue collapse. Jian Wushuang's mouth twitched slightly. Since we can no longer walk away, then we too will kill him. Pure and sharp to the extreme. The vast sword is like reversing the long river. Rising up, the ancestral divine power broke through the siege and resisted the emperor's chamber of resistance. And sword Wushuang, standing side by side. Directly follow the sword straight, river chased the emperor, waved his hands down to lower levels of punishment, and the ethereal cipher text seemed to be a large array, which stopped the old statue. The next moment, like the long sword made by the edge, Jian Wushuang also held up the invisible sword. The supreme god punishment was directly crushed by Jinni, allowing Lao Zun to face the emperor. The Blackwater scepter turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and smashed towards him momentarily. Gao ran, smiled quickly, backed away from the emperor's body shape. From above the broken sky dome suddenly emerged an ugly giant face, directly opened his mouth to bite the old venerable. Dead. A cold drink like the one from the 9-9. Taro divine sword turned into an open sky, easily destroying the ugly situation. Two black robe figures. Since then, they have joined forces to kill the emperor. In a million confrontations in a flash, Jian Wushuang already felt the irreversible weakness of the Emperor Yen. Although the power is still terrifying, no matter whether it is against Lao Zun or Jian Wushuang, it has already caused no serious injuries. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jian Wushuang almost instantly used all his magical powers, trying to hit him hard, reluctantly turned around to destroy the elder Zun's full blow, and the empty door behind the emperor bite was exposed, all exposed to Jian Wushuang's eyes. Heavenly Gate of Right Realm. Heavenly Gate is extremely good. Wushuang Kendo, Zinga Huhai, Jinni 2 styles, all of which can't be dripped in the center, is like the starry sky in the sky, directly covering the entire broken starry sky. Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun receded quickly, looking dignifiedly at the shaded starry sky. Until the vast swordsmanship completely dissipated, a figure slowly emerged. Most of the black Jinhua clothes on S body were broken, and at his heart a Tailuo sword was inserted. Bite the emperor's complexion, reaching for the emperor's crown above his head, and then pulling out the Tailuo sword in his heart. Grown-ups! The remaining 6 members of the phagocytic body surrounded him. The emperor biting smiled miserably, his arm shuddered suddenly. That would cut off everything. The Tai Luo Excalibur, one of the Ji Dao ancestors, suddenly broke into 2 parts at the tip of the sword. The pupils of Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and the Tai Luo Excalibur, which had accompanied him for millions of years, had been slashed all the way to the present, was actually broken. Thrown by the emperor, the hilt of the Taro Excalibur was thrown in front of Jian Wushuang. Reached out to catch the hilt, he could no longer suppress the rage, held up the invisible sword, and slashed towards the emperor. Old Master also set off at the same time. A tremendous black water treasure came close, ate the black light in the eyes of the emperor, and waved his arms. 2 dark lights rose in response to the storm, and they were directed towards the 2. Sword cut off the black light. Jian Wushuang was another sword, and Lao Zun's blow was also suppressed. Belonged to Jian Wushuang's strongest blow, breaking through the strange energy that engulfed the emperor's body, and the Blackwater treasure phase subsequently suppressed. Boom! The endless energy turned into a tide billowing, completely engulfing everything. and the 6 members of the Fagoma, who were too late to evade, were engulfed in it. The starry sky collapsed in a large area, exposing the void of the ancient dead. Sword Wu Shuang paused in place, breathing heavily. The entire right arm had cracked out of the road, and the blood was flowing down. When the energy tide slowly receded, the miserable extreme emperor appeared. He suddenly coughed out a breath of blood, and his face was still dignified despite his embarrassment. "You lost." Jian Wushuang stepped forward slowly, his voice cold. "I lost," the Emperor Bite was saying to him, and it was like saying to himself, "How could I lose?" The Emperor Biting suddenly raised his head and looked at him, and the elder Zun, "How could I lose?" After the words, a vast black light rose from his high palm and went straight into the ultimate void. OM. The dark light, like the giant pillar of the sky, is long-lasting. The layers of dim halo spread, like ripples, over the void. Sword warriors didn't understand it, but Lao Zun changed his face suddenly. Emperor saw the face of Lao Zun's great changes, and seemed to make a bad breath, laughing aloud. "How can I fail? How can I fail? Since I'm going to die, don't think about it too well. I think they will soon sense my breath and lock it here. I want you all to be buried with me." He coughed up his blood again, and the Emperor Bite was crazy. "However, there is another way. The power of choice is in your hands. Let me go. I will never let them find here." Jian Wushuang looked at Lao Zun, and he already knew something clearly in his heart. "Do you know what I hate the most?" A deep voice sounded from Lao Zun's mouth, and his eyes gradually became cold. "The most hated is the threat." At the next moment, the Blackwater scepter suddenly flew. Thousands of Blackwater horses directly entangled the Emperor Yen, dragging him towards the old master. The dark pupil reflects the birth and death of all things, even the desolation of which time dies. The Emperor finally uttered in horror, "No, you can't kill me." Jian Mushuang am dead. Xian certainly won't agree. The Emperor Yen looked at Jian Mushuang, like looking at the last life-saving straw, and Jian Wushuang shivered when he heard the name. "How much do you know about him?" I know a lot as long as you let." Without waiting for him to finish, Lao Zun has already completely killed him. Even the soul of the gods has never been left. Chapter 4672. One of the behind-the-scenes pushers to promote the death battle between the two universes. The death of the Emperor is extremely invisible in Dai, together with the same mysterious phagocytic tissue, also completely disappeared into the sky of nothingness, and it seemed to have never appeared before. But the death of the Emperor Bite, but it makes no one feel comfortable. Lao Zun's brows were tight, and his face was never dignified. And Jian Wushuang was already in a state of confusion. This was not the first time he had heard of Zuani's news from outsiders, but each time he only stopped at the beginning and ended abruptly. "Master, what kind of existence are you? Why am I already on this paradise road? But I still don't get any news from you." Jian Wushuang stared at the void and suddenly felt a little weak. "Lao Zun am a little tired." He slowly closed his eyes. Lao Zun turned to look at him and nodded. "Then let's go back." "No, the imaginary universe will not be removed in one day, and the divine universe will be like a thorn in the back. I don't want to let the juniors shroud in the shadows anymore." Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with firmness. "I want to replace the juniors, erase this biggest threat." However, at the next moment, a breath of chaos and havoc seemed like a mist, which instantly swept over the broken sky. However, this chaotic breath only existed for a moment and then completely disappeared. But everyone felt the breath of not knowing where to start and how to disappear. Jian Wushuang shuddered in his heart and could not help looking at Lao Zun. A moment later, the old respectful said with a deep voice, "The eye of chaos spring is loose. Retreat." Jian Wushuang didn't dare to delay for a moment, and directly issued a command to retreat. All the Supremes did not hesitate at all, and all released their divine power to sprint towards the universe of divine power. The chaotic spring eye, which symbolizes the extreme point of the divine universe, is the weakest place. Every loosening will bring great horror. At the same time, no one knows where they will be connected one after another in Chaos Spring's eyes. Even Lao Zun is extremely afraid of this. Jian Mushuang didn't dare to imagine what a terrible situation there would be once the eye of Chaos Spring opened again. Before the Emperor's death, the dark light that he sent to the Sky Dome and the words he spoke made him feel a little palpitations. And after the retreat of the Supreme Army, the place where the Emperor Nirvana was originally began to float with fine mottled black stripes. Since it is about to enter the hinterland of the virtual universe, it will take several years to return to the divine universe at their speed. 2 years later, Jian Wushuang and others stepped into the extraterritorial battlefield from the virtual universe and went straight to the Shrine of Life, now protecting the whole life divine temple of the divine power universe. It is still calm. Afterwards, the Deputy Hall Master Daoyan Supreme took more than a dozen disciples out of the palace gate and arched the hand. Sword Wushuang nodded and then asked, "In recent decades, can there be something different in the universe?" Daoyan Supreme thought for a moment and shook his head. "Everything is still the same and there is no abnormality, but there are special energy fluctuations in the past few years near the Luodu star field. The disciple I sent earlier to explore has not returned." Jian Wushuang heard the words, when even if he said, "All the Supremes are all waiting to guard the Yunxiao Palace, and the half-ancestor will follow me." No one had any controversy. The Supreme Army, which had not suffered many casualties, stood on the spot. Jian Wushuang and a group of half-ancestors rushed to Luodu Starland. After these several events, Luodu Starland has been raised to the highest level of vigilance, and the teams stationed here in turn alone have nearly 1,000 Invincible Supreme. Rotates every 1,000 years, and it has been millions of years. But now, the more forward, the weaker the power of the Invincible Supreme is almost faintly imperceptible. "Damn, don't make any more mistakes," Jian Wushuang secretly said, and his figure accelerated. When the broken Luodu star field is as usual, everyone breathed out. Thousands of Invincible Supreme stationed here all flew out of the city and came to Jianwu double-sided. "I have seen the eternal God! Are there any abnormalities in the eyes of Chaos Spring?" Jian Wushuang asked. Invincible Supreme, headed by Return to Eternal God, "Nothing has been different in millions of years." Jian Wushuang breathed a deep breath in his heart, but before he could speak, the eyes of Chaos Spring, who had been in a silent state, suddenly burst into shocking energy. The domineering aura that easily overwhelms the divine power is like a boundless galaxy, and Lu makes up the entire sky. Seeing this situation, Jian Wushuang directly released the ancestral divine power and turned it into a layer of barriers to block all the invincible supremacy behind him. At the same time, Lao Zun beside him murmured softly, "They hear." The barrier, transformed by ancestral divine power, was almost instantly covered with cracks. Under the tremendous energy, it actually only supported for a moment and then collapsed. Lao Zun then raised the Blackwater scepter to face it, only to resist the supreme energy. All the half-ancestors present were shocked. Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun joined hands and were actually able to resist. This can emit such energy. What would calm be? He did not dare to carelessly, gazing at the center of the fiery energy. Next moment, a young man with a long shirt and soared eyebrows walked out slowly. The rules of the avenue belonging to the divine universe were very repulsive, but when he approached him, he turned into a fan. The long hair bundled up behind him floated up against the wind. Jian Wushuang's mood fell to the bottom of the valley instantly. He could feel the energy, not weaker than the Emperor's bite, and even past it, the channel of the Chaos Spring, I slowly closed. But the energy of the galaxy flooding the sky dome did not decay at all. And the young man who came from the eyes of Chaos Spring first looked at the universe he was in, then stretched out his palm to feel his own energy, and finally looked at Jian Wushuang and others. looked at Lao Zun for a moment. He was a little puzzled, but finally stopped on Jian Wushuang's body. Then he slowly extended his palm and pointed at Jian Wushuang. I'm familiar with your breath. Is it the person who broke into the Dian universe millions of years ago? With this remark, Lao Zun suddenly opened his eyes suddenly. He had never had the gaffe comparable to his current situation. Have you been to Dianhuan? Jian Wushuang was instantly clear when he heard the 3 characters of Dianhuan. Was involved in the chaos of time and space, entered inadvertently and lay there for 500,000 years. In the beginning, I was involved in the chaos of time and space and entered a large world. I thought it should be called Dianhuan. Jian Wushuang lowered his voice and said to Lao Zun at a very fast speed. Chapter 4673. Then he raised his head and looked at the young man floating like a fairy, quietly. Exactly. The young man stunned slightly, and then said loudly, It's useless to say more. Did you send the head to me automatically, or did I pick it up by myself? Jian Wushuang was depressed, and he began to suspect that he had a killing physique. Step by step to today, there are so many people who want to kill him all the time, and this guy who does not know where to come from now, he has to pick up his head as soon as he comes up. My head, I'm afraid you are powerless. The young man sneered. Then I will take it by myself. This sword fairy Dingbai, don't kill the nameless and asexual people. You self-reported the name. I will take your life again. Sword Wushuang, Jian Wushuang said coldly. An invisible long sword had already condensed in his hands. The young man who claimed to be the sword fairy Dingbai, his disdainful eyes gradually disappeared when he saw the invisible long sword in Jian Wu's hands. I didn't expect it to be such a pure kendo in such a big realm, which is really a blessing. Jian Xian Dingbai whispered softly, Well, wait until I appreciate your kendo, then kill you again. After the words were finished, he reached out and flicked his waistcoat, and then a real sword with fairy rhythm appeared. Jian Wushuang's heart moved slightly, a kind of kendo that was also pure to the extreme diffused. Old master, as soon as we meet, you will leave quickly. After he whispered the sentence, he stood in the air with an invisible sword. Dingbai reached out his hand and waved, and the vast and magnificent energy was built into a dojo, covering them both. One move, this move is up to you. Dingbai retreated half a step, carrying his sword behind him, said indifferently, Sword Wushuang didn't have an opening, directly chopped the invisible sword in his hand, and released the first form of the Knight of the Tailuo Jindian. The dojo suddenly dimmed, and the darkness that could swallow everything came. Dingbai whispered, and then carved a sword tactic out of thin air with his left hand that didn't hold the sword, which was actually to directly destroy the Yongya style. But when the same 0 and 0 reading, 00 excess of Yongyi, was destroyed, a more vicious sword rose into the sky, the atmosphere that controlled the 4 seasons of the universe, and it was overwhelming. Shua, Shueyang, spring and autumn, rise one after another, just enter here, as if at a glance eternal. Body shirt fluttered against the wind. Dingbai's calm eyes gradually turned into fiery, lifted up the real sword covered with fairy charm, one sword out. There is no fancy sword, it is a simple flat thorn, but it is very powerful, as if it is close to all, desperate sword. Blended his thoughts of the tarot sword style seasons and was defeated without any suspense. That unique sword easily broke through the 4-season sword style and continued to cast forward with a straight cast, crushing the peepa bone of Jian Wushuang's left shoulder holding the sword. The blood of God fell, and the bone of God was damaged. Sword Wushuang! Feng Qi exclaimed, and then rushed forward, but was stopped by Lao Zun's hand. With me, Wushuang is unharmed. Feng Qi said that although he stopped, his eyes were full of tension. In the dojo, Jian Wushuang let the blood on his left shoulder drool, staring at Dingbai. Dingbai reported with a smile, The swordsmanship you used just now was not your own. Although it is extremely delicate, it has already lost its intelligence and is not a good one. If I just insisted on taking your head just now, I am afraid that you are not like now. This is intact. If your swordsmanship only stops so, then I would advise you to take the lead and kill, and save the ugliness. Sword Muzu didn't speak, slowly raised the invisible sword in his hand, and thousands of swords were spread like vines in the air. At the same time, a solemn, unparalleled treasure condensed behind him. Majestic. It's a little interesting. Ding Bai's mouth was tilted, and the sword in his hand was clear. At the next moment, his entire figure was directly transformed into a stream of streamers, straight forward. Sword Muzu suddenly opened his eyes, and the vast sword was like a galaxy of galaxy, and the most pure and extreme straight cut, sinking down. Only this sword, the constructed dojo, can't bear it directly, and it can be broken. The indescribable sword intention surpasses any of his previous swords. Too pure and extreme, swords collided, and the magnificent martyrdom swept the whole world with Jian Wushuang as the center. The sword intention was torn and damaged, and the majestic treasure image behind the sword Wushuang was finally torn. The world mourns, and the invisible and quality roads are all agitated. Seems to be the most tragic martyrdom. But in fact it is just the sharpest sword, piercing all his sword intentions. Sword without both sides exposed bitterness. Is this the way to lose? Even Lao Zun can no longer be indifferent. But at the next moment, time seemed to stagnate, and the layers of martyrdom seemed to stop at the last moment of the explosion. And the absolute sword that had no way to stop was also a trembling, and finally stopped before the last layer of sword intention. A long wind blew through, messing up the hair. Looked at the real sword that was only one finger away from his neck, but it was hard to get in. Sword Wushuang then looked at Ding Bai in front of him. The palm of the hand holding the hilt shook uncontrollably. Yu Kanshu www. Okanshu. Calm Ding Bai's clear face began to pale, and a drop of rich scarlet blood dripped from his nasal cavity. How? Without a word, he went straight to the sky and passed out. Jian Wushuang's subconscious, impulsive power enveloped Ding Bai's divine body and laid him flat in the void. Seeing the situation, the elder Zun and Shuabo Jizuan quickly came to Jian Wushuang. Glanced at him, Lao Zun directly raised the Blackwater scepter to prepare to kill Ding Bai. Lao Zun. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth coldly, reaching out to stop Lao Zun shaking his head. Can't kill. I feel that he has no strong intention to kill me, and if he kills, he won't win. What time is this? Do you know that he just went further, and the consequences are unbearable? Feng Qi said anxiously. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered, and finally he said, Can't kill, he let me do it before this time when I gave it back to him. Several half-ancestors sighed quietly and stopped talking. Lao Zun also slowly withdrew the Blackwater scepter and nodded at him. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang looked at the distant road, returned to Yunshao Palace. The eyes of Chaos Spring were blocked again, and everything seemed to have not happened except for the more broken sky. Back to the Yunshao Palace, Jian Wushuang set up another divine pavilion, put the white cloth Ding Bai in it, and then used the supreme supernatural power to block all around the divine pavilion. As soon as he woke up, Jian Wushuang could perceive it instantly. Such a Dayan who is most likely to come from the secret came to the sword fairy of the divine power universe, so that the thoughts of Jian Wushuang gradually calmed down. Chapter 4674. In the past millions of years, all the seemingly unruly things seem to have developed in one direction, since in the extreme sea star field, from the mouth of the snake god, I heard that the top of the universe is not an ancestor, but also encountered an ancestor who surpassed the ancestor and a bitter emperor of the same strength. The two of them could never belong to the divine universe or the imaginary universe, but they seemed to be working hard for a goal. In the land of sorrow and hunger, the old man who stopped acting as the guide, The strange mud tires of cheating, the Xuanyi known to the emperor, are as unknown as the mist. Jian Mushuang desperately wants to know an answer. He feels he is enveloped by a larger cloud. After a year of silence, he walked out of the Yunxiao Palace and into the sea of clouds behind the palace. Lao Zun's thin body still sits and fishes in the sea of clouds. Since Jian Wushuang has been fishing for hundreds of thousands of years, it seems that the unrequited old venerable father has begun to have a hobby of fishing. A wireless jade fishing rod was thrown into the sea of clouds, and Jian Wushuang's figure then sat down next to Lao Zun. "How many fish have you caught?" "I haven't caught a tail yet." "It's no wonder that these fish have been caught by us for hundreds of thousands of years, and we have long been spiritually aware that we can't eat hooks." Jian Wushuang began to tell Lao Zun how he had been fishing for so many years. Lao Zun's calm face also gradually got a smile. His subtle smile has only been revealed to two people for millions of years. One is Sword Wushuang, and the other is naive. At the end, Lao Zun looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. "Do you have many questions to ask me?" Jian Wushuang scratched his head. "Yes, there are some problems, but I don't know where to start." "Then let me answer you one by one." Lao Zun said quietly, "I originally wanted to wait for you to grow up slowly before telling you everything you want to know. I thought that the arrival of that day would be it's been a long time, but it was so fast." "Muzu, do you know Dianhuan?" Jian Wushuang thought about it a little, and then from being dragged into the chaotic flow of time and space by the false god, to entering the great realm of Feng Shuanqi, everything that happened in the process was told to Lao Zun. "It turns out that I didn't expect you to get in there." Lao Zun's tone was stable. "The so-called Dianhuan, the simplest and clearest explanation, is the ultimate of the avenue, the original of everything. At the same time, it is only a general term in the world of Dian, fairy world, realm. Everything and everything are coexisting." Sword Wushuang moved intentionally and asked, "What kind of existence does that ancestor class belong to in Dian?" Lao Zun looked at him and smiled slightly, very common. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He knew that Lao Zun wouldn't lie, but it was precisely because he didn't lie that made him feel terrible. Is already the end of an infinite universe, but it is only a very common existence in that great world. What was above that ancestor level, he could hardly imagine it. Did the sword fairy Dingbai come here from Dianhuan? Jian Wushuang asked. Lao Zun nodded. It should be no one except a Yanhuan. Even if there are other universes, no one can cause harm to you. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, Did the emperor bite from Dianhuan? Naturally, the kind of derivation that he used that transcended the category of divine power proved his identity. Lao Zun said, looking at Jian Wushuang at the same time, As for me, it is an independent place with no surviving life. The presence. Jian Wushuang was a little unsure, but he didn't know how to ask. Wushuang, do you know what the predecessor of Dianhuan was? Jian Wushuang shook his head. Seems to be recalling, the elder muttered. The first predecessor of Dianhuan is actually a universe of one side, and the other is the same universe as the divine universe and the imaginary universe. Dai Yanhuan's original predecessor was called Jie, and I was in another universe called Yan. There was also a catastrophe between these two universes. Eventually, as the other side's universe was completely eradicated and eliminated, it became Dian. And the universe called Yan is the one who is finally destroyed. Listening to Lao Zun's narrative, Jian Wushuang began to feel that his brain capacity was not enough. From the universe to Dianhuan, it seemed more complicated and somewhat familiar. Why are the two universes so good that they don't die? Is it just because they destroyed the other party and promoted to Dianhuan? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. Lao Zun shook his head. The factors in between are too complicated, just like today's endless war between your two universes. Jian Wushuang froze. He finally understood the feeling of déjà vu, the Holocaust battle between the Yen universe and the universe. With the demise of the Yen universe, the universe finally promoted to Dian Huan, and now the universe of divine power and the universe of imagination are not exactly like this route. He was startled and seemed to understand what he already knew. In the polar sea star field, and Lao Zun met for the first time and set the 3 conditions. The first condition is to completely destroy the hostile universe without leaving any creatures. If the only condition for the promotion from the universe to Dianhuan is to completely destroy the hostile universe, is it not the only way for the universe to be promoted to Dianhuan if the condition of promise to the Lord? Jian Wushuang was silent for a long time. He looked at Lao Zun and said, Lao Zun, as long as the void universe is destroyed, will the divine universe be promoted to Dianhuan? No, this is the ultimate way and cannot accommodate the second Dianhuan. Only by erasing the original Dianhuan can you be promoted. Jian Wushuang nodded and stopped talking. Old Master no longer spoke, and after a long time he slowly said, In fact, the conditions mentioned before are just some jokes. You don't have to take it seriously. What do you say? There is a saying in the world, a gentleman is hard to chase after a horse, and I will promise to count when I come down. Jian Wushuang smiled, then pretended to inadvertently, raised his hand and patted the old gentleman's shoulder. This is an agreement between the 2 of us. Lao Zun shook his head and smiled slightly and stopped talking. This dialogue in the cloud top did not last long, but the amount of information contained in it and the source of incomparable complexity almost directly raised the existing knowledge of Jian Wushuang. This finally let him know that the ultimate avenue is not the ancestor level. Tianwai still has heaven. And his master Xuanyi, is it possible that he came out of the original, all-round Yanhuan that contains all things? See the moon in the water and see the sun in the cloud. Chapter 4675. The sword fairy Dingbai, who realized the kendo to the extreme, appeared in the supreme fairy posture. The simplest and purest kendo in one hand almost raised the sword to a completely new level. After playing against Dingbai, Jian Wushuang not only did not suffer setbacks, but instead began to appreciate the obscure levels. His own swordsmanship has already reached the level of transformation, opening and closing, full of loneliness and arrogance. Dingbai's sword is the most ordinary sword, but it has also reached the transformation. His one move, one collection, and one release are simple and pure, as if to eat once and sleep once. Dull. But this is the most mundane trick, but it has turned into a desperate sword, pushing the sword Wushuang to death again and again. And Jian Wushuang's hard work today is to learn to gain momentum. From heaven, the sword fairy Dingbai from Dianhuan fell asleep for 20,000 years, and Jian Wushuang was also on the Yundingshin Pavilion and spent 20,000 years of hard work. In order to have some fun in that boring way, Jian Wushuang planted a peach tree seedling in the center of the huge dojo in front of the shrine. For 20,000 years, the saplings had grown to towering giant trees, and the monsters bred in their trees were lying on the treetop on time every day to watch Jian Wushuang practice swords. One day after 20,000 years, the door of the silent shenge was opened, a plain shirt, and the pale Dingbai slowly walked out of the shenge. He looked at Jian Wushuang, who was sitting under the peach tree with a slightly uncomfortable face, and smiled. Hey, why didn't you kill me at that time and run here torture me all day? Sword Muzu grinned, stretched his hands to stand aside, and the real sword of Qi's spirit threw at Dingbai. Dingbai reached out to take it, so he made a bad voice and said, Don't you kill me while I was stunned. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Killed you at that time, it was invincible. I disdain if you kill me in reverse now, it is also invincible. How can I worry? Jian Wushuang smiled. Why, don't you sinister? Dingbai was dumb for a while, but didn't know how to refute it, so he had to scream and jumped up to the eaves of the divine pavilion with his sword, and then he fell asleep. Jian Wushuang didn't care about him anymore. He continued to sharpen his moves under the peach tree. The reason why Ding Bai passed away was purely because the chaotic flow of time and space unknowingly eroded his meridians, and when he came up, he fought like a chicken blood. The meridians were cut off directly for protection. With the supply of Yan Li, he just died like a crash. This guy is like looking for revenge. But because of the cold on the road, after putting down the harsh words in front of the Chiu family, he directly fell like a dead pig and fell awake. It was Jian Wushuang who met him at a loss. If he was someone else, he would have been called away. In this way, for another 1,000 years, Jian Wushuang has not been slack for a moment. Even the simplest straight cut can be practiced for centuries. During this period, Ding Bai, who was sleeping on the eaves of the divine pavilion, from the very beginning of impatientness to watching the sword Wushuang practiced with boredom, began to give advice from time to time. The comprehension of kendo, Jian Wushuang obviously exceeded Ding Bai's expectations. Ding Bai also gradually realized that the crushing on him was not a crushing on kendo comprehension, but a pure realm suppression. Nature, the self-proclaimed sword fairy, also provoked the battle again. I haven't forgotten the main purpose of this visit. Are you going to take the lead and let me pick it up personally? Ding Bai said coldly on the side of the dojo. Jian Wushuang shrugged. I always have people in my head who want to take them, but they all died in front of me one by one. If you want, you can take it yourself. It's a big tone. Ding Bai sneered. Then he stepped forward and waved a branch with peach blossoms off the peach tree. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and then he stretched out his hand and pulled off a branch with peach blossoms. The mighty divine power swept away in an instant, entrenched in the sky of the whole dojo like a dragon. Ding Bai then released a more terrifying force, confronting Jian Wushuang. Yanli is a special energy that suppresses and contains divine and virtual powers. It only belongs to the higher rules of Dianhuan, and the emperor of the emperor's power is Yanli. Looking at the slightly thin white clothes, Jian Wushuang did not relax his vigilance. He practiced kendo for tens of thousands of years, but he was ready to defeat him one day. Use your own swordsmanship to face me. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you will not be able to hold 10 breaths in the future. Ding Bai said softly. Nature. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Wushuang Kendo. Zingahuhai, Jian's second form river. Wushuang Kendo derives countless swordsmanship in one, and the roaring roar is like a reeling Tianhe, a grand view, rewinding Tianhe up against the current, carrying endless power, dashing towards Ding Bai. And sword Wushuang, at the moment, standing like a majestic sword, standing in the mighty sword, holding up the peach blossom branch in his hand and falling straight. It's kind of interesting Ding Bai slightly raised the corner of his mouth, but inserted the peach branch in the back of his neck with his backhand, facing the vast Jianhe River like a shock. Stepped out, not only did the surging Jianhe not cause any damage to Ding Bai, but instead he took advantage of it to reach the sword without two sides. The peach branch in his hand instantly pointed to the face of Jian Wushuang. This seemingly extremely ordinary sword, if you slow down, you can see that it is no less than 100,000 shots. 100,000 shots, all counted as a sword. How crazy is the sword? Jian Wushuang's body is inclined, forced to help, but can only resist. But the 100,000 swords were so powerful and terrifying that they directly dismantled his resistance and cut off the peach branches in the sword without both hands. The remaining was nearly 50,000 swords, and the unstoppable nail was nailed in front of him. Rao is the sword of Wushuang's immortal body, and he also feels the chest tightness. If it is replaced by a sword, I am afraid that there are already countless transparent holes in his body. However, Jian Wushuang didn't feel discouraged. After shockingly pushing Ding Bai away, he stretched out his hand and folded another peach branch and took the lead to cut him. Belongs to the offensive of the unparalleled kendo, wide open and close. One by one straight cut, all fell on the peach branch of Ding Bai, like thousands of soldiers bombarded down. Even Ding Bai felt the suffocation of chest tightness. This guy is really good. Ding Bai secretly wondered. Just as he was about to fight back again, the peach blossom branch suddenly broke in his hand. Jian Wushuang had no love at all, fluttered and retreated, and at the same time waved a branch to him again. Come again! Then come again! Chapter 4676. The years have passed, and Yundao Palace has been talking about Kendo for 100,000 years. Peach blossoms are still there, and the little monsters of that year have already appeared. The two under the tree never seemed tired, and even the peach blossom branch above the peach tree was about to be refracted. Don't hit it, my hair is almost gone. This sentence became Taeoxian's mantra, but it didn't seem to be of much use. Broken branches have already piled up 2 hills. One of the plain shirts, Kendo changed the restrained and implicit for more than 100,000 years, just like the ultimate sword made by the edge. Every attack is extremely fierce. Another black shirt shape, his swordsmanship also changed from the opening and closing of hundreds of thousands of years ago, just like the sword hidden in the room. Every time he attacked, it became as heavy as water. They are already learning from each other. When the last sword of the black shirt body pushed the front sword of the plain shirt body, this 100,000-year theory was the last thing to do. Don't fight anymore, this seat is tired. Ding Bai stretched out a lazy waist, threw the peach blossom branch in his hand to Jian Wushuang, and lay back on the roof of Shenge. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and after throwing the branch to Taoxian, he also leapt to the top of the eaves. Looking at Yunwan Yunshu in front of him, he asked, "Why did you kill me at the beginning?" Ding Bai said comfortably, "Trusted by others, it is so simple." The next sword Wushuang was even more puzzled. "I just didn't intend to enter that day, Yanhuan. And before I could do anything, I planted the enemy family?" Ding Bai heard the words and looked at him. "In that wild land, the little emperor's cronies, but died in your hands." Jian Wushuang just wanted to refute, suddenly thought back to something, and then stunned. "Is the few guys I killed at the time a strong force in Dianhuan?" Ding Bai pouted. "That kind of inferior cronies, it's all right to kill 100, but what happened afterwards was the key that led me to take your life. When you left Dianhuan, did you let go of a blue wand?" Jian Wushuang said, "It seems that he let go of one." "Then you know that the Qing Wan is the emperor? You let go of the emperor." Ding Bai didn't have a good air. "I didn't know anything at the time. It was purely that she begged me for help. I didn't have anything to do with what happened next." Jian Wushuang hurriedly said, "You guys." Ding Bai shook his head helplessly and then stopped talking. He tentatively said, "Don't you plan to kill me?" "Too lazy to kill. This seat is suddenly not interested." Ding Bai lazily said, "Again, if you kill you now, wouldn't it be invincible?" "Then if you don't kill me, what should you tell me when you go back? You're not afraid of what little emperor found." Ding Bai sneered disdainfully. "I only wanted to give back to his emperor's past gratitude. I said killing is killing. Who dares to refute?" Looking at the domineering side leakage, Jian Wushuang laughed aloud. "So when I have the power of a battle, let's try again." He adjusted a comfortable posture. "Even if one day I will certainly cut you under the sword with my own hand, to use my sword. But that day, I'm afraid, I will never come." Ding Bai finished his last sentence and slept. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, swept down the pavilion, and returned to the Yunshao Palace. After sleeping for 100 years in the Shenge, Ding Bai was ready to leave. Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun sent him to Luodu Starfield. In front of Chaos Spring, Jian Wushuang waved his hand to wipe the seal from the eyes of Chaos Spring, and the majestic eccentric energy poured out like a hole in the sky. Ding Bai, who is still a plain shirt, stands in front of the vast energy. No one spoke. Ding Bai walked forward slowly. After dozens of steps, he slowly turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, and then walked forward. "Ding Bai!" Jian Wushuang shouted loudly, and then threw an object forward. Ding Bai reached back without catching his head. It was a peach branch. "I'll never see you again." The palm that clasped the peach blossom branch gently waved, and the back body shape disappeared into the vast energy and disappeared completely. Waving his hands to reseal the chaotic spring eyes, Jian Wushuang looked at Lao Zun. "Lao Zun, you said that Ding Bai entered the turbulent flow at that time. Is it okay?" Naturally, no mistakes can be made in his realm, at most a little uncomfortable. Lao Zun replied. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm going to take another shashan again, and now I can finally calm down and settle the liquidation." Lao Zun didn't speak and walked smoothly behind Jian Wushuang. Yunshao Palace. At the moment, in the vast hall, only Jian Wushuang and the old statue sat side by side. On the case in front of them, he was trapped by the divine power with a dark light that is a source of cost to the emperor, and it is also a mud tire. "Old master, is there a way to destroy it?" Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Lao Zun nodded, stretched out his palm with his hand, and stamped it on the light runes with ruinous meaning rose up, and several wisps of misty black smoke surged, and finally completely dissipated and never left a trace. In this way, then the emperor of the blessed emperor really died out. Lao Zun nodded. Jian Wushuang was relieved, and then he raised his chin with his hand and wondered, "What is it? Mud tire, what is it?" Qi Ting does not hesitate to wipe out the heavenly path and seduce thousands of monks to condense that even the emperor also has mud tires? The mud tire in general is actually the obsession of the past, the practice of the world, all of my own perceptions, collectively these aspects. Lao Zun explained, and want to enter the realm of the great Yanhuan by himself. One step is to cut off the past of the world. Qi Ting wanted to enter that Dianhuan at that time. Jian Wushuang stunned. Lao Zun said, "This possibility is not ruled out, but if you remove the mud tire from yourself, even if you enter the realm of Yanxian, you will also be hit hard, so he will lure so many monks to use it as his mud tire." Originally, Jian Wushuang nodded. Now both internal and external chaos are settled, and it is time to re-enter the virtual universe. The elder nodded. "It'll take another 100,000 years. I need to adjust my interest rate for a while." After several days of analysis, Lao Zun withdrew from Yunshao Palace and returned to his residence. Standing in the vast square, Jian Wushuang directly adjusted her breath. Now that the phagocytosis has disappeared even with the emperor, the imaginary universe has opened its doors completely. Jian Wushuang's last thing to do is to completely eliminate the nightmare that exists for the divine universe. Chapter 46-77. For the Supreme Powerful, 100,000 years are just a time for perception. At this point, more than 100,000 invincible supremacy closed at the same time. For the next liquidation, make every preparation. Jian Wushuang enters the realm of ecstasy at the same time, and he confronts Ding Bai over and over again in his consciousness. For 100,000 years on Kendo, Jian Wushuang has learned to gain momentum, which is indispensable for the framework that is full of Wushuang Kendo. At the same time, he is also looking forward to one day to be able to confront the sword fairy Ding Bai once. Above the top of the clouds are rolling and the road flows slowly. In 100,000 years, how much mortal dust rises and falls, and the Zongmen ancient school rises lonely all at the same time. And for those supreme who have surpassed the big boundary between life and death, it is just a flick. After 100,000 years, all the invincible supremacy of the retreats wake up one after another, and the divine power has been adjusted to the most peak state. For this final liquidation moment, the Dragon and Phoenix clan pulled almost all the supremes of the clan to the Yunshao Palace. If they can completely erase the virtual universe, this will be of supreme merit for them. Dian, who was in a blue shirt, slowly came to Jian Wushuang and said softly, "Master, they have already come." Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and the breath of Dideo continued to flow from his whole body. He habitually looked behind him, but he didn't see Lao Zun's figure. Pressing down the distraction in his heart, Jian Wushuang said, "You are naive. Please invite old master." The naive responded and hurried to Lao Zun's residence. "Master, this time I want to go with you to experience it." Supreme Master Dao, Yan solemnly said, "I also hope that Master will agree." Jian Wushuang smiled. "No, you will be with you this time." Supreme Master Daoyan heard the words and, overjoyed, "Thank you, Master." At this moment, the slightly panicked figure of the young child appeared. Ma'am, Lao Zun are not in his residence. It seems to be gone." As soon as this remark came out, Jian Wushuang shuddered in his heart, when even he rushed to fly to Lao Zun's residence. Bloodwave and others looked at each other, and then followed behind Jian Wushuang. In the sea of clouds, the most common house is Lao Zun's residence. Feeling the rich divine power around him, Jian Wushuang sank in his heart and then pushed the door in. On the wooden bed, a black robe turned his back. "Lao Zun?" Jian Wushuang asked softly. Then, the figure on the wooden bed stood up, and Lao Zun's unique face appeared in his eyes. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could speak, Lao Zun spoke first. "Wushuang am gone, go where I should go. You just don't miss it if I haven't been here. As for the conditions I said to you before, it was a joke. Forget about them. I do indeed want you to go to that point. The things I have experienced cannot happen a second time." "No, where are you going?" Jian Wushuang shook his head again and again. He tried not to let Lao Zun leave. "Are you going to the Layazizi Yen Yen alone?" However, this is only the last ghost image left by Lao Zun and cannot be touched at all. Lao Zun finally looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile in his eyes. "These days with you are my few pleasant days. Staying by your side makes me feel like I was back when I was young, but it's about to leave. Remember, never come to Dian Huan. This is something you shouldn't know. Forget about all this." After saying all these words, the old figure finally dissipated completely. Jian Wushuang reached out unconsciously to grab, but just held a small handful of tiny stars. At this point, the old master completely disappeared, and his disappearance was too clean, as if it had never existed in the universe. Jian Wushuang slowly backed away, sitting on the wooden bed with force. For him, Lao Zun is also a teacher and a friend. Without him, the entire divine universe is afraid that it would have been annihilated, and the spirits would be covered. However, the divine universe has now completely won, but he quietly disappeared like a passerby. This makes Jian Wushuang difficult to accept. In his heart, the existence of Lao Zun is almost the same as Xian Yi. Xian Yi is a teacher and Lao Zun is a friend, but now both of them have disappeared without a trace, even inexplicably. They are like passers-by in Jian Wushuang's life, giving him supreme fate and help, but they don't know what happened and disappeared without leaving a clue. Dian Huan. Everything must be related to that Dian Huan. All the answers I want to know must be there. Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his head. He wanted to step into the chaos of time and space, regardless. Went to that vain place, but then gave up again. He is gone. What about the divine universe? If the imaginary universe is not removed, the divine universe will not be peaceful for a day. But in fact, if Jian Wushuang completely wiped out the imaginary universe, he couldn't get down. After all, the virtual universe is too vast, and the same creatures are not even much smaller than the divine universe. It would be too horrible to kill them all, and to kill them. Lao Zun seemed to have seen the deep thoughts of Jian Wushuang before quietly leaving. For a long time, Jian Wushuang looked down at the mottled stars in his hand and whispered softly, "Lao Zun, I'm sorry for you." The door of the cabin closed quietly, and he was silent for a long time. Although Shuebu Jizuin and others did not know what happened, they had already guessed it, and all returned to the Yunshao Palace, waiting for the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Only Daoyan, supreme, has stood and waited outside the door. 1,000 years passed, and the closed door opened again. Jian Wuwei was a little haggard. He looked at Daoyan, supreme, who was waiting for him, and smiled reluctantly. Why not go? I can feel Master's sadness, but I don't know how to share it, so I have to wait outside the door, and the disciples are dull. Dao Yen Jizuin said slightly. Then he extended a hand and patted Daoyan, supreme's shoulder. Come with me somewhere. Daoyan, supreme, bowed his head and promised, then followed Jian Wushuang to reach out and flew away into the distance. Under the stars, the invisible avenue flows slowly, and countless luxes regenerate. The divine universe, after the most tragic Holocaust war, is gradually recovering because of the protection of the eternal God. Dao Yen Supreme followed Jian Wushuang's behind and kept moving forward. The plane that gave birth to the birth machine and the broken star field are swimming in his eyes, quite a sense of 1,000 years. The more I go to the edge of the divine universe, the stronger the sense of killing is the burial ground formed after the war of catastrophe. Daoyan Supreme, with Jian Wushuang, finally set foot on the extraterritorial battlefield. Chapter 4678. Feeling the blood of the killing left by his predecessors, an uncontrollable wildness and sadness came to my mind. Looking at the endless, almost corpse road piled up with countless corpses, Rao was shocked by his calm heart. He could hardly imagine what kind of catastrophe happened here. Even here, even the ancestors have fallen. Half an ancestor, invincible supreme, half step, invincible supreme, all buried in this. The rich breath of death has become the main tone of the extraterritorial battlefield. Before the word Dao Yen, he once angered his horse with his clothes, and his sword crossed between the universe of all things. The unimaginable talent of Taoism made him proud of all the heroes. There were also super denominations who had assassinated him and destroyed the sect by his sword, and some friends swam willingly. But this was the first time he faced the real cruelty above the starry river. Jian Wushuang did not speak, but waved his hand to create a vast scroll. The whole dead and desolate extraterrestrial battlefield seems to be alive, and those miserable corpses have turned into people in the volume. Every one of the characters who used to be very lively gradually woke up. An old beggar with a broken snowflake sword picking up the wine gourd, quietly smiled and turned into a sword soared long river in front of the army. Ba Pao, the ancestral ancestor of the apes who had access to the vault through Biju, had generously died. Ancestor Feng Tian used his death as a chasm to leave fire for the divine universe. Even the eternal God imprisoned the virtual with his body and disappeared together in the chaos of time and space. And countless monks whose names are unknown all died in battles outside the territory. The purest blood and fire constantly impacted Daoyan's heart. For the first time, he truly felt the tragic, unspeakable sad song. The picture ended with Jian Wushuang and sword broken ancestral source, and everything returned to its original state. Jian Wushuang looked back at him and said softly, "This is what happened millions of years ago." Dao Yen looked sad. The disciple will remember the grace of his predecessors and never forget it. Jian Wushuang smiled and then said, "Go ahead." At the end of the speech, the two figures flew towards the cracks of the two universes, waving his hand to tear the cracks of the virtual universe. Jian Wushuang stepped into it first. In the star field that has already shattered into nothingness, nearly 100 star-level virtual men endure torn by the wind. Standing on the edge of the crack, seeing that the crack was torn, the vast expanse of the whole body alone was enough to show off the eternal gods who were easily annihilated. All star vassals were desperate, and even the escape action could not be made. A bit of resentment rose in Daoyan's eyes, and he raised his hand to kill these empties. However, Jian Wushuang prevented Dao Yen by waving his hand. He slowly shook his head and then moved forward. Dao Yan withdrew his palms and gave a cold glance at the nearly Baishu Shi, followed closely by Jian Wushuang. The more than 100 voiders walked around in death. All sweating, they looked at each other, and the highest and oldest voider took a deep breath and said, "Notify the nearest starfield, as far as you can escape, just as far as you can." But who can escape? A vacant man with a broken arm smiled abruptly, and then wiped out his own origin, turning into a cup of fly ash. Yeah, even the false god was killed by him who could escape. Above the endless void sky, Jian Wushuang's figure moves forward slowly. He seems to engrave all the scenes of the universe of the void in his mind. Then, millions of virtual men began to rush out of each star field, all looking at Jian Wushuang with despair. Dao Yan Supreme has accumulated divine power and is ready to fight. If there is nothing beside Jian Wushuang's eyes, he can't look at the empty men who have gathered nearly 10 million people under him. As far as he is concerned, even if he doubles again, it is nothing more than just killing. What he has to do now is an unprecedented thing. He wants to change the rules of the avenue of the virtual universe. I don't know how many years have passed. Jian Wushuang came to the center of the void universe, and the Su Shi surrounded under him was boundless. Slowly spit out the avenue rules of the divine universe. Jian Wushuang's sacred Huamong began to restrain himself. Then, a breath of solitude and silence began to emerge. The emergence of this breath shocked all the vain men. That's virtual power, represents the virtual power of the virtual universe. With the more and more dark and lonely breath, after reaching a certain threshold, Jian Wushuang's divine pattern has been transformed into a virtual pattern. Dao Yan was also shocked, so shocked that it couldn't be more complex, that the eternal God, who represents the pinnacle of the divine universe and controls the rules of the avenue, can actually practice virtual power. As Jian Wushuang became the imaginary God, and the supreme imaginary force skyrocketed, the avenue rules of the entire imaginary universe were moving towards him. The pupil of Qi Jin had already become completely black, and the prestige was even colder than the imaginary god, which made all the servants feel terrified. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. Jian Wushuang's eyes slowly glanced at the heavens and earth, and then raised his hand to grasp the avenue. The avenue of the virtual universe fell in his hand obediently, flowing slowly. Then he started to modify the rules. Heaven and earth tremble, and constantly merge and change. The rules of the avenue contain too much. Everything, practice, heaven, earth, and gods are changing a little bit. In a certain way, Jian Wushuang's perception of Dideo has already surpassed the ancestor level. With the modification of the avenue rules of the virtual universe, everything gradually became concrete. The destroyed heavens began to reshape, and the virtual power remained, but the associated skills of every virtual warrior in the virtual universe were removed. That kind of disrupted the balance, and the innate virtual explosion was erased from the rules of the Supreme Avenue by Jian Wushuang. It is completely erased and will no longer be able to remain in the bloodstream. Every emptiness felt the changes in his body, and the dantian, which had a special accumulation of emptiness, had disappeared as if it had never appeared. After Jian Wushuang did all this, Yu Yu read the book www.okanshu.com, and he converted the vast virtual power into divine power. This time his main purpose of coming to the virtual universe was completed. If you do NT completely destroy the virtual universe, you have to achieve a delicate balance with the divine universe. And this balance is to completely remove the virtual explosion from the avenue rules of the virtual universe. In some ways, this is Jian Wushuang's abandonment of the liquidation of the universe. From now on, the defender can't bring down the realm to crush the monk without the defend. At the same time, Jian Wushuang resolutely buried a point of origin in the rules of the avenue of the virtual universe, so that even in a future that is far away and timeless, he can finally shelter the divine universe. I have completed the avenue of the imaginary universe by luck. From then on, the imaginary universe will not be a step forward. The violators will be punished. Chapter 4679. This last sentence is that Jian Wushuang planted a ban in the avenue as a false god. This is another guarantee. Even if the universe is dead, it will not disappear unless there is a stronger one to rebuild the rules. After doing all of this, Jian Wushuang no longer looked at the universe and skimmed towards the crack. Standing on the edge of the crack, looking back at the heavens and the heavens, he looked at Tao Yan's supreme road. Remember, your mission is to guard the divine universe. Disciples, remember, will not forget in the end. Tao Yan said with great respect. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, waved his hands with supreme divine power to completely block the crack, and the remaining nearly 100 cracks were completely blocked. This time, the two universes may no longer be connected. The virtual universe wants to grow a virtual god, which will be a long time to no margin. After the cracks were sealed, Jian Wushuang went to a place of sorrow again. He never forgot the place where the divine universe rekindled hope from despair. The burial ground in the mournful land does not have the figure of the old man who stopped. The silence is still there, and countless corpses lie quietly in the place, still alive. Became an ancestor. After standing at the pinnacle of the universe, Jian Wushuang was vaguely aware that each of the corpses in this sad land surpassed the existence of the ancestor and did not belong to the divine universe. But it does not belong to the divine universe. Why is it using divine power? This is the most doubtful place of Jian Wushuang. Without finding the figure that stopped, Jian Wushuang finally left. So far, the internal and external troubles of the divine universe have been eliminated, and the era of world clarity has arrived. On the side of Yunshao Palace, in front of the dojo of Shenge, Jian Wushuang lay on his back on the peach tree branch and watched the whole body in a sea of clouds. Xiao Taoxian climbed up and down on him, shaking his nose greedily and sucking the road from eternal God. Dao Yan, who changed into a plain shirt, sat down under the peach tree. Jian Wushuang gave him some mental methods a few days ago, which was of great benefit to breaking through the half-ancestor level. 9 Tribulation King and others are rarely together, dozing together with Jian Wushuang. After the battle of the catastrophe, the divine universe gradually entered the right track. The heavens with the promise of sword warriors congratulated, and the divine power between heaven and earth was filled several times, which was enough to make up for the border between the blue and yellow. And these old guys can finally take a good rest. What are you thinking about? 10 years later, after I saw you coming back from the universe of the void, I lost my soul. On the side of Jian Wushuang, the king of 9 tribulations slowly said, "You are too tired. You need to rest. Now, let us forget about the matter of the elder." Jian Wushuang did not speak, and said for a long time, "How do you say, Dao Yan?" The 9 Tribulation King opened his eyes and looked at him, and then said, "He has a calm mind, he is determined, and he has a rare, fearless spirit. Earlier on the way to Tianmen, he resisted the punishment of the other 5 by himself. The only shortcoming is that it is too rigid." Jian Wushuang smiled but did not speak. The king of 9 tribulations sat up and watched his gaze firmly. "For anyone, you have paid enough for everything. Don't consume yourself, calm down. Like the god of the earth, guarding here safely and steadily, the divine universe is large enough." Jian Wushuang also sat up from the branch and reached out to carry Xiao Taoxian into the childish arms. 9 tribulation, I can't stand still like this. The divine universe has been completely out of danger. But everything I want to know is still hidden in the mist. I have to find it. Originally, I thought that standing in the most extreme position would be able to know everything I wanted to know. But now I know that everything is still too early. The 9 tribulation king frowned slowly. "Are you going to find Lao Zun?" Jian Wushuang nodded and whispered, "Yes, but not just looking for Lao Zun, but also other people. I want to fully understand the so-called ultimate that haunts me." "Where are you going?" One, maybe a faraway place. What the is that? King Jijia said seriously. Jian Wushuang smiled silently, and his eyes became firmer when he looked into the distance. I want to enter Dian alone. Right in the middle of the vast dojo, there is only one sword at the moment. He sat quietly in the middle of the dojo, and the avenue around him slowly flowed, forming a golden water texture, which was extremely sacred. At the beginning, the conversation with Lao Zun in Yunshao Palace sounded in the ear. The so-called mud tires are, in general, the obsessions of the past, the practice of Fanchen, and all of my own feelings. These three aspects are collectively called. And the first step to enter that great Yanhuan is to cut off the past of the world. Like the echo of the flow of Qingchuan, it turns into the flow of characters. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. He has stood at the top of the universe. The original mortal mud tire has already been transformed into an ancestral body step by step in the breakthrough of the realm. In addition, he is a super-perfect, chaotic creature. The literal meaning of mud tires is untenable for him. The meaning of mud tires understood by Jian Wushuang is to completely cut off the past self, whether it is spiritual practice or memory. But the past cut off, even the traumas suffered by the ancestors, I am afraid it is difficult to predict. After millions of years of spiritual insights, obsessions and memories have disappeared. What else can he have left? Could it be that the conditions are so terrible to enter the Great Yen? After a short moment of hesitation, Jian Wushuang resolutely performed this ceremony. In an instant, the avenue wailed, and the luck belonging to the ancestors began to madly vent from his body and return to the world. At this moment, all the half-ancestors and the Invincible Supreme are waking up from the sit-up, incredibly looking at the dojo above the Cloud Palace. Blood Wave always woke up from Wu Sit, and after feeling the scene, a stump under his feet fell directly to the ground. The King of Nine Tribulation and others also couldn't believe it and rushed to the top of Yunshao Palace instantly. However, due to the reason of the prohibition, all the half-ancestors could not get close to them at all, only to watch Jian Wushuang's body gradually dim, and all the ancestors' luck returned to heaven and earth. He is self-explanatory. Sword Wushuang, hurry up! Feng Qi slapped the forbidden enchantment frantically. Do you know what you are doing? That will die. Lung Rushwang's tears dripped from her eyes. As his wife, how could she not feel Jian Wushuang's luck returning to the heavens? Calm like the king of nine robbers, he couldn't calm down anymore. He rushed to Lung Rushwang, flushed his eyes. You are his wife. Only you can persuade him. He is destroying his ancestors. Chapter 4680. Lung Rushwang smiled miserably. I respect his decision. The King of Nine Tribulation took a step back and lost his soul. He never thought that Jian Wushuang would resolutely destroy his ancestors in such a fierce way. The supreme luck belonging to the ancestor level is scattered in the world, and it is impossible to gather back. Everything can no longer look back. Master, Daoyan, please stop. Daoyan knelt down to the ground. Daoyan wept. Earth God, why are you? Blood Waves always wept. Does the universe you have been sheltering cannot make you nostalgic? Phut! The old man will go with you. The old Blood Wave did not hesitate to reach out to destroy the source, but they were held by Long Yen and Long Qino. There must be a reason for Jian Wushuang to do this. Otherwise, he has no reason to do so. Feng Qi slowly rose and murmured. At the same time, King Nine Tribulation also recalled his previous conversation with Jian Wushuang. One of the most critical words is Dianhuan. It seems that the King of Nine Tribulation realized that Jian Wushuang's dissipation of ancestors would be related to going to Dianhuan. The ancestor-level luck was returned to the heavens, and every half-ancestor felt that his own shackles began to loosen. Daoyan Supreme, straight into the half-ancestor. Everyone looked at the gradual faint body with red eyes. In the hazy luck, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes hard, looked at all the old brothers who came out of the sea of the corpse in front of him, smiled slightly, and finally dropped his eyelids. The original thousands of strands of Huameng Avenue were added, and finally dispersed in the same way. The ultimate ancestor of the universe no longer exists, and Jian Wushuang himself felt extremely relaxed and ethereal. At the same time, the divine power of the meridian dantian in the body began to dissipate, replaced by an unknown energy. That kind of energy, like clouds and fog, is majestic and magnificent. That is Yanli. It also belongs to the power of Dianhuan, and is a sign of entering the realm of Yanxian. When such energy is born in the meridian, it burns directly in the meridian. That is, even the soul can't bear the pain. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and behind him gradually began to have a virtual shadow being stripped out. The past, formed by perseverance, mortal practice, and all of your own feelings, has become concrete. The blood of the gods poured out from each pore of Jian Wushuang, and the white shirt was dipped into the blood coat, but he remained silent, peeling off his past little by little from the body. It was the most glorious brilliance, different from the red sun of Dari, shining in the dojo. A mud tire exactly like Jian Wushuang's twins began to take shape. The dojo cracked over a large area, and the clouds shrank. When the big day above the sky reprojected the shining beam, everything fell silent. The blood of the gods dissipated in the air, and the sword in the white shirt was sitting on the spot without any blood. He opened his eyes reluctantly and then passed out. Behind him, a real image of Ingran Huameng slowly opened his eyes. The psyche at the beginning of the chaos slowly emerged, and the real shadow of the mud tire began to look at everything in front of him with ignorance. Above the cloud top, everyone rushed forward, cold and frost like Hug the sword Wushuang, who passed away. The Zhu Jiaowang and others were shocked, looking at the real image exactly like Jian Wushuang. "I'm hungry." Mud Tire opened his mouth and looked at everyone. In the next moment, he was lying directly on the top of the cloud, and he was happily enjoying the cloud formed by the pure divine power. "Here, this is Jian Wushuang." Feng Qi was dumbfounded, looking at the guy who was lying on the clouds without regard to the image and biting the clouds like he was eating cotton candy. "It's delicious, it's delicious," Muddies muttered while eating like a child's heart. Everyone glanced at each other, and then hurriedly welcomed Jian Wushuang into the Yunxiao Palace. As for the real shadow of the mud tire, he was directly carried by the 9 Tribulation King on his shoulder and sent into the Yunxiao Palace. In the Yunxiao Palace, looking at this real shadow that is almost equivalent to Jian Wushuang, everyone looked at each other, no one spoke first, and all looked at him intently. Jian Wushuang has been ushered into the inner hall by Leng Rushuang and Feng Qi and others. Only this Jian Wushuang was sitting on the spot, grinning smirk. In the end, it was the tentative inquiry of the King of 9 Tribulation. "Are you a sword match?" Mud Tires really giggled. "I'm hungry." "What's your name?" "I'm hungry." After a series of questions, I only got the word, "I am hungry." Everyone understands that this guy's intelligence is probably not much better than the baby he was born with. For this guy who is stripped from Jian Wushuang, who is also helpless about this, only when Jian Wushuang wakes up, I am afraid there will be an answer. In the inner hall, the young child was carefully stacking the pieces of ice on the extreme north on Jian Wushuang's body. Feng Qi was sitting on the side of the bed, closing his eyes and realizing his vitality. When she was in Kengwu Taichung before, she had imported most of her Fengzhu ancestors into Jian Wushuang's body. In a certain way, Jian Wushuang's physical condition was the most clear except for himself, Feng Qi. The situation of Jian Wushuang at the moment is that Feng Qi is helpless. Today's sword Wushuang is like a completely closed, big cocoon that naturally repels divine power. No one can see his condition, only to feel that his breath is stabilizing. "Sister Feng Qi, what's the situation with Wushuang?" Leng Rushuang asked. Feng Qi frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The breath is stable. At present there is no harm, but his road, I am afraid that he will never come back. Just survive, no matter what he becomes. I will always be with him." Lung Rushuang firmly said. Feng Qi didn't speak anymore and walked away slowly, his back as if he had grown old for a moment. In the huge inner hall, there is only one sword with no road left. When the last trace of divine power was expelled from his body, that vast expanse of power finally filled up. A mysterious realm is crowned in his body. In the infinite darkness, Jian Wushuang's consciousness seemed to swim in eternal darkness. The extremely strong weightlessness made him extremely uncomfortable. It was like falling indefinitely, the ethereal voice ringing in his ears. "Wushuang, you shouldn't listen to me. You will regret this." In the dark darkness of Jinha, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and looked subconsciously at the darkness below him. The one that exudes endless darkness is actually a pair of black pupils, like black holes. Chapter 4681. Lord, Jian Wushuang woke up suddenly, the temples sweating like springs. The pain that burned to the extreme in the meridians of the whole body disappeared, replaced by Sun Lun Niu. He shook his hand. The avenue representing the ancestors had long since dissipated, and luck had been returned to the heavens and the world. From now on, he will have no contact with the entire divine universe. Is everything worth doing to find the ultimate illusion? He asked himself, but no one could give him an answer, and nothing could turn back. Putting on a blue shirt, Jian Wushuang slowly stepped out of the inner hall and came to the main hall of Yunxiao Palace. At this time, the 9 robbery kings in the Yunxiao Palace, Old Blood, and others all gathered here and did not leave. Seeing Jian Wushuang appeared, they were all stunned, and then all ran over. "Earth God, you're fine, everything is fine." Blood wavelength old eyes read, looking at Jian Wushuang very reluctantly. The 9 tribulation kings still seldom spoke, but the concern in his eyes betrayed his expressionless face. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. "It's okay, I can't die for the time being, but I will no longer succeed Essence from today, and Essence will take over from everyone in your presence." "No, I don't agree." Blood wavered directly opposed. "Unparalleled Palace Master, Eternal God is only you, and only you can be competent. This is not our choice, but the choice made by heaven." "We also disagree, Lord Eternal God." Long Yen and Long Qi nodded at the same time. Jian Wushuang smiled. "I have returned all my luck to heaven. From today, heaven will make a choice from each of you." After finishing his speech, he raised his hand and returned the ancestor-level atmosphere of Lini Dragon Emperor, who had been deposited earlier, to Long Yen and Long Qi, and at the same time he gave Tian Dao Qian attached to his unwillingness to leave and gave it to all half-ancestors. At this moment, I was hungry in the silent Yunxiao Palace, and then a figure similar to Jian Wushuang appeared. Facing each other, Jian Wushuang waved gently at the real shadow. Then, the real shadow of the mud tire turned into a stream of light and plunged into his palm. The streamer of Huameng is as big as a broad bean, and it moves like a heart in a regular rhythm. "What's this?" Blood waves wondered. Jian Wushuang murmured, "This is my past." Then he said again, "You guys, I'm going to leave for a few days to go to the lower realm. But there are some trivial things. This time I will go with you." The King of 9 Tribulation said softly with a firm tone. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Walking out of the Yunxiao Palace, he finally looked back at the Yunxiao Palace that stood in the vastness, and then walked towards the heavens step by step. "Has it been decided?" Among the heavens and the heavens, the King of 9 Tribulation looked forward. Jian Wushuang nodded. "After I send the past to the nether, I am ready to leave. No matter when you come back, you have to remember that we are waiting for you." The King of 9 Tribulation turned around and looked at him. Jian Wushuang smiled, then reached out and patted his shoulder. "I know. The divine power universe is vast and infinite, and it encompasses the heavens and the world. But the largest base is still the world with a thin aura. Sitting in the clouds, Jian Wushuang looked at the stream of light in his palm, and the past also surged into his heart. Once the past is put into reincarnation, his memory and obsession for millions of years will also disappear. But Jian Wushuang still resolutely cast it. You don't want to leave him in the Yunshao Palace in order to throw him in the world. The Nine Tribulation King is puzzled. You know, his life is at most hundreds of years, not even a little Dao Yuan have. He said slowly, it's not a bad thing to be able to enter the reincarnation. The Nine Tribulation King shook his head helplessly and then said, let's go. I'll go to the lower realm with you to see where he will go. White House in Chongping County. With the cry of a baby crying, the rainstorm that did not stop for 10 consecutive days was finally closed, and the world was clear. The lanterns inside and outside the Baifu were decorated, and the red lanterns spread for dozens of miles. Every servant was full of joy, and after receiving the reward from the housekeeper, he said that he was safe. The wife who gave birth in November was finally born, and the flood that almost spread throughout the county was also receding, and everyone was surprised. The news that everyone went to Baifu and said a word of mouth could get Shawengsi money spread, and for a time the people were unable to get through the water surrounding the gate of Baifu. At the same time, there were two figures in plain shirts walking in the pavilion of Baifu, but the hurried domestic servants ignored them. Is this kid in reincarnation, are you? Or one of your past? One of the rich gods, the youth like a god, asked. Another young man who was a little thin, but with superb prestige in his eyes, replied, it is me, but not me. After he left my body, he was an independent little guy. The King of Nine Tribulations smiled quietly. Since you said that he is different from your individual existence, how about I give him the fairy root and let him worship me as a teacher? Then even if you leave, Yunshao Palace will be succeeded. No, Nine Tribulation. Jian Wushuang was helpless. As a result, too many hidden problems may have to be exposed. Even if I don't know how to strip him from the body. What is the consequence? It is better to let him be flat. And then stepped into reincarnation. Good, it's all up to you. The King of Nine Tribulation laughed. Who makes you the eternal God? It will not be after today. I think that Dao Yan should be able to do the job of the eternal God. Already decided? Jian Wushuang nodded and looked at him at the same time. And Nine Tribulation, you will be my last card in this universe. Nine Tribulation King nodded slightly, understood. In the conversation between the two, they had walked from the promenade to a box. Entering through the door, there is only one couple in the big room at the moment. Ma'am, you are fortunate. In front of the half-draped bed, a middle-aged man held the woman's palm tightly and said warmly, and the woman smiled and pursed her lips. Unfortunately bitter. In the rocking bed wrapped in brocade, a baby with red lips and white teeth was staring at the round eyes, looking curiously at the two figures. The King of Nine Tribulation made a grimace, and then placed his finger on the little guy's forehead. Wipes of gentle power poured into his brain. Since you don't want me to give this little fairy root, then I will let him live long and live to the age of 500, and his descendants will be stretched, free from disease and disaster. The little guy giggled, and the first baby teeth began to grow on the pink gums. Jian Wushuang also smiled, and the crystal tears fell silently from his eyes. Nine Tribulation, let's go. It is good. Chapter 4682. In the 32 years of the scenery, the White House of Chongping County gave birth to a son, and died of disease and disaster until he was 527 years old. After thousands of disasters, sometimes it is not a blessing to re-enter samsara. Luodu Starland, which still maintains the broken shape, only has two figures at the moment. The Nine Tribulation King stood far away in the void, watching the thin but firm figure move forward step by step. He didn't know when to say goodbye to this difference, but everything was a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. The genius who surprised everyone just left. Jian Wushuang finally looked back at the King of Nine Tribulation. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and then he faced the vast heavenly gate like a galaxy and stepped into it. Bum. Hundreds of millions of gods scattered like a tassel in the sky, and finally, completely, vanished into nothingness. The king of Nine Tribulation was standing at the same place, but if he was lost, he didn't seem to believe that Jian Wushuang had left. However, there is no breath left by the half-pointed sword Wushuang in the vast, immense, divine universe. He seemed to have passed by in the future, and like a passing passenger, and no one knew where he was going. For a long time, the king of Nine Tribulation murmured softly, Dian Huan? I wrote it down. With the horrible gang wind in the chaos of time and space, Jian Wushuang felt the skin pain from his body almost instantly. He completely cut off the past and stripped out the real shadow of the mud tire. All the ancestors of luck returned to the divine universe. While breaking off the past of the ancestor, he also entered the realm of Yenxian. It was a more mysterious realm, and it was hard to tell even if it was sword warriors who were successfully promoted. But the only time he can be sure at the moment is that Yenxian is a special kind of super-ancestral existence. Because of the symbol of Yenxian, Yanli is a supreme energy that is not higher than divine power but has unique growth. Yenxian is also a sign of entering Dianhuan, but Jian Wushuang's current situation is a bit awkward. Although he has taken that step completely, his strength is still in a weak state, making it difficult to effectively resist the chaos of time and space. You know, even in the realm of the sword fairy Dingbai, you have suffered a big loss of time and space by accident. After carefully covering the whole body with force, Jian Wushuang moved forward carefully. He no longer wandered in the chaos of time and space like the headless flies, and there was a weak force pulling him. I do and know how many years have gone in the chaos and darkness. Just when Jian Wushuang felt that the lamp was about to dry up, a crack in the Tianmen that exudes an invisible white appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang stepped directly into it. Almost at the same time, the layers of supreme coercion enveloped him, and the sword that was about to run out of light, Mu Wushuang, where there is still the strength to fight back, passed out directly. History is always very similar. The second time he came to Dianhuan, Jian Wushuang was as embarrassed as the first time. Severe pain spread throughout the limbs and bones, and then they woke up with cold water. Jian Wushuang suddenly awakened from a faint state, and when he looked into his eyes, he saw that the two little fellows looked at him with a smile. Brightly awakened, and dare to continue to pretend to die? One of the big-breasted big men grinned and pulled out a long black bone whip from his waist. Even when he woke up from a coma, his deep fighting instincts made him almost instantaneously, with a big hand clenching the whip directly, and at the same time he slapped his hand to the big man. It is conceivable that this terrifying form of Jian Wushuang can surely be easily killed. But then a strange scene appeared. The iron plate with chains engraved in dense patterns between Jian Wushuang's neck suddenly released great power and walked all over his limbs and corpses. Jian Wushuang uttered a pain and fell to his knees directly. The brazen man, whose legs were shaking like sifting chaff, was daunted by the murderous intent from the face and screamed back. At the same time, there was a sudden thunder snake on the dark sky of the dark clouds. The rain fell and washed the ground. Jian Wushuang lay on the ground on his side, and that imprisonment made him unable to breathe. On the ground covered with black and gray coarse soil particles, there are more than 100,000 invisible bodies. While the rain fell from the sky, they all turned up, allowing the rain to wash the body. Everyone's neck is surrounded by a chain of iron plates, imprisoning their souls and bodies. Amidst the sky and rain, a very thin figure came slowly to Jian Wushuang, and then stretched out an arm, directly carrying him on his shoulders and walking towards a huge cave. The heavy rain stopped, and the more than 100,000 figures slowly entered the cave. I don't know how long after that. Jian Wushuang woke up wandering slowly, and it was all gloomy fire when I saw it. Me, where is this? He barely sat up when he saw nearly 1,000 figures sitting around him. Jian Wushuang froze. How could there be so many people in such a cave? Everyone looked at him with numb and empty eyes, without saying a word. The thin figure who carried him back into the cave looked at him up and down at the moment, and then said quietly, "Sleep, there will be endless work tomorrow, saving you from exhaustion." As his words fell, all of them lay directly on the ground, and the cave became more strangely dead. Slowly pressing down the depression in his heart, Jian Wushuang asked, "Where is this?" "Your cemetery," the thin figure said concisely. Jian Wushuang no longer asked, but tried to peel off the chain iron plate between his necks by hand. However, he only touched slightly, and the supreme power from the chain iron card instantly knocked him out again. Time passed quietly, and when the last light in this huge cave disappeared, everything really died down. "Wake up and get up to work." With a slight push, Jian Wushuang woke up dizzy. At this moment, the sky outside was already brightened, and the people who lived in the cave began to line up towards the exit. The thin figure leaned towards his head and then strode away. Jian Wushuang slowly got up and followed the team in a muddled manner. Although the sky is bright, there is no trace of the sun shining, and the distant sky is still thick with dark clouds. Dozens of Montenegro that are almost bordering the sky, and more than 100,000 prisoners wearing chain iron tags around their necks are the main colors here. Jian Wushuang is quite certain that the place he reached is Dianhuan, but the scene at the moment could not help but make him suspicious. How did he come to this place, seeming to be a prisoner?